Okay, I'm calling to order the Town of Telluride agenda for Telluride Town Council. It is Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. It is 9:03 a.m. This meeting is at Rebecca Hall and hybrid online as well at 113 West Columbia Avenue. Starting from my right, I'd like to do a roll call from our council members.
Jesse Ria Arguez,
Geneva Shawnette.
BNP.
Ashley Story Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
Eddie Erico as mayor. With this meeting in session, I would like to get a motion to step out of the town council meeting to head to THA.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Reyes.
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. We will now convene as the Telluride Housing Authority.
Okay, this is Geneva Shawnette calling to order the Telluride Housing Authority. Tuesday, June 4th, 2024 at 9 a.m. We are here in Rebecca Hall and with all members of the THA except for Ellen 11 at this moment. I believe she's on her way. Our first order of business is actually I should pass it back to you.
That's
All right.
right.
I'm going to pass it over to Teddy as the mayor to address a formal complaint we received late last night before I get into the minutes.
Geneva, thank you very much. Just want to let everyone know that we have received a complaint late last night at approximately 5 p.m. On a complaint of misconduct by a fellow THA commissioner. I would like to have all of the town council members as the Telluride Housing Authority look at their calendars by the end of this meeting or the end of the town council meeting to come up with a date for a hearing, which is required under Colorado law. Given the nature of the complaint and that nothing has been proven or established, I see no reason that Commissioner Enright cannot participate in the work session for THA and taking no action on this item. And it's okay for him to participate in these general discussions on our policies today. And with that, there will be no further discussion on this as we will have a formal hearing at a later date. And I will pass it back to Geneva.
Okay, thanks, Teddy. We have our first order of business on the agenda as number one, approval of minutes from the May 14th, 2024. Oh, Kevin?
Just very quickly, Madam Chair, I just wanted to indicate for the record that as that intro was provided by the mayor acting under authority of Colorado law and the Housing Authorities Law 294208, that I did hand out to the full THA, the actual complaint, and I provided a copy of the complaint to Mr. Enright, which is also required under Colorado law. But I wanted to make sure the record reflected that, and sorry to interrupt moving forward, Madam Chair.
I think that's important to note. Thank you so much, Kevin. Okay, does anybody have any comments on the draft minutes for May 14th? Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes from the Telluride Housing Authority on May 14th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Great. How do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes. Teddy, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Minutes are approved unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item 2, work sessions. We have quite a few work sessions today, and we are going to have our staff members take us through those. This is for the creation of employee rental housing policies. We're going to be guided through with Allie Slayton and Delaney Tapson. First, we are going to cover discussion of roommate and household policies, then the waitlist policy, and finally tiers. So take it away.
Thank you for that introduction. And yes, as you recall, this is our third meeting in a row, town council meeting, also with town council acting as the THA board, where we are reviewing the establishment of rental policies for housing here in Telluride. So this is town provided rental units. The topics for today, we previewed at the last meeting, but we're going to start with roommates, move on to the wait list, and finish up with the bulk of the conversation, which is potential establishment of tiers. We did in the agenda break this down by time. That time is a little flexible. Some of these might be shorter than what staff believe the conversation would be. Some might be longer. But for purposes of just informing the public as to what we think these conversations might be, so that they could appear for public comment. We did try to break that down a little bit. So this staff memo is a little different than the previous staff memos that I have provided. There's a lot more information here, a lot more questions, some staff suggestions, and a lot of examples. That was very intentional. We want this to be an open discussion. Staff's hope today is really just to absorb the conversation from you, not so much lead the conversation as just pose these questions and hear your discussions about these examples so that we can then put a program together after getting all of your impressions. So we're not creating the program necessarily today. We just need to get your feedback from these examples. We will take that and then we will present the first draft of the document to you when we meet next. There are 2 public informational sessions that have been added to the agenda, the chart. These are going to be next Monday and next Tuesday, both at the AHA Sky Deck. There's one in the evening, one in the morning to accommodate people's schedules. I will be presenting, Delaney will be presenting, and this is just an off-site informational session for the public to attend and ask questions outside of this room, so in case they're more comfortable. At the end of the day, I would like to rediscuss this schedule and see if there's any movement or anything that you would like to maybe move off to a different meeting. I know we've had a lot of topics, and today's agenda is a 4-hour work session on this item. So we're hoping to get through all of it. I think we will be able to, but we ultimately don't know. So we'll discuss that calendar at the very end. So with that, we'll kick off with the roommate discussion. At the very beginning of the staff memo under this item, staff has presented the major issues with respect to roommates. After the major issues are presented, there's a series of questions and examples that I hope that you have reviewed and we would like to see you discuss today. So with that, if there are any questions for staff, otherwise we can just move through these issues.
Not seeing any questions, so let's get going.
And I'd also, I'll share my screen to put up on, let's see. There is a brief presentation today, a slideshow just to bring up some of these issues. Okay, so the primary question to answer with respect to the roommate policy is what is a household? So to kick off this discussion, there's 2 definitions commonly accepted. So in the community, we have the THA guidelines definition. There's also a HUD definition, which is used for purposes of establishing AMI, which is the number that we base a lot of our sales prices off of for deed restricted housing. And then what we believe we will be basing the rent off of in the future if we do adopt tiers. So I have on the presentation the HUD definition of household and also our guidelines definition of household. Now, the memo elaborates on this, the DHA definition of household. There are 2 caveats in the guidelines where tenants do not count as a member of a household. So we have household, but then in 2 instances, we actually do carve out tenants from being part of that household. And that's when we are initially qualifying a household for purchase of a unit. Tenants will not count to meet that minimum household number. So for instance, if it's an individual wanting to purchase a 2-bedroom unit, a tenant will not count towards that person's household. They instead have to get an exception. We just went through that process last week. And another example is when it comes to establishing upon compliance checks, that tenant will not count towards the household for purposes of that household's assets and other criteria. Instead, they are treated as a different household. So there are several instances in the guidelines where, yes, a tenant it starts as a member of a household, but in those specific instances, a tenant is then carved out. That makes sense for the guidelines. It is a for sale unit. These are purchased. They are owned long-term by an individual or by a family. However, staff does believe that for purposes of the rental policies, this might not make as much sense. So again, there is the HUD definition of household, THA guidelines definition of household. They are both very similar, But in the THA guidelines, of course, tenant is then carved out in certain instances. Staff did, in case there was an alternative that you wanted to think about and discuss, if you are instead leaning towards some kind of definition where a tenant is carved out permanently, we could look at that. For instance, we could base it off of, and I know this, I'll hide this for you. We could instead, for instance, look at what a taxed household is. So there's, of course, the tax filer, their spouse, and their dependents. In that case, a tenant wouldn't qualify unless that person that they're collecting rent from is a spouse or a partner that they jointly file taxes with. Most roommates are not in that situation. So there are alternatives that we could explore. Staff does have a recommendation, but of course, if you're feeling differently, we would like to hear that because we can accommodate that.
I just have a question, because I know like there was a lot of confusion recently about like which guidelines, is it town, is it state? I've spent a lot of time like reading through all of the state statutes, trying to wrap my head around it. I'm obviously not an attorney. I know I'm trying to find it right now, but I'm having trouble. I know that in the state statute, they had a definition of household under the housing authorities. Do we run afoul ever by creating our own definition that might be in conflict with the state statute if that's the rules that we're supposed to be operating under?
So when we're establishing these rental policies, we don't have to adopt their household definition. So unless the state statutes do have some parts where we have to follow their rules, but we're adopting our own policies, I think we can adopt our own definition of a household. There might be, I don't know, Kevin, if you have anything to add there, but I'm not concerned with us adopting our own definition of household, these rental policies that we're exploring.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Definition of household in what context, what statute?
So
were you
through
looking at?
in the 29, in the statute 29, I'm trying to find it. This is a very long statute. There's a lot of parts to it and it's hard to like sort everything. They actually had a definition of what constituted a household. And it was the definition of the people that unrelated or unrelated that occupy a dwelling. So again, I'm not advocating for a different policy or to keep that policy. I'm just saying if there is a state statute that has a definition that is saying this is what we consider household, are we going to run afoul if we try and create our own definition, even if it's beneficial to our community?
Yeah, the provisions of what's called the Housing Authority Law Title, Colorado Revised Statute 29.4.101, 201, excuse me, through I think it's 209, doesn't provide anything on definition of household. That's just the organic statute for a housing authority. So there's nothing that you're going to run afoul of. And we've done this in the past with our own guidelines on affordable housing, owner occupied. There's nothing that would preclude you from doing it for rental projects either.
Okay.
But thanks for the question.
I also have a question. When it comes to household, like with death benefits for minors, and like the IRS doesn't see it as income, however, our housing authority does see it as income. Are these some of those exceptions that maybe we could discuss later?
So are you talking about for establishing income to qualify for a particular tier?
Yes.
I think that's probably a more appropriate question for that discussion that's later. But I also think that's probably a very nuanced question that we could discuss when we're talking about the actual document and calculation of income. So typically when it comes to the guidelines, any income that is reported to the IRS and considered income by the IRS, we would also consider income. But something, for instance, like a death benefit is not something we necessarily have to address head on in the policies or the guidelines. It's something that staff would just say, okay, it's money that you're receiving, but it's not technically income. So it would just not count. But I think that's a question we could probably address later. Right now, I think I'd like to just keep the discussion to what should a household be? And how should we define that term?
So I guess I'm going to ask another question because I think this falls under this. If it's a minor receiving this death benefit,
Mhm.
but minor is not necessarily, let's say, someone who's making money within the household, how does that work?
Can I?
Mhm.
So though minors are not listed on the lease as a lessee, we do count anyone in the household. So if someone has 2 children under 18, we still would count for the purposes later in the discussion of AMI. You look at an entire household size for their income limitations. So they would be counted in the household, but I think Ally's right, and I wrote your question down so
Okay.
that we can not forget to address it later.
Okay,
But we do count minors as part of the household. They're just not signing the lease.
and then I guess let's add to that too, for the further discussion, because the federal government doesn't count it as taxable income, a death benefit. So I don't think the housing authority should count it as a taxable income either. So let's just, for
I have
later,
a pin-
well, it's in my brain.
I do want to touch on something similar to what Jesse's sort of getting at here. And have Ally, if you, or Delaney, if you may expand a little bit on the differences between the proposal 2 and 3 here. And for the purposes of qualification for income, because part of what we're running up against in the roommate scenario, especially where you have, in my opinion, unconnected households, the only expense that they share is their housing, but they don't share their income, they don't share expenses, they don't, other things, debts or assets or yada, yada. And that's where this is one key component for, as we currently qualify them, this is a major reason why many households are out of compliance currently. And that's one thing we're looking to do, because when taken as an individual, many of those households are below the area median income. But as they get lumped together into a single household. So my question is, in these two scenarios, how would that play out for that circumstance where you have?
So I think I heard a question in there, and I
Sure.
think
If I need to.
no, it's okay. And I think I can try to address that by taking a step back. So if you'll go to, and I apologize, I don't know what page it is in your packet, but there's a page, it's in Delaney's attachment to the memo. There's a circle around it, and it's page 2. And this is income above current rent, AMI. And there's also data collection rates to date. Now, Delaney will get into this later when we talk about tiers. But I think what's very important to remember, there is this paragraph underneath that income above current rent, AMI. The data suggests, and this is 60% of households so far that she has collected data from. The data suggests that individuals would be most helped by allowing the income maximum to be expanded by up to 45%, while roommate households see the most benefit at a much larger increase of 76% or more. So again, taking a step back, thinking about definition of household in combination with moving to a tier system accommodates the roommate situation as a single household, which is how HUD defines it. It's how our guidelines defined it. Everyone living together is a single household. Now, currently, because we're not under an AMI process, we just have the rent is established and then it's a 5 times amplifier. That's how much you can make. We don't have tiers. Roommates are very susceptible to go beyond that and still meet the minimum hours requirements for each adult. Now, moving to a tier system, let's just say that we allow up to 200% AMI. It's much more likely that roommates would be able to still retain their housing, meet the hours requirements, just pay more rent. Now, equate that to a household that's also at 200% AMI. You most likely have 1 or 2 adults sharing that rent. Whereas if you have 4 roommates abutting that 200% AMI, now rent's being split 4 ways. So it accommodates the roommate system while also making it more equitable for only houses and for the roommate situation. So this whole program, all of these staff proposals all work together. So you have to take a step back and look at all of the proposals together to see how in the future, when this all does get implemented, if it gets implemented in the way that staff proposes, that it accommodates all of these different situations. So household might not work under the current system by having all roommates be one household, but under the proposed system of tiers, it could accommodate that situation.
And if, let me just jump in here really quick, Dan. If, let's say that we did recognize households of roommates separately,
Mhm.
and we went through what has been, explained to us by staff as a more arduous process of renting out room by room and having multiple leases and all of these administrative headaches. and we reassess the percentage, or we reassess what the rate per room was, we would still end up having those tenants paying more. Even if, whether we recognize the household as one single household or as 3 households, we would apply somewhere between 20 and 20% of their income as the appropriate rent, as we do with all of our new housing projects, and rent per bedroom would still go up, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's,
But-
rent goes up as income goes up, and just, roommates will make more money naturally. Four working adults will make more money than 1 or 2 working adults. So, but the roommates will be paying, they would be paying the same if you have a family or 2 individuals with children making the same as a roommate household. They will be paying the same amount of rent. But in actuality, those roommates are splitting it 4 ways versus these 2 or 1 working adults are splitting it 1 or 2 ways.
That is where, though, I see, there's obviously interplay between these two conversations, but I still see these as distinct because I still feel the question's a little unanswered of if we were to calculate households under one of these new systems, how many would then be qualified under the rest of the guidelines as they currently stand. And that, I think, is part of this conversation of as well, of, as you're acknowledging, when you have more income earners in the single unit household, that they're likelier to be above that AMI target for that household size, because how HUD calculates household income for that, which, as we're acknowledging, is something we're examining and might do differently here. So I feel like I first want to see how is it playing out in the real world? And this is where I would love to see data from Courtney. We might be talking about this more tomorrow at THA sub of, no, we're not.
We don't have a THA meeting tomorrow.
We don't? Did it get canceled?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. It was canceled. I've had a few other things going on, so I haven't looked that far in my calendar yet. Regardless, I still would like to see the real world in-town data of those households, which I think is very corollary to this as well. So when you have multiple income earners from the same household as applied to that system, in the same sense of here, where you have multiple households, whether it be one family or whether it be the roommate scenario.
Can I ask a clarifying
course.
question? When you say real world income, real world household data
Mhm.
from Courtney, can you explain what exactly you're describing?
Sure, the compliance checks that she's just
Okay.
finishing up currently, and see, as part of that, she's collecting income data.
For a family household versus a roommate household?
Yeah, because they
Okay.
qualify households with
Okay.
roommates at times, so that SMRHA does collect that data. And so that's where this conversation, I think there's so much going on, and this is complex, and I think that there was a lot of great data in the memo here presented to us today. But what I'm still struggling to see is, before we go down the road of tiers, if we were to rework what is a household and get through this process first, how does that change the calculation of who is and who is not in compliance with the rest of the
So-
policies?
This chart, the income above current rent AMI on that page 2 with the circle around it, Delaney did a very good job of breaking down violations by individuals, families, and roommates. She also explains how she differentiates between families and roommates. So, and you'll see in that chart that roommates, there's actually no violations up to 35% above the income, the needed income now. So if we increase the allowed income up by 35%, we cure nothing with respect to roommates. Roommates only benefit at a very large jump of up to 76% or more income.
Which I see and I've seen before, and perhaps I just am incomplete in my total understanding of how that'll affect it from the data presented, but I still have the question of, and I think it's that data speaks to my point of, it's because at least in part, the way in which we calculate household that causes those roommate situations to be out of compliance at times. Not
But,
all of the time, but at least part of the time.
but there's more than double the violations of households that are not roommates than there are of roommates, of people being over income. There's 31 individual households of individuals that are over income, and there's 28 families that are over income, and only 25 roommate households that are over income. So this is not just an issue for roommates. This is an issue across the board with all of our residents.
And I'm not trying to say this is the only thing going on here, but I'm just acknowledging that it's an element of it. I think it also, I don't have it in front of me, but what percentage of each of those categories is over the threshold under that system? I think that's part of it as well.
The
So
first- Wait, say that question again. It's right here in that chart is like, has everything that you're asking about. there's-
that is those are the entire number of households that we've collected data for, those 31 plus 28 plus
No,
25.
just the ones that are over income currently.
Well, no, that's my question though. How many more that are not over income in addition to these that are over income?
So 69% of the households are over, I'm sorry. 60% of the households are over income
Mhm.
and 40% are therefore at or below the threshold of being
Sure,
over
sure,
currently.
Sure.
At the current standard of 5.25, the annual rent.
Mhm.
So I guess I don't really understand your question either, sorry.
Well, can I chime in a little bit? Because
Yeah, please.
so there's one thing I just want to bring up. So in the state code, it says it shall not accept family as a tenant in dwelling accommodations that are provided for persons of low income if the family who would occupy the dwelling accommodations has a net annual income in excess of 5 times the annual rent of the dwelling accommodations to be furnished, after allowing all exemptions available to family occupying dwellings, all that stuff. So this says that we cannot provide housing to a family if they make over 5 times the income to rent ratio. So basically what we have to decide is what constitutes our households and our families. The exercise would be, okay, if you have 5 individuals that each make $100,000, then that means that you could charge, they make $100,000, you could charge, 20%. You could charge $20,000 a year for their rent. But if you have a family that's a 5-person household, then that would be, and each of them are considered, 5 individuals are considered a household that would then constitute a $500,000 annual income. Then that means that you would have to charge a much higher rental rate on all of them and split it 5 ways. So that's the difference, right? Is that we're talking about if we can pull people out and say, you're a person, you're a person, you're a person, rather than you're a household, then we're going to be able to provide different income tiers for them. And then there's a chance that they might not then be violating this. It won't help the families necessarily, but it will help the roommate situation. Is that what we're discussing essentially?
I think it would help the families because we have plenty of families that are over income too.
But how can you divide out the family, I guess is my question. If there's a couple, let's say I'm a family of 5, 2 adults and 3 children. And then in that household, we make $500,000 a year because my husband makes 250 and I make 250. That's going to result, if we change the definition of household to 5 individuals that live in that house, 5 individuals that each make $100,000 could be 5 individuals that make $100,000 versus a household that makes 500,000.
We would not, the children, if they're not making money, we can't attribute the income to them. So it would not be 5 individuals, each making 500,000. If that,
No, but I'm
we-
saying the family that makes 500,000 that has 3
Mhm.
kids that are not contributing, but 2 parents that make 250.
Mhm.
How would the change in a definition of household change
I don't
that?
think it would.
That's what I'm saying. So
I don't want to change the definition of household because I think it gets into complicated comparisons to other policies that we have, and household is defined by HUD a certain way, and that's pretty much the standard of how everybody. So there's suggested, alternatives for us here, and it sounds like you're questioning, well, what happens if we change it? Like, I don't like that. Or maybe that's what I'm assuming.
no, I'm not saying I do or don't like it. I'm saying, what is the difference? Would that then cause these roommates to come into compliance. Is that the whole point of changing it?
Well, I think changing the AMI percentage is what would allow a household to come into compliance, whether they were a family or a collection of roommates. Because we're looking at the household income, total cap for both. And it would be the same, It'd be like, if two households that are 3-person households make the same amount of money, one is made up of roommates, one is made up of families, the law would apply, or the rules would apply equally to them. And if we raise the AMI percentage that we allow in our rental housing above the 5 times and instead base it off of AMI and a set percentage that we charge rent for that bracket in a tier, they will both have the same access to those benefits of being able to stay in their unit and pay the same rent, whether they're made up, whether they have children in their household or not.
But the AMIs, I guess what I'm saying is the AMIs, it's not a straight line. It's not like if you have 2 people each making 100% AMI, that's different than if you have a 2-person household at 100% AMI, that's a different number than 2 individuals at 100% AMI.
If they're defined as individual households.
That's what I'm saying is like,
I think your solve will solve the question for the roommate situation, but it then, isn't necessarily equitable to
a family. Yeah.
And
yeah,
so-
that's what my
and
question is.
Yeah, so I think that that's where what Geneva is saying is that by raising the AMI, there's equity in the solution for both families, roommates, and individuals versus just a solution that benefits the roommate situation.
I don't think we're gonna have I don't think one thing is gonna work for both families and roommates.
Well, later in our packet, we also have the suggestion of what if we phase roommates out of 3-bedroom households and roommates and 3-bedroom units are only available to households with children. That is no?
No, so we,
Right, right.
if someone qualifies, we don't look at whether you have children or not is not.
No, I know that's not the rule
yeah.
right now, but it is brought up as a suggestion of like, should we reevaluate this? Because we have issues with 3 bedrooms and roommate situations and all of the problems
Well,
associated with
Aren't
those.
families protected? Like we can't specify how people are related in the house, right?
Yeah,
That's
so we have
discriminatory.
to set what household means. And
Right.
once we set it, we will
Then
follow
everything
that.
goes
They,
from
whether
there.
it's a chosen household, you choose your members, or whether it's, I mean, you choose your family too, but whether it's a household family that you are choosing to live with roommates, or whether it is a partner and or children that you're choosing, household will be defined and that's how we will implement it moving forward. So step 1 is just figuring out what do we want to constitute a household, and do we want more than one household to be able to live under the same roof? Because by the definition of both HUD and our guidelines, there can't be more than one household under the same roof because household is everyone who lives under the same roof. But under an alternative that looks at maybe a taxable household, there could theoretically be more than one household under the same roof because you're not filing taxes with your roommates.
So part of what I think Ashley was getting at, and I really agree with, is the circumstance and going back to the chart of income above current rent AMI for those roommate situations. My understanding is that at least some in there, and this is where I don't feel I have full comprehension or the greatest data for a circumstance, 3-bedroom household, for example, each income earner earns $50,000 annually. So $150,000 for that household, which is over AMI for that.
Okay.
But when taken individually in that roommate situation, that each one of those earners is 50% AMI, or $50,000 is what, like 65-70% AMI approximately? I was trying to look it up. Either way, somewhere in there below the area median income. So those are not wealthy people by Telluride standards by any means.
But when you combine their household incomes,
Yes.
they would appear to be wealthier
Yes.
because we count kids in a household, but we don't count, obviously they don't have income. So that's where it's like a 5-person household, whether it's 5 individuals versus a family of 5. That's where there's a differentiation. And that's why it would seem beneficial to the roommates to be counted as individuals rather than a household. A family doesn't have that opportunity. They can't separate out and say, well, my 3-year-old is a roommate, makes $0. They're, they get money, or like, there's no way to do that for a family, I guess was my point. And that was my question about when we're doing this, is that I'm not saying it's good or bad. That was just my question, is that's the idea behind creating a separate designation for individuals as roommates versus a household as just people living under the house.
What about married people who file separately? Are they two households?
I don't know. I mean, the government might say yes.
I mean, if we go by a taxable household definition, that would be like just another thing to throw in the mix.
I mean, I think
It's income earners.
what a lot of these, what multiple points in here, there's multiple questions that we're going to get to have shown is there's no, what feels like a perfect solution to
Sure.
all of this. It feels like someone will be disproportionately advantaged with whatever system we end up picking. And that's where I am leaning towards something along the method of what is your filing status? What is your tax filing status? And that is our definition of a household,
And then creating separate leases for each household within a unit.
probably,
Or-
probably.
I mean, could we potentially make a lease based on if we're looking at these individuals as separate households, which feels weird to even say, but take like an average of that AMI and base the rent off of that and have the roommates kind of negotiate size of room and how much each person pays and how much they're affecting the rent, like.
I hear what you're saying. I just worry about if you have two roommates where one just earns substantially more than the other. In that circumstance, where you have, you know, somebody at 80% AMI and somebody at 40% AMI.
And
I
you
don't
think
thi-
they should pay proportionally towards their income?
That's what I'm saying.
I think they have.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm against it. No,
Isn't
because
that the point?
Yeah.
because then you have two people for the exact same apartment paying highly different rents.
Yeah,
Literally the
I think
exact,
that's the right way to do it and the
And-
equitable way. to
and
do
we're
it.
gonna get into
But you're
that,
suggesting having separate AMIs and having separate leases for each room, but then somehow having the rent be the same across all three rooms?
I'm saying it can't be because
No
you
way.
can't have one household that makes 6 times more than the rent and another one that makes only 4 times more than the rent. That person that's making 6 times is in violation with the state statute. We can't provide them housing.
Kevin,
So I don't think we're in a position to make that conclusion yet. What you're referring to is CRS 29.4.210, where there are some provisions, some of which are mandatory, some of which are discretionary.
How is it not mandatory if it says it shall not accept?
Because under a number of those provisions, A through D, it talks about it may rent to these persons. It uses the language of may. So what you,
No, but shall is on part D, it says it shall not accept any family as a tenant in dwelling accommodations that are provided for persons of low income if the family who would occupy the dwelling accommodations has a net annual income in excess of 5 times the annual rent of the dwelling accommodations. And then there's ways that you can fluctuate that based on if they pay water and stuff like that. So that's my question.
so the shall is in the first sentence, and then it gives you criteria under that shall
Mhm.
as to how you qualify or what those requirements are. Not all are mandatory. It may. So that first subsection A, it may rent to these individuals. A5, it may rent to the individuals. I don't think we're there yet. We don't know the changes yet that are being proposed and how they might align with this state guideline. So I think keep talking, folks, but we're going to be looking at that. And it's not an issue that we're at right now because we don't know those numbers. We haven't set those numbers other than the current provision of the 5 times amplifier.
Delaney,
But it's important to raise that. I think that's a good point,
I just
but we're
wanted.
not
to-
there yet.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that what you're discussing right now and having this potential scenario of a separate lease in households where there are, if you change the definition, is going to be connected to another point that we're going to need for you to discuss, which has to do with the constant roommate turnover in units. Because if we have a 3-bedroom unit with 3 unrelated individuals with 3 individual leases, it's, in my opinion, as the person administrating this program, that it is then going to just keep that door open to constantly having roommates going in and out. Because if there's one person in the unit, for example, for 10 years, but there's 12 different people who come and go every 6 months. There's a concern with the unit turns when there's no stop to the roommate turnover. I just want you to keep that in mind as you
Yeah.
define household. If it opens the door to that problem, that's another problem.
Not to mention the wait list issue where you have a bunch of people on the wait list and whoever's living in the unit, if a roommate leaves right now, I think it's reasonable for that person to get to, for households to get to choose who their household is. But if we start treating each room as its own lease, then it's like whoever's next on the top of the wait list moves in. That's what's fair. And I think that that's way too much overreach on who people live with. And I don't think that that's what people want.
I'd
But-
also like to bring up two more considerations before you kind of go down this path. And I specified this in the staff memo, but less than 20% of our units are 3 or 4 bedroom units. So people who would find themselves in a roommate situation, usually single individuals, can live in a 1 or 2 bedroom unit with one roommate and usually meet all standards as is. It's really those 3 and 4 bedroom units that become more problematic. Essentially, what this means is that families really are best suited to less than 20% of our current housing stock. So by opening up that 20% to individuals who are already set up to be eligible for the 1 and 2 bedroom units, really takes that opportunity away from families even more. I
That's
would
what I was kind of
also,
bringing up before, but you were saying we can't make a rule with respect to that.
so the rule will be the rule when it is established, but I want you to think about the effect of the rule that you are establishing. So we're not dividing, the line is not divided at family, not family, but the effect of the language that you do implement by allowing, and it doesn't, so even a family could choose under your situation, even if it is 2 married individuals with children, they would be able to choose to have 2 leases for those adults. We will not require that they be under 1 lease for the family. They could still, if it's to their advantage, they could choose to have 2 different leases. But administratively, you're creating a very difficult program for Delaney to administer. You are probably disadvantaging families with that structure. And I also want to bring your attention back to that chart on page 2. You're creating a policy to benefit essentially 1/3 of the people who are out of compliance, but probably the detriment of 2/3.
So I think that we need to move on with this conversation so that we can get to some of the issues, but everything is going to stem from this household issue. So
Wait, sorry though, G, before you move on, question for you, Ally. Can you expand a little bit about how in that scenario you were just discussing, how families are disadvantaged?
So if we allow 4 unrelated individuals to live in a 4-bedroom unit, and we will not prohibit that, I want to be very clear, we don't prohibit 4 unrelated individuals from being in a unit, but they will likely be over the income limit. So by allowing unrelated individuals and defining household to be a taxable household rather than all people under one roof, we open up those 3 and 4 bedroom units to be essentially 4 1-bedroom units. And there are no 3 and 4 bedroom units. And a family can't have one person living in 1 bedroom and 4 different units. They need 1 4-bedroom unit. So by allowing 4 individuals to be under 4 different leases and a 4-bedroom unit, that unit will never enter the pool again as 1 4-bedroom unit because we're allowing them to re-sign individual leases, and it essentially becomes a dorm. The unit will not fully turn. As Delaney was getting back to earlier, and as is stated in the memo, there are problems there with upgrading the unit. Some of these units, and Delaney could give you some real life examples, have tenants that have been in there for over a decade because they're roommate households. We have not been able to get in there and make improvements that other units do have. And over time, the cost to upgrade that unit when it eventually does fully turn, it's so much more than if we had just been able to go in and do regular maintenance when it did fully turn. But in actuality, the 4-bedroom units and the 3-bedroom units that have converted to roommate situations, because we do allow people to assign their leases in that roommate situation, they don't turn. So a room might turn, but we don't have the opportunity to go in there and expect the damage. We have instances where we can no longer attribute damage to who the roommate that did it because they might have vacated 6 or 7 years ago, and we never had the opportunity to go in and do a full inspection and then take that damage out of a security deposit because they're also constantly reassigning security deposits as those rooms continue to turn. So there are a lot of issues with allowing the roommate situation in 3 and 4 bedroom units, which again, we will not prohibit, but the effect of the language that you adopt could make it harder for roommates in that situation and instead push them more towards the 2-bedroom units. There will probably be a few 3-bedroom situations where those roommates will still be able to stay under the AMI limits and meet the hours requirement. But most 4-bedroom units will most likely only be able to accommodate families where there's only 2 income earners or 1.
But these are also 4-bedroom units that for adults have maybe 4 to 8 jobs within our community. This is important to me. I also know that people often ask for inspections to be done, whether it's for general maintenance, rodents of things. So I'm finding myself in a really awkward situation here with that part of the argument. Also, I think that there's an opportunity here, like this is existing inventory for housing. And if there's a need for more family units, perhaps when we look to the future, we can do something. But if there's been 4 adults living in a unit for over a decade, contributing to our community, with some people that live there have 3 jobs.
So this is getting into a little bit of,
So I think we need to keep
equity.
it simple, more, like I think we're going down a rabbit hole. I hear what you're saying, Ally Slayton, about the language. But
do you think we shouldn't be making a rules that make it more allowable and incentivized for families that are trying to support children getting into subsidized housing with enough bedrooms for their children?
I think that
Or do you think it's more important to have
I think it's
more
a
job
bigger,
workers?
I think it's a big conversation, and I think that we need to come up with a solution that allows households that, there's 4 adults living there that work, 4 to 8 to 12 jobs within our community, but also have places for families. I don't think we need to be kicking out people from their 3 or 4 bedroom unit that have been here for 10+ years, working 8 to 12 jobs year round, so a family can move in. But I also know that we need a supply. I mean, I'm a single mother. I'm obviously going to advocate for families.
That's why I was
So,
confused about what your
But
point was.
it's very difficult to be having this conversation knowing that we need both.
Well, we need.
But I don't think we need to be
we would not be
removing
having
anybody
this
from their housing.
conversation if we had enough units.
I don't think.
But we
need to
don't
be
have enough
removing
units.
I don't think we need to remove anyone or send threatening letters, but what I do think we need to do is like look towards the future, and I know our list is long at Shandoka and everywhere else. But this is a difficult and emotional thing
Of course it
too.
is. And we've been discussing it here for months and months. So
Can I
let's,
also, can we clarify, and maybe I would just love to stop utilizing the number of jobs that people have. Unless the supposition is that these individuals have 2 40-hour-a-week jobs, because I think,
And there's that part too.
I
I mean,
mean-
there's some people that only work 17 hours a week.
So I
It's
think-
hard.
No,
I-
they wouldn't qualify if they only work 17 hours a week.
Well, I think in Shandoka,
I think,
Yeah,
I just
do.
think when we're talking about the number of jobs or the time that people are spending working and contributing to this community, that I would like the number of employers to be less important than all of the other aspects that we're discussing, because I think that that's irrelevant. If they have 1 or 5 or 10 employers, it doesn't necessarily matter if they're meeting the minimum number of hours. I think the fact that they meet the hours is what's important, not who's employing them and at what point in the year.
Teddy.
How tough is it when, you lightly discuss when someone's in a 3 or 4 bedroom unit and they starting to have that tenant turnover and they'd be more suitable for maybe the anchor tenant in there to be in a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom unit? How difficult is it on staff? Is it even realistic to think that you can move them? And, because because it's so hard if it's fluid how do you time getting the tenants in to balance your rent, but then downsize into a 1 or 2-bedroom to solve the problem? Is that something that's realistic for you guys to do or not?
So we do it now. I always refer to this as a giant puzzle,
Right.
because there's always, or a chessboard, there are always moving pieces. But I actually have a real life example, and I asked this tenant if they would, I'm not saying names, but if they would mind if I mention this. So we had a scenario with an awful roommate situation. It was contentious. One of them was worried about violence. And it was an unfortunate situation, which, sorry, I'm going to digress just a touch, takes me to the, if we tell people you have to have the next person on the wait list as your roommate, it could cause a similar situation. If you don't know this person, it could become conflicted. So this was not a 3-bedroom, but it was a 2-bedroom with a loft. So for all intents and purposes in Telluride, kind of a 3-bedroom. There was a situation, we decided that it wasn't working out and a non-renewal occurred. And they were both going to move out. In the end, one of them said, I'm just going to walk away, I'm moving out. And the other person said, well, I don't want to keep this unit because I don't want to keep dealing with situations like this. And we downsized them because timing was lucky and we had a 1-bedroom. And now that unit is going to be used to rehome a family of 5 who is currently living in a 2-bedroom, like a straight 2-bedroom. This is going to give them extra space. So we already do it when the opportunity is available to us. It's a giant puzzle.
But yeah, I was gonna raise the thing because that was part of my question is I think we can all generally agree that larger units are better in an ideal perfect situation, which we are not in, for families. But to Jesse's point, I think we also all agree that people trying to do the right thing, working jobs and just stuck in a tough situation of not enough housing alternatives. And if they just happen to be in a 3 or 4-bedroom, it's not right to, create a system that is overly prescriptive or overly punitive feeling for them either. And so the way out of it is sort of what Teddy's trying to say and what Delaney is acknowledging she's already doing of moving people around, right-sizing people into right-sized apartments. Because again, families are just trying to do the right thing. People are just trying to do the right thing. If they're meeting the other policies, meeting work requirements within a reasonable AMI, not above a certain income threshold that we'll set eventually, that those are all just people caught in our system without much alternatives to find the right housing for them.
I have a straw poll question to ask, just that's a quick follow-up for everybody on council, because this is going to come up with a lot of things. Do we as a council agree, going along with sort of Dan's train of thought here, that it is our priority as a Telluride Housing Authority to solve the housing issues for people who are currently in our housing and prioritize them over people who fully qualify that are not yet in our housing, that are maybe on a wait list? And we should be solving the puzzle primarily for folks who are in our housing, with future projects coming up, with finishing F building, with finishing Voodoo, and that people who are not yet in housing should not have access to those units until we solve the problem of who's in our housing now.
No.
No.
No, because that also makes an assumption, everybody that's gonna stay in the housing is gonna be here through all of those projects also.
Okay, what do you think, Jesse?
I need a minute to think.
Okay, Dan?
I don't know if I accept the premise that we have to make it this or that. I think that part of this exercise is going to create better policies that work for everybody, and that the only real solution out of this is building an adequate amount more of housing.
Well, we all agree with that. We wish that we had another 300 units to be working with, but we are limited by the amount of units that we have coming online shortly that are going to be open and available. And which our next topic, which is the wait list. And we talk about who's at the top of the wait list versus a roommate situation at Shandoka, or maybe like 4 individuals who are living in a 4-bedroom household that would like to downsize into 2 bedrooms that would work better for them, versus the 2-person household at the top of the wait list, and who gets that free unit. And that it's that fairness or equitability or direction that I think that is really going to help our community services director with how to process the wait list and how to help solve the puzzle, because every situation is going to be this awkward comparison of who deserves this more, which is a really hard position that we are all in right now because, you know, it's everybody deserves housing and we want to give everybody the appropriate housing that they need, or support them in that way. So I think that getting on the same page about that, I mean, I personally don't think that we should only be prioritizing folks who are in housing now over people who've been renting free market or driving in from Montrose and have been waiting on the wait list forever. And it sounds like the majority of council doesn't want to do that either. So, you know, of course, I think that no matter what policies that we agree on coming out of this, it will be a phased approach for how we roll that out, because of course we can't just say, okay, 10 of you can move into Voodoo and the rest of you are out. You know, we have to phase this all out. But I think that if we get on the same page policy wise and direction wise to understanding how we balance priority for folks who maybe are out of compliance versus not in units, I think that will help us move forward with implementation.
And can I just ask you a follow-up question on that? Because I think we're not actually that far off on some of this right here, but the question then becomes, how does that work for people who, again, have limited other alternatives already in our system, who then are out of compliance because they've got a promotion or they just are earning more money in our town, want to be in compliance, want to be in a more appropriate situation, but then in what you're suggesting are deprioritized?
Well, I'm not saying they should be deprioritized. I'm trying to figure out what the sense of council is about how we balance that prioritization. My solve and what I think we should do is if we create tiers and amend our regulations so that people are not out of compliance anymore, then there's not an issue. And maybe we go to a month-to-month lease with folks who are in the new tier system, and when a new option comes up and we're able to offer them to switch potentially, or if they enter the lottery, then they are able to get a better situation from their perspective. And if they aren't, and if we are unable to provide each and every unit or household that has a new, you know, policy applied to them and change their rent, then their options are to stay within the tiered system and pay the appropriate rent compared to their income, or move out and find somewhere else to live. That's what I think is the correct path. And I think, I mean, you know that we've talked about this a million times. Allie, did you want to add something?
No, I'm really glad you brought that up, because I think it's very important to kind of also divide this again. There's going to be implementation of this. But also what I'd like you to keep in mind is, what should this program look like 5, 6, 7 years from now, after we've gone through several iterations of renewals? Because we have heard you loud and clear that you don't want anyone to lose their current housing. And we understand that. How we read that, though, is not that three qualified individuals who are unqualified as a household for a 3-bedroom unit. It's not that we non-renew their lease and they have to find housing elsewhere. It's that we place them on a month-to-month, and as 1-bedrooms come available, or as a 2-bedroom comes available, we move them into a more appropriate unit. So the effect here is not that people will lose their housing, it's that they will be rehomed into more appropriate housing as it comes available. And then eventually 2, 3, 4 years from now, the program will look as it's intended under these new policies, where every household is qualified for the unit that they occupy.
I do think that there's a challenge, though, and we've been obviously discussing this for a number of years, where, you know, we all acknowledge that there is not enough housing that is truly affordable for the people that are living and working in this community.
Mhm.
But as time goes on, the increase of free market homes continues to increase. And so the availability of the people at the upper echelons of, you know, of salaries, they cannot make that jump. So they are remaining in these programs. However, we have new individuals coming into this community that are making far less and are far more deserving of the subsidy, which is essentially what we're offering. Is we're subsidizing people's housing in order to make sure that they can live here. And so as much as I think our desire is to keep everyone in housing, I think it's not necessarily in this housing. And I think what's important to recognize is who should be in these particular units, not necessarily that if you have been living in this, on this, at whatever property for however long, that you at the upper echelon of that income limit deserve to be in that unit simply because you have been there, as opposed to somebody else who should be there because their salary is lower. Because at the end of the day, the ability to move within the free market system is much easier for somebody with a higher salary than it is for somebody with a lower salary. So I don't want to prioritize somebody that has been living in one of our rental housing projects and is making $120,000 or making $90,000 over somebody who is making $40,000 and is living in free market housing, because that person is in a much more dangerous position than somebody that is making double their salary.
I agree with that.
But me and I think we agree, but isn't by prioritizing that person making 90,000, quote unquote, by moving them into a higher tier unit or more commensurate with their household size, moving them to a different unit. If they're currently in Shandoka or a low AMI target unit, doesn't that in fact prioritize that person making $40,000? Because then there's that space.
And, but until when? So we move them into that unit when it becomes available. So until that person who is making $90,000 is moved to the appropriate housing, that person that is making $40,000 is struggling in the free market. So how is that truly equitable when we're looking at the large scope of what this program is designed to do?
So I don't quite get what you're suggesting then, of that 40,000 person making $40,000 gets to apply to any project, no matter what.
Mhm.
This is getting into the rent tier discussion. One of the main problems I have in it, it's under that set of rules. If we allow any AMI to apply for any project, it's very feasible to see a set of circumstances where, say, Voodoo, for example, you have many people at a low AMR target living in that, and that project ends up being cost negative. You end up having taxpayers further subsidize that project and housing because those people are making less money, pay a lower rent, and then that project doesn't meet its costs. And then both other people in our projects in town managed properties are subsidizing it, as well as the rest of the taxpayers are subsidizing it through our affordable housing fund.
But I think that's where you and I have a complete philosophical difference, because I believe that you believe that each project should be a standalone set of a spreadsheet, if you will, set of accounting. And I believe that we should be adjusting the financing of the program overall. So I believe that because I think we will need to continuously be paying for new projects, renovations, whatever it is throughout the course of time, really. Ultimately, I don't ever see us moving into a system where we're ever going to have the free market and deed restricted interplay that we had 10 years ago. And so I believe that the deed restricted housing program overall should be looked at, as opposed to saying Voodoo's numbers are this and Shandoka's numbers are this, and therefore the rent should be this, and therefore the people that are living in those units should be that. That's the difference. That you and I have talked about this, and we just don't align on that. But
how does that not get accomplished? How does your goal not get accomplished? Going to rent tiers, and I apologize to staff that we're hopping around now. This is clearly, there's a lot of interplay between all of these topics, so apologies. But how is your proposal, or how is your concept not accomplished by example 2 in the staff memo on the topic of tiers, where it lays out all of Shandoka is tier A, Virginia Placer is tier B, Sunnyside is tier C, etc. How does that not accomplish that goal of which you're speaking, where you have a tier system, but it's based off of project?
I feel like that's class segregation. It's not equitable.
I just disagree on that so firmly. It's
Well,
just,
I mean,
Well-
I think that's the point. We disagree on that.
but And I just cannot justify asking other taxpayers, especially other people in our housing system, to further subsidize somebody else
But they've
living in.
been
Actually, no.
underpaying for the past however many years and lying on their lease and saying that they are not exceeding the rent or their income has not been exceeding it. I don't think that anybody is nefariously doing that. Everybody is desperate to stay in their homes. But people who have been over income have been underpaying for the past many years.
And
Based on how we assess
It is-
rent at all of our
That is
projects.
the only project that is cost positive.
but here's the other thing though, too, beyond
It's the only one that's generating income and revenue for our town currently.
we're not asking, and I want to be so clear about this because this is a conversation and a comment that I've heard so often, and it is so frustrating to me. We are not asking other individuals that are living in deed restricted housing to subsidize other workforce individuals. We are asking for the people that are in those units that are making more money to accept less of a subsidy, less money from the community to support their lifestyle. We are not asking them to subsidize other individuals. We are saying you don't need as much as them. So we are not going to give you as much as them. That's what we're asking. We're not asking for somebody in, I don't know, Sunnyside to subsidize people in Shandoka. We are asking for people in Shandoka that are making enough money to be able to pay more, to accept less money from the community to support their lifestyles.
I agree. But that it doesn't, that doing that without acknowledging that there are better and worse units ignores the reality of life. And it even is highlighted in our staff memo when it's talking about wait lists and moving around, where you're talking about a person in a 1-bedroom, example 2 under households. A person in a 1-bedroom wants to move into a nicer unit, goes to the upstairs unit and moving in it. We staff themselves is acknowledging, as we all should as well, it's not apples and oranges. Some units cost more to build. Some units have nicer, newer amenities. Some units have nicer views, like in all things real estate, location, location, location. So to put one set of systems across all of our projects and acknowledge that there's not different, or to say that there's not differences in them, is ignoring reality. It
That's
doesn't.
how everyone, all other subsidized housing programs across the country work, is you pay a certain percentage of your income. The units are the same.
I do not
So
think.
we have been on our own because Telluride, we like to do things our own way. But I think that when we get to true equitability and true support and recognizing that people who make less money also deserve a chance to live in subsidized housing that is new as well, that's where I stand on it. I'm a little concerned that we could just talk about this forever and ever. We've been on it for an hour and 10 minutes already. I would like to hear from, kind of want to hear from the public. It seems like we can't really move forward until we decide this household piece, and then we can discuss other things. So there are some folks in the room and on Zoom that I'm assuming would like to make public comment. Is everybody okay with hearing some public comment before we deliberate on kind of this first issue and then move forward?
Yeah, that's good. Great.
Okay, great. If there's anybody in the room who would like to make public comment, if you could raise your hand and come up to the podium. Tiff's got a sign up sheet right there and can go ahead and sign in or come speak on any of the issues we've addressed so far. Please.
Allie, I'm gonna temporarily stop sharing your screen so I can pull the timer up.
Hi, I'm Adrienne Christie. I live in town. I do have the pleasure of owning a deed restricted unit, and I will honor that privilege that I have before making these comments. I guess I just have two simple things. One is, Dan, what you are describing is the projects and the history of housing in the United States of America. Putting all the people that are poor in one building, in one place, in one community within a city is super problematic and very or just historically has not been appropriate in the United States. We've seen it in other cities. I'm happy to pull up some research and share that with you just so you have it. Secondly, I would just say that it's so hard to make everything work for everyone, and that is not your job. Your job is to make it work for the most amount of people. And in my opinion, as a single person who does not have children, it's your job to make it work for our families, because kids in our community, parents in our community are truly what's making it happen. While I appreciate the idea that it's about jobs and it is workforce housing, there is sort of an interplay between those two that are hard. But prioritizing families and lower income, I think, is the best step forward, and the approach that this community needs more than trying to make it so equitable, or so fair and equal. That's not possible in life. Fairness and equalness is not possible, but equity is what we should be striving for. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Could you please, Tiff, unmute Doug Tooley? We'll go back and forth between online and the room.
Hello, folks. To start off with, I have some concerns about legal counsel standing back from the system. I think they are more responsible for where we are now than Town Council Geiger is presenting himself as. I do have, I'm a resident of Mountain Village and Village Court Apartments. I do have, I think, some standing in these broader issues, having been the victim of housing discrimination by your former housing director, Melanie Montoya, under attorney Lois Major. As you recall, Ms. Montoya is currently working for Paul Major on medical issues, which also continue this problem, expand this big picture problem, and this standing. These are deep issues, and in spite of the lack of openness and transparency, I believe people are addressing these. We're talking about household sizes. I think it's clear that families need to have priorities for the multi-bedroom units, and it sounds like you're well on the way to establishing those policies, and I would hope the council can execute those. I have a question, and that goes to whether on application, roommate situations are allowed to wait list separately, so they actually have two entries, or whether they're required to apply at onset as a single household. This goes to some of the power dynamics in unmarried relationships. And you want to, it's not domestic abuse, but it is an imbalance of power to have one person being the master lessee. And I think it's appropriate to, if you have a romantic relationship of any preference, that those individuals apply jointly and that be worked out at application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Next in the room, we have Mason Osgood with a comment.
Oh, this is strange. Thanks. Hi, Mason Osgood. I don't live in town. I live in Ophir, but I'm moving to town July 1st. So that's
Woohoo.
exciting. I'll be here a lot. Thanks. I'll just start by saying I really agree with Councilwoman Meehan Fee's comments. I think it's maybe an uncomfortable truth to accept the fact that there are some nicer and there are some older affordable housing units in our community. And I truly believe everyone, especially those at lower income levels, deserve to have selection of all different types of affordable housing units. I'm strongly in favor of the tiered system across all of our affordable housing units in this community. I'll just throw out something that I've been thinking about is how we think about these tiers, especially in relation to charging their percentage of their monthly income. There's numbers that have been thrown around. 30% of your monthly income should be the rental fee, or 20% of your rental income. Something I've been thinking about, and this goes to like the federal tax structure, is a progressive rental income structure. So those, for example, making 45% of AMI, which would be around $31,000 a year, you guys could think about charging them around 10% of their total annual income. Or perhaps those making around $139,000 a year, which is 200% AMI, you could increase their monthly rent to around 32% of their total annual income. And so this takes into account a lot of those structural difficulties that those at lower incomes are experiencing in our community. And it also doesn't necessarily kick anyone out at higher incomes. You're just going to charge them a lot. And so if they're okay paying $3,600 a month in Shandoka, then so be it. I think maybe also we just accept the fact that those, as some of you have mentioned, with higher income levels, perhaps have more opportunities in the free market. So under that structure, you don't have to kick anyone out. You're also going to charge some people at higher incomes a lot of money to live in affordable housing units. Just a thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. Next in line online, we have Danny Kraft. Danny, are you able to unmute yourself with, is it *9?
There we go.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, sweet. So good morning. I'm sorry I can't be there right now. But, you know, I just want us to kind of take a step back just for a second, remember what the role of government is. In my opinion, one of the main roles of government is actually to provide something that the free market is unable to provide. Obviously, in this scenario, we're talking about housing. In Telluride, the free market is not doing a great job of providing housing at all. But in these scenarios, when you're talking about AMIs that are over 200% AMI, and you're allowing someone to live within a unit that's making over 200% of AMI, then what you're saying is you're saying that you're valuing them to save money as opposed to the individual that has no other options. So just to break this down into dollars, when you're talking 200% of AMI for a 3-person household, you're talking $197,000 a year. So those obviously 2 working people and a child. So that's $16,000 a month. So 30% of that, if you look at a standard mortgage payment, it's about $4,900 a month. These individuals are paying a significant amount less than that. The argument that I always hear is that there's no options in the free market. Well, actually there are. There's 3 Lawson Hill units right now that are listed for sale that would fit a 3-person household right now. And all those qualifying mortgages would actually be less than that monthly payment. So we continue to kind of make this argument, yet there actually are units out there that are available to purchase, or there are individuals out there that actually can pay $4,000 a month in rent. And although I'm not a proponent of kicking individuals out, I do think that at some point you need to look at that, and you need to understand that these higher income individuals, really what you're doing is you're allowing them to save money versus allowing the individual, like some people within this community that are making $60,000 a year, no options, because they truly have no options. They're either traveling from Montrose or Ridgeway, or they leave the area. So personally, I appreciate what some of you are trying to do on this committee, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Do we have any more comment from in the room?
Hi there. I'm Emily Madison. I live in town. I live in a free market unit. I live right around the corner from Voodoo, and I'm so happy that Voodoo's been being built. As a taxpayer who is this middle-class person who, even though my house is appreciated substantially, I'm not gaining that benefit till I sell it. And if I sell it, I'll have to leave too. So I'll be here for quite some time and I'll pay whatever increases in taxes, which go to these subsidies. And again, I'm happy for the affordable housing program and I'm very appreciative of what everybody's trying to accomplish here. What I want to say is regarding the people who might end up in voodoo, my personal opinion is I want it to be anybody. I don't care who it is. But as you all have said, I want those people who have never, ever gotten a subsidy ever, who are overpaying and struggling. I'd like them to have priority. Okay, so from a class perspective, I want the lower income earners living right around the street from me. As long as they're not, as long as they're good neighbors, and you know what good neighbors are, following the rules, picking up your trash, that kind of stuff. So I really don't want to see something where we're prioritizing people who make more money to shift and take those spots away from people who have been, never getting subsidy. And then the other thing is, somebody brought up in the comments a very interesting concept of helping people transition into the free market. Yeah, the free market is obnoxious right now, but at some point it's going to settle down. And we need programs where people can shift into the free market, like helping them with sweat equity. There's a ton of people here from like the 90s who ended up, building their own homes, getting lots, and putting their own sweat equity into it. That's kind of what we did. And moving around a lot and that sort of thing. So again, I don't want to see some administrative headache where we, the taxpayers, are pay this growing and growing administration to try to navigate a even more complex system than it is. It's hard enough to kind of shift. And I want to say how much I appreciate what Delaney and Allie are doing with the big chess puzzle that you guys are trying to deal with. I really appreciate it. And as far as people who are out of compliance, this might get a little off topic, but the whole fining system, I think just gets more out of compliance, and we just put more money in the coffers, and we don't really fix anything that way. Perhaps people out of compliance can rectify their situation in different ways. But again, I can't emphasize enough how much I would love to see the lower income earners live near me.
Thank you, Ms. Masson. We'll go online to hear from Dave Johnson, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. 3 quick things, just to stay as close to possible as I can to being on topic. Just one very large caution. The idea of doing separate leases in an apartment with unrelated people creates so many administrative problems that I would rather not see you folks give it serious consideration. If you're dealing with a bunch of individuals, that's just repeating myself. You're just not going to end up liking the situation. I'm perfectly happy for you guys to kind of talk about that so that you can start understanding it. But it's pretty important to being able to keep in control of those larger units. As to the waiting list, I'd really suggest taking a look at some of the other communities that are in similar situations. A number of them have completely abandoned the concept of a waiting list. Some details are in my written comments. You might want to take a look at that. Delaney's made the comment about the chess game of moving people around. I'm very in favor of having staff having that kind of discretion. I'm a little concerned with how can we write any rules that give her guidance in doing that. The better we can kind of publicly say, hey, these are our priorities when we're juggling people around, the better it's going to work in the long run. But the discretion is extremely important to being able to solve these things. So that's pretty much all I have to say for the moment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anybody else in the room for comment?
Within the town of Village, now today, pretty town, but I don't have anything super unique to add to my comment, but I just really wanted to reiterate that I appreciated your comments around how the request from the majority, it seems like the town council members, is to ask that higher income earners in the community to be receiving less of a subsidy in a way that we be able to support the lower income earners.
Marissa, could you get just a little closer to the mic? Sorry.
Yeah, I think battery's died again. Would you mind stepping up to this mic at that table? Sorry.
Sorry, I just got a message that they couldn't hear you.
See every time. Sends me a text that says,
We can't hear you. Okay, better?
Yeah, great.
Okay, cool. So I'm Marissa. I live in BCA in Mountain Village, but previously I've lived in town and in Hillside. And I work with families who live in town and go to school here. And don't have a super unique comment to add, but just wanted to reiterate that I really appreciated how Meehan framed her point around tiers, that we're asking higher income earners who live in town-owned housing to be receiving less support from the community, and that we are here to support with subsidies lower income earners so that they can remain in town and stay a part of our community over the long haul. I also really liked Mason's suggestion of a tier within a tier, thinking about folks who are earning closer to $30,000 and how that is, their lifestyle is incredibly different here than folks who are earning closer to $90,000 or $100,000. As a member of Collaborative Action for Immigrants, we're also here to say that focusing on ways in which different housing projects aren't going to be segregated for community members is incredibly important. We want to allow newer projects and every project going forward to be accessible to people of all levels of income. We don't want to create instances of segregation in our community. And yeah, I want to live in a place where we value someone, we value all members of our community equally, and it doesn't sort of change based on what their income level is. I think this is all like a very challenging conversation, but ultimately, hopefully the goal of all of this is to be reducing something like a barbell effect, where we have a community where we have the ultra wealthy on one end of the barbell, and then we have lower income people on the other end, and we lose everyone in the middle. Like, hopefully we don't end up in a position like that, and we actually have like a lot more integration across the whole spectrum. So yeah, hopefully we can find a way to balance all of that. I'd like to say that members of Collaborative Action for Immigrants are paying attention to these conversations. There was a conversation that happened a couple weeks ago where funding was accepted for the Voodoo project that is going to exclude folks who will not be able to provide lawful presence from living in those units. I know Claudia and Adrian were able to make a comment. Other folks were not able to be able to be here to do that. And I think that really stung CAFE members. That is going to sting and hurt a lot of members of our community who have found out that that money was accepted. So I guess I also just want to say that we're here, we're paying attention. We want to be a part of the conversation going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Marshalka. We would like to hear next from Todd Creel on Zoom. Could you please unmute him?
Hey, good morning. Thank you for your time. Thanks for working on this difficult subject. It's not an easy one. Just a couple of points I wanted to mention. As someone who's supported affordable housing in Telluride for many decades, I feel like our primary focus should be on those who are in the most need. those who make the least money, and those who, are most in need of the subsidy that we're providing. It's a little hard for me sometimes to think about somebody who's approaching 200,000 displacing somebody who's making 30. I do agree though with Meehan that everyone should be treated equally. I think the units should be treated equally. I think all the people should be treated equally. And I don't think there should be a mechanism whereby one particular person can kind of work the system to upgrade their living situation and their unit, as some have expressed. I also think, and I don't know when you guys discuss this particular part of that, how you qualify, but from my point of view, along with those who most need the subsidy, should be those who have to live in the valley. It's just come to my attention that there are some, and one person who sits on the THA whose job doesn't actually require them to live in Telluride. If you're a distributor, a salesman for a product for a company in Denver or outside of Telluride, should you be treated equally to a person who's opening a restaurant or shoveling sidewalks or working on the lifts or working a construction job? Some job they have to be there for every single day, every single week. In my mind, the people that have to work in the valley every day and combined with those who most need the subsidy, those are the people we should be focusing on. Unfortunately, we don't have enough units to meet everyone's needs, and I hope as a community we'll create more as time goes on. I'm sure we will. But given our shortage and given what we're faced with now, I think it's imperative that as a group, you guys make sure that whatever program you implement favors those and prioritizes those who need it the most and who absolutely have to live in the valley in order to do their job. And I guess I'll close by saying I do believe there's still a conflict on your board. I find it surprising that it kind of just gets swept under the rug. I did learn from my own filing that the only people who have purview over that are town council. No one else can make a ruling as to who has a conflict or doesn't. I'm not here to attack anyone. I appreciate what you're all doing. I love this town. I've never filed a complaint against anyone in my whole life. But I think what's going on, you can hear from the tone of the conversation, it's being steered to the benefit of someone who sits on the board, but will also benefit from decisions being made by the same board. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Creel. Do we have anybody else in the room who'd like to give comment? Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claudia Garcia Curcio, and I'm going to be pretty brief because everyone has pretty much said everything. I lived in Sunnyside, loved living in Sunnyside, but I am getting married, so I moved down Valley. So I'm really happy about that. And I'm all for the tier system. I think you all got a letter from CAFE, Collaborative Actions for Immigrants, on the difference between equity and equality. I think those are two very different things. To be fair looks very different than to be equitable, and you have to meet people where they're at. And one thing that really resonates with me, being an undocumented immigrant Latina here, is a third of our population is Spanish speaking. And I've seen a lot of displacement, and it hurts when community members have to travel from other places because they don't have housing. They don't have a sense of community. You have folks traveling from Montrose and other areas to work here 10-hour days, how many hours, and then go back home and don't have a community that they can call a community or attend the library for events. So again, I am all for a tier system. I think it worked well at Sunnyside. I think the new tier system for Shandoka is going to be a little bit different and a little bit broader. The one at Sunnyside was a little different, but I definitely agree with that, with knowing where people are at in their income that they're making. And that was pretty much my comment. I thank you all. I know this is a really hard conversation when we talk about affordable housing, but another thing is when we talk about affordable housing, I would call it secure housing if it's not affordable, because I don't think everything is affordable based on your income. When you look at someone that's a social worker and then someone that's a realtor, there's a big gap right there. So really thinking of what the medium looks like and meeting people halfway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Curzio. Can we please hear from Daniel Zemke over Zoom, please?
Hi, I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for undertaking the work. This is very necessary. Obviously, there's a lot of great comments that have been made, and I appreciate those. It's a little difficult to understand the concept of people who are supposedly not required to be here, given the fact that there are a number of companies that are not specifically located here that, I don't know, let's start with TSG, a Delaware corporation, for starters, that, you know, would basically exclude a lot of those same people. So without going into further detail on that, I'm sure you're going to explain that, and I'm sure you're going to explain your decisions. But the reason for my comment is based on this. It makes sense to me that maybe in these discussions, you guys consider appointing an administrative law judge type person, similar to what you do for marijuana. And having served in that position, it takes away the commissioners as decision makers. You should be legislating. This is perfect. But I think ultimate decisions regarding the housing situation should be presented to the SMRHA board. And then if there are problems, they should be kicked up to an admin law judge type person. Certainly not advocating for that as an attorney, because I wouldn't want to sit in that position. But I think it puts a separation of powers between you as legislators and decision makers, which is something that should be considered in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zemke. Do we have any more comments in the room? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna close public comment for now, and turn it back over to the board. We've gotten a chance to sort of discuss the issues, the starting point issues, together. Now we've heard from more public comment. Maybe we could go down the line and everybody can get a chance to express their desires moving forward. I'm going to try and keep some notes, and then we can go through the questions in order through the packet and give thumbs up, thumbs down for different issues. Would anybody like to start?
So this is, sorry, I just want to clarify, we wanted our definition for household. Is that what we're simply discussing right now?
I mean, I suppose we could start there and just do our feedback about that. I think that I'm assuming that everybody on council would like to give their reasoning rather than just put a thumb up for how to define household. So that's why I was trying to give a chance to like give your comments.
But
as
that's
well.
what we're gonna, that's what we're
Yeah,
starting with.
we're
That's
gonna
it.
we're
Okay.
gonna all get a chance to explain where we stand on the things we've discussed. Definition of household. Let's keep it to definition of household, and yeah, let's start there, and then we'll move on to wait list, and then we'll move on to tiers. Because I think that those first two will be a shorter discussion. They're all long discussions. But I think, you know, we've all had a chance to be considering this for the past weeks and some of us months. And we've heard some great comment and engagement from the public. So would anybody like to start?
I'll go. I think that the definition of a household should be based off of income earners, excluding minors. So
Do you mean as a
fam-
whole
as a-
household?
yeah, so if it's 2 parents and 5 kids, it's the 2 parents. I mean, like a household. So this is, it's very convoluted, right? So a family is a family of 5, but when we're talking, this is eventually going to lead to how we determine their tiers and their income. So it's hard to
But we
define.
can't discriminate that if
No.
a household has children in it, that it's different. What our choices are: defining a household as the people who live under the roof, or defining a household as income, or excuse me, like tax filing families.
So that's what I was kind of getting at.
So
I
you
guess.
would prefer the second option?
Yes.
Okay.
But-
So taxpayer household, which would require multiple leases per unit.
I don't know that that is necessarily true.
I don't think it is, but
Well, Delaney, can you shed some light on that for us, or Ally? Because
I think what you're saying is it would open the door for the possibility of more than one lease per unit.
Sure.
it could if they wanted to,
Mhm.
but perhaps they do
Well,
not.
or if their family didn't meet, so let's say it was an individual, they file by themselves, that's one household. They could qualify for a 2-bedroom unit with a roommate, because we also, keep in mind, we also have minimum occupancy. So there has to be at least 2 people in a 2-bedroom unit. regardless of age, regardless of earning status. So that person could sign a lease for one bedroom so long as the other bedroom also had another household, or they added someone to their taxable household. Let's say it was a couple filing jointly. So it opens the door. It doesn't require, but it opens the door to that possibility of having more than one household in a unit and more than one lease for a single unit.
Or we could say that a one-person household cannot, because they don't.
We
qualify.
could. Mhm.
Okay, without getting too into the weeds, Elena, how would you like to define a household?
I think a household is I don't think we should enter a situation where we're leasing room by room. I think I'm leaning towards a household being defined by the number of people living under it. I do understand the complications with roommates and still wonder if there is some kind of calculation where we could accommodate how people filing taxes separately. However, that seems to open up a can of worms that I don't know that we can solve. I also like that the system of a household being defined by the number of people living under it kind of self-corrects the issue we're having with 3 to 4 bedroom units. So it feels like we're kind of solving another problem by using that definition. So that is one of the reasons why I'm leaning in that direction.
Is the tiered approach?
No,
No, just households.
households.
Okay. Okay, Teddy?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, whether it's the HUD definition or the current THA guidelines definition of household, I like kind of sticking with that. And I just don't want to open up further work for staff, further complications by just breaking it down. And we can I think we can get to our goals with the other policies that we're going to discuss. That will be very helpful. And we all know our needs study for housing will come out, and we know that the town of Telluride and the region need to be better. We'll start creating the steps of, getting people less restrictive and having more options. And that will happen. I don't know when, but it will. And so let's not create more problems for everyone. And again, either one doesn't matter to me, to be honest, whether it's the HUD or the THA. I'd lean towards THA, but that's what I think.
Okay, Mian?
I'd like to stay with the THA guidelines, the current definition.
Okay, Ashley?
Yeah, I think that doing a lot of math over here. I mean, obviously, if you want to get down to it, if you do individual households, it's going to be a lot of work to separate that out. I think that sticking with our traditional understanding of household, I also think that that's more in line with state statutes. So I would prefer us to maintain the household as people who live under the same roof.
Okay, Dan?
Just quick point of clarity from staff. For the THA guidelines, in the caveats, it says tenants don't count towards household when determining assets and income. In this context, would that mean that if we were to adopt that as policy for rental policy, that means you're separating roommates away from each other?
No, so the way I understand, and please clarify if this is a misunderstanding, but those who have voted in favor of the guidelines definition so far, I read as adopting the staff recommendation, which is adopting that definition of household being all of those under the roof with no exceptions, which the guidelines has later down. So it's the guidelines definition, but not adopting those caveats. So we still look at one household.
That's what I see.
Thank you for that clarification. I do not support that. Again, part of this whole conversation, and as everyone here said at a previous meeting, of the seeking equity of having the same standard applies for purchase housing and for rental housing. This is a clear way in which purchase deed restricted housing is advantaged, where you get to disaggregate your tenants from it, from roommates living in the same household. So this is a way in which we are, again, playing a much harsher standard to renters who don't have the same privileges and advantages of deed restricted purchase.
Can I ask a question? What is the difference? And maybe I'm just glossing over something, but what is the difference between an unmarried couple with two incomes and two roommates?
There will be none.
So I guess my question is, why would we separate out the two roommates simply because they are not contractually obligated to stay together for purposes of income?
Because your debts aren't connected. I'm not responsible for my roommate's debts, that my assets they don't have access to, and vice versa. I don't have the privilege of their assets. And when you're talking about a couple integrating their lives together, there's these other, you're not only sharing far more expenses than the average roommates are sharing with each other as a couple trying to entwine their lives together. You're also not sharing your assets, and you're not responsible for one another's debts.
I think
And
that's
you
an
probably won't have a
assumption.
kid together.
I think that's an assumption. I think that I know plenty of married people who keep completely separate bank accounts and have different money.
I think that is the exception, not the rule.
Here's the difference that I think that the way I see a difference between the deed restricted policy with regard to a roommate and household versus rentals is there's a power dynamic that is occurring with the deed restriction ownership program where one person owns the home, but in the lease, everyone is equal in the eyes of the lease. We don't have someone who we have seen this effectively playing out as like one person controls the lease and determines who gets to be added to it. But I think we're all agreeing that that is not a fair or an equitable way of doing things. And everybody who's on the lease has equal rights within the lease and cannot just decide somebody needs to move out. They have to go through a process with the community services department if they're having an issue, but they are equal. So I think that there's that makes a really large distinction between the dynamics of an ownership program where someone who owns a house can say, hey, I'm not getting along with my roommate. I'm not going to renew their lease and they need to move out because they are the owner and they get to decide who lives in their home. Whereas in our rental programs, if 2 or 3 or 4 people all sign the lease, no one of them is in charge and gets to control things.
But what we're dancing around here is by adopting this policy, what you're effectively saying is that roommates have a lower income cap. You are required to make less money when you have roommates. And that we don't have, as we've all acknowledged, we don't have enough housing inventory to move those people into the appropriate sized unit, which would then allow them to their income to go up.
Well, that's why I want to up the AMI max for these units, and that's where the tiers come involved. So to get back to, because I really feel like we've discussed this so many times and we need to move on to the next topic. What I'm hearing from you, Dan, is you would prefer household to be defined as taxable households.
Yes, without connecting that to individual leases per, yes.
Without.
Was
Okay.
that
I don't
done,
know
though?
how
Because
you
that's,
even do-
Because
I'm
it's-
not against that. I just don't see how it's practically.
So because you have a qualification standard for per room, similar as what we're doing with THAG, where you have a tenant. And that person is required to qualify as a single person household. But then they still live in that same household that has all the other guidelines of THAG.
But how do you write a lease? Explain to me how you write the lease.
How does this work?
What's the practical application? Because I don't understand how you do that.
Sure. So, again, this is spitballing and hammering it out. So details are still coming together, but the general vision in my mind is you have a lease just like we have now. The rent is set based off of our current policy of this is a cost neutral enterprise. These are enterprise funds. And you have to qualify for that as an individual with the understanding, or you qualify as your household, whether that's individual or multi, with the understanding that if you were to lump all those people together, what you're effectively doing is lowering the AMI target for those individuals. So all I'm trying to say is you're separating the idea of you're charging this because you're earning this. You're charging, we keep the policy we have, which is this is what it costs to build and operate this building. And then for the qualification, it is, okay, here is the max income for a one-person household. And then you still have all the other policies, earned income standard, hours requirements.
You didn't
And-
answer the question. Me and Ashley and Dan are gonna live in a 3-bedroom home and we're unrelated. How do we figure out how much each of us are paying in rent? Who signs the lease? How is our household, all of us and each of us individually at the same time?
So you all sign the lease. It's one lease for the person. The qualifications for income, which is really what we're talking about here, look at you as a one-person household. And we set
And then the rent is commensurate with.
With
all
our
of those
individual
salaries.
incomes?
the rent is commensurate with what it costs.
So how
Same
do-
as it is now.
How do we write that into a lease?
Same as-
I think Dan's throwing out.
No, and there's,
Yeah, that's the.
When you, sorry, no, Ashley, I want to answer your question. So what am I
Rent
not?
would stay the same.
well, let's not even go on, let's ignore that part of this conversation right
It-
now, and let's talk about how the lease would actually operate. Not
But I-
phrasing of what the lease is.
Right.
Just for
This-
everybody's
trying to
sake of conversation.
Figure it out.
So when that one roommate, when Ashley decides that she wants to move out, and so she effectively breaks the lease. Because all 3 individuals have signed the lease, what then?
Then same as it's operated now, and those 2 roommates find another qualified tenant and move them in. I would like to see a system that empowers staff to provide tenants with a list of people on the waiting list, so we can try to work within that to get people who have been waiting into housing, but we have to allow households to be able to choose who they're living with.
What
So you wanna
happens?
Keep everything the same.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have an enforced income standard, but we recognize that aggregating roommates into one household for the purposes of qualification is not working, and it doesn't acknowledges the circumstances of Telluride.
But what happens
That's what I'm
to our,
saying.
what happens to our rental rate?
G and Jesse, can you listen to this?
Yeah,
Because
sorry.
this is important. Please, thank you.
What happens to our rental rate, like in this scenario that we just talked about? We're 3 roommates. We have a lease, we have the money that we're gonna pay. That's based, because we're one household, it's gonna have to be based on all of our combined incomes put together to figure out which tier we're gonna be in, correct? In a tier system. So then let's say I leave. Now we have to redo our lease. We bring in a new roommate. The new roommate is Teddy. Teddy makes twice as much money as I made when I lived here. So now our household income under this, because we're 3 individuals, is going to adjust. Presumably then, each individual person's would have a new rental rate following that, correct?
I'm not presuming that. I would say that there's a strong chance that Teddy in your hypothetical wouldn't qualify. If you can't pick any roommates, there's still qualifications. If the person you're trying to have move in is over income, then they're not allowed to move in. Then that doesn't work. That's,
I think it just seems like I don't understand how it works, because it's like, if, let's say it was 50% in AMI and Teddy's 100%.
Aren't we just talking about the definition of a household and?
Yeah, I think let's maybe bring this back to the waitlist conversation.
Yeah.
I think that makes Delaney.
Let's let Delaney comment, and then I'd like to say what I would think, and then we'll have our straw poll.
I may just not be catching the nuance of this, but in this discussion that just occurred, I don't see how we could do what you're describing without having separate leases for it to actually work in practice. There may be a way, at this moment, after hearing your discussion, I can't in my mind, as someone who right now administers the program, can wrap my head around how that scenario will work or could work without separate leases, just letting you know.
Okay. I think that the household definition should stay the same as it is. So we have everyone, Elena, Teddy, Mian, Ashley, and Geneva, who are in favor of having the household definition be defined by the number of human beings who live under the roof. And then we have Dan, who believes it should be taxable household groups. And Jesse, did you want to clarify your comment?
Yeah, because I think I said it kind of in a very strange way. I'm in line with the HUD definition for all people who occupy a housing unit, includes all related or unrelated family members, and that sets the AMI. So
Okay.
from there.
So we have on council straw poll of 6-1 in favor of keeping the household definition in line with how we've defined it in the past. So let's move now to the next question in the packet, which is how many times can household composition change before a lease should be non-renewed? Right? Is that the next one we wanted to talk about?
That is, and I want to make that very clear. It's not how many times can, say, you add a child to the family, or it's more, this is more so getting back down to the roommate issue where we have a revolving door of roommates coming in and out of the same unit, which leads to the staff recommendation of once the original, so we have one lease, let's say we have 2 names on that lease. Once neither one of those names on the original lease shows up at that unit anymore, once both either roommates, partners, family, whatever it might be, has changed, then the lease is non-renewed and a new household gets to move into that unit. So it prevents the wheeling and dealing of the roommate situation with respect to inheriting units.
This is just, I want to clarify, just when their name is not added to the lease.
Everybody who lives in the unit must add their name to the lease, but this would be like if you and I moved into a 2-bedroom together.
And then I moved
You
out,
moved out and then my friend Elena moved in.
but you didn't name them.
Well, no, they would put their name on the lease, but then if I move out, Elena doesn't get to stay and then bring in a separate roommate.
Right.
That lease would be terminated.
But if you stayed and brought in someone else, that would be different.
Right.
But she was an original.
Because I was one of the original leaseholders.
Who got it fairly through the waiting.
And instead of terminated, it would be non-renewed, right? We
We-
wouldn't put them in a tough spot. So Elena
There's-
need to move in
Mhm.
and then you get to finish out that term of the lease, but then you will not be renewed.
And that's a good point to bring up too. So termination of leases is very different from non-renewal, as I think all of you know. Termination, we usually have to have a very good cause to terminate a lease in the middle of the term. In this situation, it would just be non-renewed.
Right. Okay.
Except,
I know.
let's, to play this out. Let's say your lease is January through December. And one roommate situation has already changed. And then the last remaining original leaseholder is going to leave in June, which leaves 6 months on the lease. If we allow the remaining person who can't get a new roommate, are they going to remain under bedroom size limitations? Household size limitation for number of bedrooms? Or do we non-renew early versus terminate? To reiterate what Ally just said, we don't want to terminate a lease because that's a very different thing than a non-renewal. It's more akin to, it's edging closer to an eviction, which we try to avoid at all costs. However, do we non-renew the lease sooner or leave the bedroom empty, which goes against the whole other philosophy of keeping minimum household sizes?
The bedroom would be empty till, you're saying until the term of the lease. So what you're saying in that situation, the bedroom would be empty
For
from
6
June
months.
to December.
Why is the bedroom empty?
Well, in that situation, we would have cause to terminate because they would no longer be meeting the minimum
Unless
household
maybe they
size.
want to have someone on the wait list move in, correct? I mean, could be an
I think we're
opportunity
getting
here.
nuanced.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
I think in that situation, staff could, I think we're getting maybe a little too nuanced right now. We would not leave a bedroom empty. That person would not get the benefit of being able to live in a 2-bedroom unit for a year, knowing that at the end of that year, they would still have to move out. We would probably either terminate if they could not fill the unit, or we would require them to take someone off of the wait list with the understanding for probably both of those individuals that they would need to find alternative housing or rejoin the wait list within that year period.
And this would all be, this recommendation, if we put this into place and if council gives the thumbs up, this would be clarified and explained to anybody who is a new roommate moving into an existing lease situation in Shandoka that they do not get to inherit the being the master leaseholder, like there is no more such thing as a master leaseholder. There's just the original leaseholder for that unit.
There's already no such thing as a master leaseholder. It's a common misconception, but people like to throw that term around. No, so this would become part of the written policies. So getting back to why are we doing this in the first place? It's to provide clarity to people in writing so that they already know the answers to these questions before they even have to ask them. So this would become a written policy.
Great.
And
Does it, oh, go ahead.
oh, I don't know if this is what you were trying to ask, but so would this would affect people moving forward, but not retroactively? Like we wouldn't look at all of our tenants and be like, you know, you're not the original leaseholder, so you have a year. Like this would be moving forward.
No, so remember that you only have the right to stay in that unit for that year period under the lease, which, you know, could at this time be a week for some people. And then you renew under the same contractual terms. So anyone who renews, and that's more of an implementation question, which will be a big conversation at the end of this. There again, like I said earlier, how do you want the program to look 3 years from now? And how does it need to look in the next year or two as we deal with these policies and applying them to current tenants? So in that situation, we would make current tenants aware of what the policy is and what their situation will look like moving forward. And then but it will eliminate the practice instantly of no inherited leases.
Well, and I guess we're not talking about implementation, but just to put this out there, I think that if we were to apply this to people currently living in kind of inherited apartments, it creates disadvantage because those people might be living there for 10 years and they would have otherwise been on the wait list, but they weren't because they were in housing. And I think there's an issue there. So
I think I understand your question now. So what we would consider the original leaseholders would be those who live in the unit, who signed the first lease after this is implemented.
Got it.
So if they've
That was
already
my question.
inherited the unit, they're considered the original leaseholders
Okay.
upon
There's a new
implementation.
lease every
Yeah.
single year.
Originate.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But then
Thank you.
moving forward, that's when it would apply to the
Okay.
next people that move in or inherit the extra bedroom or whatever it might be.
So
Dan.
hypothetical to the group touching on this, though. You have a master leaseholder, they need a new roommate.
We don't have master
Whatever.
leaseholders.
Original, sorry, wrong term. Original leaseholder. As a lease, they need a new roommate. Their new roommate ends up being the person was 10th on the waiting list. Moves in, they live together for a couple of years. Original leaseholder moves out. Person 10th on the waiting list, due to Elena's question, has been waiting, trying to do the right thing. Under this proposal, that person would be asked to leave. Is that something that you were all okay with?
So I think where that gets into the waiting list discussion and who gets to stay on the waiting list, because potentially that person could live in the unit, but also retain their name on the waiting list. So again, all of this, it overlaps so much, which makes it very complicated. But in that situation, the person's name could still remain on the waiting list. And let's say they wanted and needed a 3-bedroom unit. And because they have family living elsewhere, they're working here and they're just waiting for the opportunity to move their family into the area. They go ahead and move into that unit because that's what's available to them. They keep their name on the waiting list. A year later, a 3-bedroom unit becomes available and that's what they get offered. So I think in that situation, this is how we would want the waiting list to look. It's not that we exclude current tenants from being on the waiting list, and they can actually, in fact, stay on the waiting list until their ideal unit becomes available.
In that situation though, Ally, where I struggle is in the very feasible reality that there just isn't a unit for that person in the time frame required. And that's what gives me heartburn here on this. This one is very mushy and gray in my mind, and I certainly see both sides of this. It's just hard to implement something that doesn't feel like we're not kicking somebody to the curb one way or another.
Can I comment though? So, I mean, the reality is that people have choices in their lives. They could, if we have this policy in place that says, all right, we have this unit that's going to come available, you can move in, but know that because this original leaseholder is going to term out of their lease and not renew with you, then you are not going to be able to, you might not be able to stay in this unit depending on how the wait list shakes out. That person might say, golly gee, this doesn't sound like it's the opportunity for me. I'm going to continue where I'm at and wait for the opportunity that is more beneficial to me. Or they might go, holy crap, this would be great. I would love to do this for 6 months, knowing that like it might change, but I will be in a better situation. I won't have to commute every day. People can make a choice as long as they have the information. And I think that that's the thing is it's like, if we're explaining to people and it's very clear, here's what's going to happen, they can choose to sign it or not. It's not like they've got a gun to their head that says, now you must accept this or you're going to die. So I think that that's the thing is we have to just explain it to people. The reality is we're trying to create a system because right now there's kind of a glitch that allows people to just kind of daisy chain together, that it never allows us to take back the unit, to do repairs, to, you know, get new people in that have been on the waiting list. These other people get a handpick because I don't think any of us want to force anybody to ever have to live with a stranger or somebody that they don't want to. So this is a way for us to correct that by allowing us to continue to move through our waiting list.
I think it's a really elegant way to provide temporary housing solutions for folks while still maintaining the equitability of our waitlist implementation. So I personally want to give this staff recommendation a thumbs up. How does everybody else feel about it?
Can live with it.
Live with it. Great. Speaking of the wait list, that is our next topic. Which our first question that we have in the packet is, should each project have a different wait list or should there be one wait list for all projects? I know this is really complicated. Delaney, do you want to give us a little more intro for the listening audience who maybe hasn't seen the packet?
Okay.
Oh, did I skip parking?
I think that was it was an issue that I thought it's a related issue. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be discussed today, and due to time and constraints, I think we could probably save that for another time. Unless you just really want to discuss it
I don't
today.
know that it's a long discussion. I'm in
Let's
favor
skip
of
park.
your recommendation for the parking. How does everybody feel about that?
I agree.
Okay.
So meaning only one parking pass per person on the lease in Shandoke, in our rental properties that are close to Lot L.
Yes.
What is your face doing, Delaney?
Why not? Tell us why.
Okay, so the problems tend to arise for the larger units. That's the best scenario. So let's say you have a family in a 4-bedroom unit and they have 2 cars. Right now, it's not a written rule. It was written years ago and somehow I don't know when it kind of fell through the cracks. People were allowed to have 1 parking permit per adult leaseholder tenant. And you could get an additional permit. Why this comes into play is, I'll move backwards the other way. We have a single individual in a 1-bedroom apartment. They have a car and they also have a motorcycle, which is a licensed registered vehicle. For space constraints on Lot L, which is also utilized by the free market adjacent condominium associations, that lot is extremely over allocated. The problem we have right now is that we have some single individuals who have 4 or 5 parking permits. While I agree in essence with the limit of 1 per person, it is going to be problematic for those people who maybe have 1 additional thing, but
Why do
Well,
they have
yeah.
four permits?
because right now there is no restriction.
Right. So is it going to be problematic? Are people going to have to figure out where to park their cars, and is that going to be frustrating?
So
Yes.
everyone should get 1 free one.
Yes, and that's it. I think is what we're,
How many parking spots? I guess the question is like I don't think we could do it. You would have to do it by project, the number of parking spots dedicated to the project. It seems obvious that each bedroom could potentially get 1 spot assigned to it, but then, or each adult on the lease. I always
Adult on
said
the
that,
lease, yep.
adult on the lease could have a vehicle. And then if there are overflow spots, those could be on a first come, first served basis where they're designated as visitor.
we're already so over allocated.
Oh, yes.
With
Sorry.
for Shandoka, and there are historical deals with other free market units that also get parking passes in Shandoka. We're like 50, 100.
It's my bad. I thought you said 1 per lease. I missed the
No,
word tenant. Got
No,
it.
I am advocating for what the staff recommendation is I think that a lot of people have enjoyed and it's not just the Shandoka parking lot. We have the same issue in the Carhenge parking lot where there have been historical permissions given to over allocate how many spots there are, and policies change. And so I think that it is fair. And in most, free market condo buildings, each unit gets one parking spot in the garage. So by doing one parking pass per adult on the lease, we're already giving a much larger benefit than what is kind of standard within the town of Telluride. And I know that people are going to need to store their cars somewhere else. And that's something that
They're gonna have to figure out.
factors into the way they plan their lifestyle and the way they plan their life.
I don't think that's the responsibility of the housing authority to figure out.
I'm totally for this. I have a quick question. Is there an expiration date on any of these agreements with surrounding condo associations for?
That's a Lance question.
No, I don't believe so.
I got
I'm
that.
in
Run with the
I'm in a
land.
condo association that has some parking spots in the Shandoka lot, and we like paid to get those parking spots. It wasn't that they were just given to us. So those belong to the condo unit essentially.
Two quick things. One, I think within the hopefully not too distant future, there will be a much greater amount of parking at Lot L as we redevelop that, and that will help alleviate that. I also, I agree. I don't want to give people too much. I think there might be sort of a middle ground on this, especially for the circumstances of work vehicles. A lot of people have work vehicles if you're property management or construction or.
This is the housing authority.
I know, but then you're going to put those people out onto the other public streets, and it's going to impact other neighborhoods and other regions and other parking in our town.
Well, technically they need a parking pass for those other regions and they won't have one. So if it's a work vehicle, they need to have a work solution. That's not the responsibility of the housing authority.
Or maybe they use their pass for their work
Yeah.
vehicle because that's their daily driver. And if they have a separate RV or a trailer or whatever, or a motorcycle or whatever it is, then that needs to be parked down in Ilium with a friend or in Norwood at a parking lot or somewhere else that they are going to have to figure out. But we have a serious parking issue in our town right now. And part of it is because of this. And we are, because of our over allocation now, there are many people who have passes for Shandoka, but can't find a spot and they're parking on the street, taking up space. So it's more about getting vehicles out of town.
Right.
One per
And we are good.
holder seems very generous.
Parking study, right, Zoe?
One per bedroom is more than the free market usually allots. So we're
not
already.
talking about one per bedroom. We're talking about one per adult.
Or
on the
sorry,
lease.
but in theory, that could be one per bedroom, right? Maximum one per bedroom.
It could,
if
but
they're-
there's a distinction.
Totally. But we're talking about a maximum of one per bedroom, and that is more than the free market allots for housing. So we're already.
I
good.
don't think we're talking about max one per bedroom, because what if it's a 2-bedroom unit with 2 couples living in it? That's
Right.
4
Or
parking passes.
one couple in one bedroom, right?
Oh,
So it's 1 per adult.
I
okay.
think we are being incredibly generous.
I
with
do
this,
too,
So I
yeah.
think that it's okay.
I'm not saying I can't live with it. I am trying to talk out and understand the implications of what we're doing here, which there's going to be ramifications, is
Right,
what
but-
I'm trying to say and
Im-
trying to acknowledge.
Exact implementation could be tweaked or further discussed based on your staff recommendation as
Yeah.
well. just
And,
like the
and
other
as
stuff,
Lot L
right?
gets developed, this might change, but as an interim solution to this problem, going ahead and warning people, look, you cannot have 5, 6 vehicles. You're going to be allowed 1 right now. There's maybe the possibility in the future that you might be allowed 2. But I think as an interim solution to this problem, to go ahead and free up parking when these policies get adopted, this will work.
Great.
Great.
Okay, it sounds like we're all thumbs up or an I can live with it at this point. So we will now move on to the wait list. And Delaney's going to give us a little bit of background about different wait lists for different buildings versus one overall wait list.
Okay, so as you have seen, and as you just stated, there are 4 separate wait lists, one for Shandoka, one for Sunnyside, one for Virginia Placer, and one for the boarding house. First, I want to clarify, because there's been statements made at prior long ago meetings that then got carried through apparently maybe to social media and the newspaper about the number of people who are on the wait list. While an exact pinpointed number has been proving very difficult for me, because there are some people who are in fact on all 4 of those waiting lists. Some are on 3 of the waiting lists. That number is somewhere in between 260 and 300, but it is in no way, shape, or form 700 to 900 people. You don't add the lists together because there's a lot of overlap. So separate waiting lists, while it can seem quite complicated, has worked quite well because there are people who are only on one wait list. For example, the boarding house. There are people who know they're going to be coming next winter season. They contact us, they submit an application with where they will likely be working because it's where they worked last winter. And they are on just that waiting list because they're only here for 4 months. If we were to have one wait list that combines everything, it's definitely doable. It would simplify things in one way, but it's more to look through in a larger scale versus having them separate. I think either way is doable. It's learning a new method for the community services department if we were to combine everything. It just seems like it's working all right now, especially since we do have some people who are on single lists, only Shandoka, only the boarding house. And in fact, some only on Virginia Placer or Sunnyside because it's the only place they actually prefer to live.
Do you think that if we leave, I know we're going to discuss this later, but if we leave the wait list open, if we don't close the wait list, and we implement tiers and we have more integration of different incomes at different housing projects, that we will get a lot more people on different wait lists who maybe wouldn't have gotten on the Sunnyside wait list or the Voodoo wait list because they thought they couldn't afford those units. But now that there's going to be potentially, I mean, I know this is kind of cart before the horse, but I wonder if we're shooting for a range of tier apartments at each different project, will it complicate things that if people just want to get on every wait list?
It could. And
Or will it just be a long list and you just keep working through it the way you have to?
So I think there's 2 separate questions going on here. There's, do we close the wait list? And then there's, will it be complicated if, once we get the tier situation figured out? There are a lot of columns in our wait list already because we're trying to be able to copy and paste people if they want to be on more than one list. And so there's fields, for example, at Virginia Placer that don't equate to Virginia Placer. 1 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms don't equate to Virginia Placer, yet it's already in there. When the AMI, if the AMI tiers are implemented with the policies, it may in fact be better to have one singular wait list and just add a lot more columns that have the tiers, and we would check the boxes for what that tier those households fall into. Having a singular wait list could potentially help with the idea of closing the wait list once it reaches a certain number. Where it gets complicated is, and I'm going to use the boarding house as another example, and maybe that's just treated separately on a myriad of issues. If we close the wait list because it's at 300 people, but we know we're going to have turnover at the boarding house, but no new people can enter the waiting list for the boarding house because it's all one list, that would complicate it. And I know I'm getting into implementation, but I don't know how to have this conversation without
I'd be
doing.
surprised if anyone was opposed to treating the boarding house differently from our other projects in terms of the wait list. Does everybody see the distinction there?
Yeah.
Especially because it's, more seasonal stuff like that. It seems like it should.
It's
stand-
designed for
it
a
should
certain
stand
thing
independent.
and it could be its own.
Well, we're standardizing a lot of our qualifying factors anyway. So I think aside from the boarding house, a lot of the qualifications are going to look the same after we apply these new policies. So except the boarding house.
Yeah.
So are you I know you're outlining the challenges with both.
Sure.
Which do you think is going to be easier, smushing it into one which will be painful at first, but then be set versus keeping separate wait lists.
I believe if AMIs are the direction that council, if council gives direction to staff that we're going to adopt into the policies an AMI standard, and there is a decision that at some point closing the wait list could be beneficial, and I would agree that that would be for many reasons, community and staff, then I think having one wait list is minus the boarding house is probably a better approach, and we'll just reallocate the columns to reflect what that would look like.
Would you just go down the wait list in terms of how long, in order of how long people have been on any of them, and see which projects would you like to be on the list for, and then just amend that in the new list, and then go to the next most senior person on any list and ask them to notate how many projects they'd like to be on the list for, and that way build a chronological record?
So we already have that.
Okay.
There's a column for when you applied, your application date. And so that's already there, and which has been very helpful. And we use Excel, which I know might sound very archaic, but it's easier for us to maneuver and sort using that. I already utilize what you're describing with Sunnyside, because Sunnyside already uses the tiers. And when we have an empty unit, I simply, or staff would simply isolate the column for the tier and the column for the size unit that that household applied for. And then we would contact those households in order that they are on the wait list. So all things being considered, depending on the eventuality of what is going to be considered for a final document for this policy, I think one wait list minus the boarding house is probably the best approach for the various reasons we might need it.
I think it makes sense to me, and it's, since we're kind of restarting the way our system works, it makes sense to adjust the wait list to be the most efficient moving forward, and yeah, that's how I feel. Sorry for talking first.
No, and it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but the reality is, again, that people have the opportunity to make a decision about their life. If they are like just set on, they really want to be at Sunnyside and they get offered a place at Shandoka, they can decide if that's what they want, or if they don't want that. And then it just continues down the list. So
They keep their spot on
yeah,
the
it
wait
doesn't
list.
seem like there's any detriment to doing it this way,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell.
Or
Yeah,
you
because
already
if
know
someone
that.
doesn't have a car
Yeah.
and they're not interested in Sunnyside because that would be challenging to get into town every day or whatever. There's a million reasons.
Yeah.
That's their decision.
Yeah.
And you would-
I like that.
And you would be able to do it where they tell you what they want. And then unless they tell you to change it, you just skip right over them.
Yes, which is another topic.
That's
we'll
another
discuss.
topic. 'Cause I was moved.
Okay, is anybody opposed to the direction that we have been discussing of how to deal with creating one wait list?
Yeah, I just, whoa, whoa. Sorry about that, guys. One question in here was the waitlist to existing tenant, like when there's an opening, for people to move from one unit to another, but they are already in a unit.
We're gonna do that question
Next
next.
question.
So
Okay.
first, we're just doing, should each project have a different wait list, or should there be one list for all projects?
I think one, and to your point, I just want to reiterate, as if someone doesn't want an available unit, they just maintain their space, their spot on the
They're,
wait list.
they're given the offer and
And-
then they
yeah.
move to the next person.
Yeah.
Great. So next question is, should vacated units be first offered to existing tenant households desiring a unit change with or without upsizing or downsizing before offering the unit to a household on the wait list? Or do existing tenants have to be offered a unit through the wait list? Thoughts on this one? This is where
I
it
have a
gets
thought on
sticky.
this one. So if and please correct me if I say anything wrong. If we're adopting the original tenant part of this policy, then anyone who's in town housing would be an original tenant that got it via the wait list? Is that, or like moving forward, is that?
No, so roommates, under what we've heard so far today, roommates will still be able to choose each other. So we're not forcing a roommate situation to be chosen off of the wait
Right,
list.
sorry, I maybe like didn't phrase my question the way that I meant it. So based on this question, if we're trying to decide if vacated units should be offered to existing tenant households, that's under the assumption that those households in those units were gotten via the wait list because we're getting rid of the inherited households.
Yes, so I think I understand your question now. So in a two-bedroom unit, you have one original leaseholder and one new person. That new person would not be considered a current tenant to be prioritized to be rehomed. Their name would stay on the wait list because they're not an original tenant.
Yes.
Mhm.
And so if we're saying that original tenant, because they have gotten it equitably through the wait list and want to upsize or downsize to better fit their household, which we want people to do, then we're not really being unfair because they've already gone through the system and the wait list to fairly get that unit.
Yes. In short, I think to restate that, to be prioritized above those on the wait list, you must be currently in a unit from being off of the wait list.
Yes.
So you have to be in the unit now from the wait list to be prioritized above the wait list as a current tenant.
What about alternating? What if a two-bedroom unit comes available and because of the, the first family that is offered that two-bedroom unit is the couple that just had a child and needs to upsize from a one-bedroom. The next two-bedroom the next any size unit that comes available goes to the top of the wait list or goes to someone from the wait list, whether it's the seventh person down or the first person. And then the next unit after that goes to someone who's in a unit already that needs a change for household size. I'm just spitballing. I don't advocate for this.
So I like that idea because I think one of the things that I have heard from a number of individuals is that they are no longer even on the wait list because they do not feel as though there is any possibility that they will get into housing. And so I think that what that does is it allows for people to utilize the wait list as well as the individuals that are already in the existing units to benefit. So I think that that actually is much more fair and equitable than just allowing the people that are in the units to move up first and foremost.
But
I like it too.
if we're allowing someone to upsize or downsize out of a current unit, we're still vacating another unit that will then, like, there's still a unit that's going to be left vacant for either someone on the wait list, someone else to upsize or downsize, and then another unit's vacated.
But then it would alternate. So then you would say, so that follows the same pattern.
Well, no. I'm saying, I'm not talking about the alternating system. I'm talking about if we allowed people to upsize or downsize and just went with that, then we're still vacating another unit for someone else to fill.
Right.
Because
and
if
then
that
would be-
person.
that person then would come off of the waiting list.
Potentially, yeah. Unless there was another tenant who was like, I actually need that 2-bedroom, we'd move them, and then a 1-bedroom would be vacated for.
Still would be a unit that comes available.
Yeah,
The
there's still a
situation is
vacancy.
Gonna be that every single time there's a vacancy, Delaney's gonna have whoever's at the top of the wait list and 1 to 20 other households that already live in housing that are desiring of that unit. And so how does she pick using her discerning, like, it's a lot of pressure and it's a lot of, I think it would be easiest to give a policy that can be followed so that Delaney can give a straight answer. So it's not like, why did you pick this household over me?
In my mind, I think it's a second wait list of you as a tenant of the housing authority, say, I am looking for a better unit, more appropriate for my household or income or whatever. And then that's drawn upon, I like the idea of alternating and making.
Well, some
sometimes-
people who live in house, I think this is a good point. Some people who live in our units are on the wait list
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
But how do, if we say this now openly and everybody applies to be on this, like, I'm in housing wait list, how do we determine who's in which order?
Well, it seems like it could be like a.
Kind of what I'm getting at,
But
yeah.
in what order the applications come in?
Yeah, in my mind, Geneva, when you were saying that, I was imagining like a zipper, like when you are alternating to come into traffic, It's like, if you didn't allow the oncoming traffic to enter in a way and merge in, then the traffic going by would just keep going by and this traffic would just build up. So basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up stoplights and we're gonna say, you go, you go, you go, you go. And I like the idea of 2 lists. It's like, if you are in some sort of housing already, you're no longer on the quote unquote waiting list. You're now in a upgrade or change of
Transition list.
change of venue list, whatever you want to call it. So then it alternates between people that are actively trying to actually get onto the highway and somebody who maybe is just trying to get into a faster lane.
So a get into deed restricted rental housing wait list and a transfer wait list if you're already in existing housing, but are
looking for a different
looking
situation.
for, yeah.
I
looking For a
guess-
more appropriate apartment.
I
And then
guess
we
I
alternate
still,
2 lists.
but even if we're upsizing or downsizing, it still is leaving a vacant unit. And I wanna encourage people, I wanna encourage that upsizing or downsizing for the better fit, because I think that makes our housing system work better. And like the math still maths, right? Like if we allow someone to upsize or downsize, we're still getting a vacant unit that then gets to go to someone else. Like it's not like there's no more vacant unit, like one household leaves, another one shifts around, or maybe it's more than one shifts around, but there's still a vacant unit.
But there's still always going to be,
It's gonna end. at
there's,
some
there's gonna
There
be
might
there's
not be,
some
though.
sort of like one unit type
There are
is like
situations
most
with-
desirable. And so if there, we may never be able to pull somebody off of the wait list that needs a 2-bedroom unit.
But eventually,
Because if like everybody is, if they may just need a 2-bedroom unit. And if we're prioritizing people in 1 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms that are in existing housing already that want to go to a 2-bedroom, the likelihood is that that person on the wait list that needs a 2-bedroom will never be able to get a 2-bedroom.
but another 3-bedroom might free up and someone might need a 3-bedroom. Like, it's not like the 2-bedroom's the most important person on the wait list. Like if that 3-bedroom frees up, then that's a win for a family that needs a 3-bedroom.
You also have the circumstance where it gets tricky, where one person in a 3-bedroom household is trying to move into a 1-bedroom and the other 2 people are satisfied where they're at. That person merges in to the traffic or gets that 1-bedroom. And then the other 2-person in that 3-bedroom household then picks a new roommate and brings that person in.
Well,
So
if
it's not,
someone's the original leaseholder.
if somebody's the original leaseholder, yeah. Yeah, but still just another complication.
Still bring them in, even if they're not the original leaseholder. The
No, not
lease will
if-
just have to be renewed and it won't be the same people at the end of
No,
that lease term.
no, we're not
Right.
allowing non-renewals if there's not an original leaseholder.
That's what I'm saying. So they could still bring somebody in, but it might only be for 3 months.
Right, yeah. And then it would go vacant again.
Welcome to my puzzle.
The advantage to alternating is that it will help get the people who have been on the waiting list longer to have an opportunity to move in versus it being just more of a random selection of where the unit goes and how it comes in, right?
I still just struggle with people who don't have really many other options or any in a lot of circumstances, who are in our housing system already. They find a partner, they get married, they have a kid, they want to move out of their roommate situation or whatever it is. I'm not saying that they should have ultimate end all priority, but I also want to make sure that we don't kick those people to the curb and we provide options as well.
Well, their option is they could stay where they are.
But that just, if you have 2 roommates and you're trying to get married and raise a kid, are you
I
gonna
understand I'm married and I have roommates because I need to pay my rent. Would I prefer to just live with my wife in my house? At times, yes, but I can't afford to pay rent at my house unless I have roommates. So there's, situations where in the free market that require this, and this is a way that we are able to equitably give access to movement. I think another suggestion that could be an option is while we're phasing into this new potential tier system, movement between places, maybe it's 2 to 1. Maybe we do 2 relocations transfers, can we call them transfers? Maybe we do 2 transfers and 1 wait list, and 2 transfers and 1 wait list, because we want to get the right motion and get like the appropriate sizing, because we're behind on that because it's been like this for so long. And then someday in the future, like that's part of the rollout, the implementation of this. It doesn't I'm not married to one, but I do think that we need to find a way to tell people who are at the top of the wait list, like there will be action.
Yeah,
for
there's going to
you
be
at some
movement.
point.
Yeah.
And we can debate like, or we can keep discussing, maybe give Delaney a second more to like think about this, because we have quite a few households that want to transfer. But this idea of the zipper, whether it's 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 or 4-to-1, like, is that a concept we can get on board with? And then maybe we decide the specifics later?
Yeah, I can get on board with
Listen, the
it.
idea to move forward.
Before one last question, because it's an either or, what if it's the same size? Do we want to give them still that opportunity to say, I'm in a 1-bedroom, but I really want that 1 bedroom?
Oh, and do they get to keep their spot on the list? But it's a style,
That's
personal preference.
part of the
thing?
question, right? I just didn't want to miss that one
Yeah.
last point.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care either.
Can I
Yeah.
just say,
Delaney's like, I care.
well,
Delaney cares. I don't have to do it. She's like-
it's not that I care, because ultimately, and I say this to everyone, these are people's homes and you want somebody to be comfortable and feel good in their home. Thank you for making the suggestion, Geneva, about not necessarily a 1-to-1, but a 2-to-1 or even a 3-to-1. And I think that is going to potentially come into how this is word crafted. And this is where the discretion piece that one of our public commenters made about allowing the community services department to have some discretion when it comes to these transfers, it's quite important. Real life example, there's a family of 4 in a 1-bedroom right now. I'm doing everything I can, and they are on the waiting list, but only recently so, because they didn't know that that was even an option for them. I would like to be able to still maintain some discretion, even if there are 2 separate waiting lists for transfers, that if there is a situation that is kind of extreme, and to me, this is extreme, that the staff will have some kind of discretion to make a call. And if you want it brought to the THA without names and just say, we have kind of an extreme situation, can I have the latitude to not go off of the in-order transfer wait list? I just want you to keep that in mind, but I do like the idea of a not necessarily 1-to-1, because that does allow for some of that discretion.
I think we'd have to craft that a little bit, because I think we have to answer to the public and the individuals on the wait list as to why they were being deprioritized. But I agree that there will be circumstances where that will be necessary. So I think if you could come back to us with some more framework around that, I think we should discuss it.
I also am in favor of it. I want to empower staff and give discretion. It does seem like we're towing up to an exception process with that as well. And
I mean,
that's another conversation.
I'm not in favor of exceptions because we're dealing with 12-month leases, period. We would be in exception hearings all year long, and there's plenty of people who qualify 100%. We're talking about, are there special discretion circumstances that our staff members can take about wait list priority, which in the past has been pretty free for all. Honestly, we've had people getting to the top of the wait list because they're in a domestic violence situation. We've had people getting to the top of the wait list because they're a key staff career person in town that we don't want to lose. None of this has come before us as council. It's just been dealt with at the housing department. So some kind of framework I think makes sense, but I trust our community services director, and I think that we don't need to be legislating judgment calls to this level since we're providing so much more opportunity and clarification. That's just my opinion.
I think some framework needs to be added. So, yeah.
Some framework.
I
And
don't think
maybe,
it should be a free for all.
now, I agree. Now that Delaney has gotten feedback that we are in favor of some discretion, but some framework, she can give some more examples or some offers, recommendations for next time options.
Perfect.
Good with that?
Cool. Okay, how about forced downsizing, is that next, or did I miss something?
Can I just clarify?
Yes.
So, we have unanimity on combining the wait lists into one minus the boarding house. And we have unanimity on having two separate wait lists, a transfer wait list and a wait list.
I'm thumbs down on the first one, but that's fine. We don't have to keep going over it. I've stated my.
When okay, here's a question about that. If somebody is on a wait list at Shandoka and they also live in Shandoka right now, are they removed from the current wait list and put onto the transfer wait list? So
Yes.
the transfer wait list is made up of only people who live in housing already. And the original wait list, the free wait list.
I'm gonna just call it wait list and transfer.
Okay, and the wait list is made up of only people who are not in deed restricted housing.
That are not housed by the Telluride THA
Right.
at all. They live in Free Market, they live somewhere else, they live in Mountain Village, whatever. They're
That's
not
what
part of our system.
That's what I'm
Yes.
understanding.
And we will sort those, you will sort them in chronological order by when their first application to be on the wait list came. I like that.
Okay. Thank you.
And we will determine what the zipper ratio is later. I like the zipper.
That was a good analogy.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sometimes I-
Hey, it got me on
That's
board.
amazing.
Yeah.
From like start to finish.
Carried through.
Oh, right. I think we're here. Forced downsizing.
I'm just making sure Delaney's ready.
Yeah.
Okay, forced downsizing. When a household no longer meets the household size requirement for the unit, at what point must they be non-renewed? So, what is your recommendation for how to handle this?
So this situation, I think let's assume 3 people in a 3-bedroom unit. They'd then go down to 2 people. They should ideally be in a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom unit. They no longer meet the 3-bedroom requirement. There are no 2 bedrooms or 1 bedrooms available for them when their lease comes up for renewal. Rather than forcing them out of that 3-bedroom unit, we would just place them on a month-to-month until a 1 or a 2-bedroom unit becomes available. However, if they reject that offer of the 1 or 2-bedroom unit, that's when the month-to-month is terminated, because we shouldn't allow them to stay in that 3-bedroom so long as there's an opportunity for them to be rehoused into a 1 or 2-bedroom unit.
I thought that they were required to maintain a household size and find a third roommate.
They are. So this is an attempt to balance the board's position that we don't want to force anyone out of their current housing, with also the idea that moving forward, we want to appropriately house households within appropriately sized units. So this gives them an opportunity to say yes or no to the offered unit, understanding that saying no means that their current lease will be non-renewed.
So they have 3 options. They could theoretically get a roommate.
Mhm.
They could downsize, or
Mhm.
they could choose maybe with you not forcing them, or just saying, you don't comply anymore, you
Mhm.
gotta go.
But getting a roommate might
Have
not be, it might not bring them, it might bring them into compliance with one problem, which is the household size, but it might push them over income. So that it might not be a solution to the problem. The only solution might be that they need to move down to a 1 or 2-bedroom unit. So at what point do we draw the line and say, you have rejected our solution to this, you're now going to lose your housing altogether?
So how long do they have to stay in the 3-bedroom? If they're say, yes, we would
Mhm.
like to be on the list for a 2-bedroom, can they,
Until the first 2-bedroom is offered to them, and it's a take it or leave it.
so theoretically then a bedroom could sit empty for
A year,
a while?
Mhm.
2 years?
Indefinitely.
Well, ideally, the next 2-bedroom, and this is where priority comes in, though. Again, this household will lose their qualification and their ability to stay at, let's just say, Shandoka, unless they want to move into a 2-bedroom unit. It's just not available to them. Getting a roommate actually disqualifies them because of income. So we're waiting for the right opportunity for them to be able to move into a 2-bedroom unit, and they get to keep that house, their housing, just in a different unit. But then it also opens up the 3-bedroom for someone off of the waiting list.
So the priority is keeping them in housing.
Priority is keeping them in housing, but rehousing them into a more appropriate unit.
I guess I'm confused about the scenario where if they had 3 people living there and then that person went away.
A child going off to college.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
scenario. Okay.
Well,
kids.
so I think this goes back to what I was kind of pushing for, which was prioritizing right sizing of units over the wait list for this particular situation. That's kind of why I brought that up on the last question. I would say, I think something really relevant to bring up in this question particularly is something like Sunnyside. If the 2-bedroom became available in Sunnyside, but this tenant doesn't have a car, that's like a significant factor. And they might need to reject that Sunnyside 2-bedroom unit or 1-bedroom unit because they don't have a vehicle and that's not practical. I think that's like a tricky situation that we kind of need to acknowledge. So maybe there's
An exception.
an exception specifically for Sunnyside or units that are aided by having a car. I don't think you need to have a car, but it definitely makes that life a lot easier. I don't know. I think that that's something that we should just talk about.
Also, I think there needs to be like, if it's a kid going away from college, that kid is gonna come home for
Christmas, summer.
Christmas, whatever, there's that. And also, if the kid is not gonna come home or whatever, then I think there needs to be a reevaluation of that unit so that an adult who is then going to bring in income can move in, or theoretically that kid coming home and working. Like, this is, I mean, there's no one easy fix for this, and we need to evolve with the circumstance.
So the standard there, I know children going off to college is it's a tricky one because the standard that we use there is still primary residency. And oftentimes when a child does go off to college, they are still coming home at holidays. They're getting their mail sent to their parents. That's their car's still registered there. But then when they graduate from college and they go off elsewhere, that's when they establish a home elsewhere. So children going off to college, think about it as not those first 4 years maybe, but what comes after. Because at a certain point, your parents might still live here, your ties might still be here, but it's not your home. And that unit, that room should not be left empty for 11 and a half months out of the year just so that you can come home at Christmas.
But then we should change how that household is designed.
Exactly. So that's why
So
they
it's not
moved
that they have
down
to
to a
get
2-bedroom.
Two-bedroom, it's that they could maybe have another roommate that brings in income. There
Exactly.
should be
So
more
long
than
as it
one
doesn't
option.
push the whole household over the income limit. The
But this is
absolute
where I'm
limit.
saying we need to change how we approach this. Like, they don't necessarily need to wait for another 2-bedroom. We can also make it a 3-bedroom, allow for another adult to move in there.
That's what we always,
Yeah.
that's what we
That's what
always.
That's what we
talking
want,
about,
but
yeah.
you're also saying it could go to month if they can't find a roommate, but why don't we allow them? Or if having a roommate gets them over their income, like, why is that a threat if we allow for them to have a roommate and bring in income?
They might not want a roommate, or if they're close to the maximum tier. So let's say the 2 adults who are currently there make 150% AMI, and our new tiers accommodate that. And then that's fine. They're allowed to stay there. But let's say by bringing in a 3rd adult, it actually pushes them over 200% AMI, and that's above our maximum tier. At that point, they would no longer qualify with 3 adult earners in that 3-bedroom unit. Even though they've met the minimum household size, they're now over the income.
How common is this example?
Very.
Not very.
Yeah, but it could come up, especially with the tiers. And ultimately, what we're trying to avoid is an empty bedroom and appropriately sized units for the household as conditions change. 'Cause
And keeping
there's-
people
yeah.
housed. There's
Can I-
two
can I also just
priorities.
Make a comment that your child growing up and going to college is not like a surprise. This, like, if you're living in this housing and you understand these rules, it's like you would understand that it's not like something just happened. You've raised a child, they're going to college, your house size is going to change. It's like,
It's the same
it
thing.
seems like you should have the understanding of like, this is going to be something that you're gonna have to deal with in the future because of the nature of the housing that you're in.
And this is also reflective in a number of our own deed restricted projects as well. At this point, all of anybody who's purchased a deed restricted unit in the last however many years does have to abide by this same rule. So
What do you
I think
guys
this is-
do?
we're in that, so ours is because we signed way back when, we're not included, but so like Longwell, Silverjack, Spruce House, and then anybody who's been sold and since I think really since that like Long Will Silverjack lottery time, any of those units now have to abide, they sign a deed restriction saying that they will maintain the number of adult people in the household will be reflective of the number of bedrooms in the house.
Okay.
So we're kind of moving,
You're no help, no, I'm joking.
we're moving everyone, I mean, they're moving everybody to that system.
This
Where
more
the-
restricted.
Mhm.
I think staff's proposal is the right balance and sort of takes in all these factors and doesn't kick people out, like Teddy acknowledged, gives three options for it that people have on it. And to Ashley's point, this isn't unforeseeable. These are not unforeseeable circumstances.
And I just want to make sure I'm super clear because I'm getting confused. A kid in college still counts. It's okay. It's when they graduate college and need to go.
Could still count.
Could.
Some, if they're moving, let's say, for instance, some state colleges will allow you to establish residency in that state and get in-state tuition.
That's up to them.
Yep, that's up to
then they
them.
blow
So
That's
it
fine.
becomes a very fact-specific situation. But so long as they're still claiming this unit and Telluride is their home and they still have connections here, being their family, maybe they file taxes here, could be whatever.
Primary residence.
Yeah,
Yep,
so long
got
as
it.
they're primary residents, then that unit, we consider it occupied, we consider them a member of the household. But at a certain point, you won't be 33 and still being considered your parents' dependent, and you might have time in college over in California or something, and this unit stays empty.
Or if they,
So-
if they stay in Telluride and get a job, then it's all part of the.
And then
total.
they.
Yes,
and they live there.
exactly.
Okay.
I just
wanted
want
to
to
be clear.
reiterate the thing about Sunnyside and that maybe needing special caveat because of the fact that it's out of town for this. Does anyone else agree
I
with
do,
that?
yeah.
Because like if you got
Like a
forced into
transportation exception.
Sunnyside, if it was like you have to move to Sunnyside or give up your housing, but you don't have a car, like that's a tricky situation. I don't know.
A transportation caveat, yeah. Exception.
I want to,
Man, that's a tough one. I
Yeah.
feel like we're trying to incentivize people to not have cars and now we're.
well, no, I'm not, well, I'm
Good luck
saying,
with that.
well, I guess.
Good luck with that, though, Janine.
No, I'm
Good luck
saying
with them not-
if they don't have, if they don't have a car, then maybe that's one specific situation where we push this time
Okay.
frame. Like, that can be the exception.
Can they just put on the list that Sunnyside is not, well, okay, I see. They're refusing a unit.
If they refuse.
And
a
this
unit
is
in
the,
Sunnyside.
so maybe the one reason that we accept is not having a vehicle if you get offered Sunnyside.
Or maybe there's just even more staff discretion here. Say if they're allowed one rejection for exigent circumstances, because for every example I can think of, there's 10 more real life situations to plug in. So there could be many other reasons that
So
someone might need
one
to reject a unit.
exception to an extenuating circumstance at the discretion of the community services
Mhm.
director. I can live with that.
Do we, what about, I was just thinking about like ADA, people, like if there's a situation where they get a 2-bedroom, but it's on the 3rd floor. there's no
Exactly.
elevator access, there's no way for them to get to them. That
Exactly.
seems a little extreme to say, good luck.
Yeah. I mean, the
And
goal
gets
here again is to provide guidance through these rules as to how a situation will be handled, but there will always be circumstances that you're like, this does need to bend a little bit.
And
And rather than go through an exception hearing before you,
Yeah.
leaving it with staff discretion to say this is reasonable in this situation is very important. But right now, just to reiterate, we have no written rules. So to get kind of a framework in place, to get your impressions of how this should operate, but then leave in a certain amount of staff discretion, I think will build the best program.
There's like one other situation that I just want to specifically mention is like staff discretion around like a death in the family. I think that would be another situation where maybe there's a little more softness in how that's handled.
Okay. We're getting close to noon, but I feel like we're really cooking on some good. Should we try and see if we can get through the rest of the waitlist category? Great. Should units be offered to applicants on the waitlist that don't fit that household's original application so long as they now qualify? Can you give us a little
Sure.
quick?
Someone applies as a 1-person household and they want a 1-bedroom or a tiny home. They're on the wait list for 3 years and they have since gotten married and had a kid. So now their household is a size 3. Ideally, that person would reach out as changes are occurring and saying, hey, my household size has changed. I need to change my desired space on the wait list. but people don't always do things like that. So that is a scenario. Another scenario could be that it is a single person who is on the wait list for a 1-bedroom, but then they have their 2 best friends move to town. And so their name comes up 6 months later and they say, well, actually, I'm a household of 3 now. I want a 3-bedroom. It's 3 unrelated individuals. So I'm trying to give you the both sides sort of examples of how that could work out. And conversely, there's a mom with 2 kids who's on the wait list for 4 years, and both of those kids have since graduated from college, and now they're a 1-person household, no 1-bedroom. So working through those scenarios of when we offer a unit to someone, and how that might change when they finally are offered a unit.
I think that people should be on the wait list in the order that they applied and annually should update their need based on their household size.
I do too.
Agreed.
Yep.
Dan's okay with that?
That's an easy thing for them to do. If they can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, they already do it.
Okay. When a household changes and more than one member wants to remain on the wait list, how will this be handled with respect to fairness for those who are on the list after these individuals? So this is kind of another example of the household size changed. Used to be a household of 2. Now they are no longer a household together. One person got offered a 1-bedroom. Does the other person maintain that spot on the wait list, or do they go to the end? Is that essentially?
Yes,
the
and there's
question?
real life examples here with respect to Sunnyside. 1-bedroom unit comes available, working down the list, offering the unit to those who won in the lottery in order. And a household had since split. Both would qualify individually, but originally they just held 1 spot on the wait list. Now it would be 2 spots on the wait list. How should that be handled moving forward? Because it's a little unfair to those further down on the wait list, where originally these 2 people would have occupied 1 unit. Now they're going to occupy 2 units. So do they get to determine who gets that wait list spot, or do we now divide the household out and allow 2 spots instead of 1 spot?
What am I?
I mean, I think that there's 1 slot.
Wouldn't that get cleaned up as we're annually asking how big is your household size?
It does, except
Who gets to
who
keep
gets the spot.
Right. It's tough too, because if it's like a family, so to speak, is then you tell the husband or wife they don't have a place to live. I mean, it gets really tricky.
Yeah, so I think question 1 is, do we allow them to split? And if the answer is no, I think I don't think we should get involved in allocating who that spot belongs to. I think they just decide, and if they cannot decide, they get removed entirely.
But why is it that there are people occupying a spot together? It seems like it should be an individual, and that individual is filling out what their needs. So if
But
you're
it's
a
a
couple.
Household.
It's a household.
Just picture a divorce.
The household off.
I know, so- But why?
They have to qualify with them.
So for Sunnyside, for instance, you couldn't apply with your roommates and individually and with your partner and with your parents. Your name could only appear on 1 application, and it was out of fairness so that you couldn't enter many times. So when Sunnyside was drawn, your name would only be on the wait list once with whatever chosen household you entered with. But now in the interim, your household is now split. So, but it was only 1 household on the wait list to begin with. So that's there, like I said, there's many nuances with this wait
I
list.
feel like but I think that we can have different rules for lottery. Then that changes when you go onto a wait list.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
So, but I guess if you are,
Maybe that's what we do, is like a little lottery if it's a couple. I don't know, but also like if there's kids involved, it's just a thing.
I mean, they were both part of the application. I don't know how this is gonna land, but what if we split their application and they both remain on the wait list? I don't know who it is.
that's what I
that.
said split them and flip a coin. As you split that, now these people are individuals and you flip a coin to see who goes first. I don't know. This is like messy.
I think that that's not necessarily fair for everybody else below either. So let's take it as it's a party of 3 adults that are on the wait list for something, and they decide that they no longer want to live together. Then do we move everybody down the list to extra slots because they all want their own individual unit at that point? I think from my perspective, I think it is kind of
I think it's that there is one slot, and if something changes, the people on that slot decide amongst themselves who it is, and if they cannot come to a decision on their own, it washes, and they all go to the bottom.
My issue with that is like on this hypothetical situation, all three of those roommates in this household application put their name in the wait list. Like, it's not like one of them went and applied to be on the wait list. All three of them agreed to go on the wait list. So that to then say like, well, all three of you entered the wait list at this point in time, but only one of you is going to retain this spot feels unfair to the three of them deciding back in 2018 that they want to be on the wait list.
Are there any 3-person roommate households that are applying for a 3-bedroom together? Or
That
is
was-
it just like an inherited thing?
I don't know if that was hypothetical.
this-
No, I know, but I think it makes a distinction between the 2-bedroom versus 3-bedroom. I just think this is more of a family issue than a roommate issue. I don't think that there's 3 roommates.
Okay,
on the
well,
wait
more
list.
of a
even
couple,
still, I
yeah.
think,
Right.
I think the same logic applies though, that that couple together, the two of them applied to be on the wait list. And so to say one of them loses their spot, even though they decided at the same time, I'm going to keep using 2018 as the example, back in 2018, that they wanted to fill out the application and they qualify for deed restricted housing, but then to say because they had a breakup, that they like lose that spot in line that they applied for, that feels unfair.
It's like,
But is-
how do you determine who it is?
But is it fair? So let's call them person A and person B are married. And then it's a 2-unit list. And so person A and person B apply together, they are married. Person C is the next on the list. Person A and person B divorced, split up, whatever. Is it fair to person C that instead of, that when 2 units come available, that person A gets one and person B gets one and they do not get one?
I
You
think
think-
so
you think
because they
so?
were first in the list. Like those individuals still put their name in first, and person A and person B could have both individually applied for a 1-bedroom, but they applied for a unit together. You know, I think it's more unfair to give it to person C when person B their name was in the mix first.
Yeah, because how is it that, like, let's say we're unrelated and it's like, but the 3 of us want to be roommates. Me and Ashley and Dan want to be roommates. So I put my name on the list for a 3-bedroom. Mian puts her name on the list for a 3-bedroom. Dan puts his name on the list for a 3-bedroom. How do we know that these 3 people aren't a group trying to be roommates together? And if one of us gets it, then we're all gonna move in with that person.
So you're only offered units for which you qualify, which is the importance of updating your information on the list.
Okay.
So in that situation, if you were 3 individuals on the list, Mian would not be offered the 3-bedroom unit. She wouldn't even know it came available because her name's going to be skipped over until a 1-bedroom comes available. Or if she's applying with someone else, a 2-bedroom unit comes available, unless they also put a one down.
I think
Yeah.
Elena's right. I think that if we're putting it on as 3, 1, 2, 3, and then our situation changes and we're no longer gonna be together, that we still represent individual interests and should maintain our spot
I do too.
individually on the list.
How does that affect it if you are living, let's say you're living in a 2-bedroom, you're not just on the wait list, but you're like on the transfer list. You put yourself on the transfer list because you're getting a divorce. Does that person go,
What do you mean?
does your spouse get next priority for another unit that's available?
No, I think they're on the transfer wait list, the same as anyone else.
And you
Like,
added
the
yourself to
addition
the
doesn't
transfer.
And you
change it.
can you only be in one household on the wait list? Or can you be in multiple households?
Only one, yeah.
I think that's part of this.
Yeah.
But just to like, sorry, Dan, one more, just to clarify this, like I'm picturing like people waiting in line for a roller coaster. And if you have a group of 3, a single person, a group of 2, 1 person, and all of a sudden they're like, we only have, you know, we don't want to, I don't know, something happens. They
There's
only
room
have
for
so many
one
seats.
person and there's a couple. And the
Yeah,
couple says,
yeah,
"We'll
then-
split up."
Yeah, the next person in the couple gets on, and then on the next roller coaster, the second person in the couple gets on. Like you don't force the other person towards the end of the line. They've still been standing in line just like everyone else. Like just because the people they want to ride the ride with maybe changed, they've still been standing in line as long as
And
the
they still wanna get
person
on.
or longer than the
Gondola.
person behind them. That's a way better example. I'm embarrassed I didn't come up with that.
Gondola, zipper.
Okay,
There's 2 seats left in the
Geneva for
gondola and there's
council,
3 of
um,
us. We'll wait for the next one and pull the next group of 2 in.
Or you can choose to split up.
Yeah, I think it's really unfair if if one person has been waiting in line holding hands with someone and all of a sudden they don't want to hold hands with them anymore, that all of a sudden all that time they spent waiting in line is null.
Still gotta get to
Yeah.
work on time.
Yeah.
I think we all agree.
I think that sounds great.
Okay, I'm talked into it.
So just to clarify, please. If you have a household that applies together as a household, but for whatever life circumstances, they split apart, it creates space for each of them on the wait list in that same order.
Infill.
Because we need a way to explain to people who were number 28, why they are now number 30.
Mhm.
And-
Right.
Okay.
Well,
It'd be 29.
29.
Well, not if there's 3 people.
Which is unlikely.
I'm just
Which
saying.
is unlikely, but yeah.
They were ahead of you.
Dan, did you feel like?
No, yeah, I mean, I was just going to add, in a divorce circumstance, split custody with parents, you know, I want to make sure that we keep them on the list, so, because by excluding them from the wait list, then you can be effectively picking somebody out of the community, and that would make it up. So we're all on the same page on this one.
Okay.
We can keep going.
How many households can a person be a part of on the wait list? I mean, in our lotteries, we say one.
It's fine.
I think one makes sense. And if you update annually because your household is changing, then you're still in that.
If your circumstance changes, then it'll
Yeah.
change annually.
Great. Easiest one all day. Next, last question before lunch. Should the wait list periodically close once a certain number of people or households are on the list? How often should the list be reviewed and under what circumstances can a name be removed from the list? I think that closing the wait list at a certain point makes sense. I think we have a lot of transfers to occur within our project or our full housing program, I should say. I don't know what that number is.
I actually don't think we should close that.
I was gonna say, what's
Explain
the,
yourself.
Yeah, what's the benefit to closing the
what's the
wait
benefit
list?
of closing? it? Shorter
Less
Excel
paperwork
spreadsheets?
for our staff to deal with when in reality, we will not get to those people for years. False hope.
So the one benefit I could see does actually have to do with paperwork, because we have people who, the very, very top person on the wait list for Shandoka, for example, is from 2017. They apply in 2017 and we have an application for them. Chances are they're not working at the same place. They may not even live here anymore, which is a tangential aspect of all of this, is people who actually live and work here on the wait list versus someone who lives in, let's just pick North Dakota, who's been on the wait list, but don't even work or live here. So if it was to close at some point and we are no longer accepting applications, it prevents us from having to just continually be chasing people down for updated paperwork to know if they even qualify anymore.
But you don't do that, right? You're not re-qualifying every year a wait person. You re-qualify them when it's their turn. They ask to be on the wait list. You check their qualifications at that point. Let them know that it'll be probably a long time until a unit is coming around, and then when it's the top person on the wait list, that's when they're qualified.
Well, we're talking about reevaluating their household size annually to remain on the wait list, or to see if their circumstances have changed, and their work history and their employment status could also be part of that.
But that, I don't think we need to do that type of continuing waitlist qualification. Outside of household size, you could say, you're looking for a 2-bedroom. When you applied, you're looking for a 2-bedroom. Is that still the case? If you'd like to change it, do so now.
But aren't
Something
we,
like that. And that's pretty easy and short.
aren't we proposing that they're going to have to update annually? So if we reach out to this fictitious person that's on the wait list from 2018, and their circumstances have changed, they've moved to, what do you say, North Dakota, whatever, they moved to North Dakota, they have a family, they own a business there. They're still at the top of the list. When the requirement to update annually comes around and they don't, then they're off the wait list. Isn't that what we're talking about? And wouldn't that then take care of this issue? Is that if you want to be on the wait list, it's not passive, it's active. It's not that the employees are going to continually do all this. You are actively searching for housing and requesting something. So you have to remain active in that search. you have 12 months that you don't have to do anything. And then there's 1 month when you got to do something. And if you don't do it, you're off the list.
And can we, I mean, I just feel like that process is fairly easy. We don't necessarily need to go through the process of like qualifying and contacting employers, anything like that, but we can send out an email with a link saying, please requalify. And if they don't,
Bye.
And maybe, who knows, maybe if there's like, again, if we're using software and we see that it hasn't been opened, then, we give a pass, we send another 3 emails until whatever it is. Like there's technology that we can utilize. But I agree with Ashley, this is an active process for them. This shouldn't be, the responsibility shouldn't be borne by our staff to make sure that they're qualified. It should be borne by the individuals, and we just need to set it up in a way that does not create more work for you.
I think we all agree here. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing for being able to stay on the wait list. And especially through the lens of not giving staff an abundance of extra work. I mean, making staff check wait list qualifications every year seems way too much and way too heavy. So I just want to make sure that that's not what we're talking about. And
I think it's just that you have to, if you want to be on the wait list, it's not even necessarily that you need to like reapply and we're going through it again. It's like you need to re-engage and say, yes, I am still looking, I'm still active, I still want this. It's like if this person is on the wait list and we haven't heard from them in 4 years,
Yeah.
why are we maintaining them on the wait list at all?
Blaney?
If AMI tiers are implemented as part of these policies, and it is part of the wait list to know which tier a household falls into to offer them a unit when it becomes available, i.e. Sunnyside. We'll use Sunnyside as the example. Or staff in the community services department may not know if somebody actually qualifies for the unit that happens to become available unless we reevaluate each year if their household is still a tier 1 or if they have gotten 2 promotions in the past year and they're now actually a tier A versus tier C.
But we don't have that big of a turnover. You don't need to reevaluate every single person. Can't you just do it as an as needed thing? I mean, if we were having these huge turnovers, I could see that being necessary, but this is doesn't require reassessing
I guess my point is
hundreds and hundreds of
I think
people.
getting on the wait list, like here's the scenario that could happen is if I want to get on the wait list and I'm a single person and I am like, oh, I'm gonna self-report my income, that's gonna place me in tiers. I'm fine with that person self-reporting without us doing a huge amount of like research to pre-qualify that person, whatever. When that unit becomes available for that person, then that's when you say, okay, you say that you qualify for tier A, you need to provide us with that information.
Yeah.
And then they say, oh, well, not that. And then you go, okay, fine. You're not qualifying for this. We're going down the list. So I think that people can self-report at this time so that we can move things along. And then when it actually comes available, that's when you go, okay, now prove it. And then that's when they sign the lease. And it's like, we don't need to do it to get them on the list.
Yeah, this should not be arduous for staff at this point.
And
It just shouldn't.
it should be easy.
It should be
right?
easy.
I am between this salary and this salary, that salary and that salary. And then
How many bedrooms?
and then it just goes into a spread, just populates
Yeah.
right into your spreadsheet.
I'm with nearly everything you said there, Ashley. The one part that I don't quite agree with is if they were wrong or there was something about which tier they were supposed to qualify for, that they just get kicked off the list.
Well, yeah, that can be, I guess my like, cause if we're talking about tiers or whatever, then that maybe it's, cause it sounds like some units have specified tiers associated with them and others might just be a range that you're gonna pay in rent. So I think that it just depends on the circumstance of the property that became available.
Yeah.
So if they're misrepresenting their income and it shows that, oh, they would qualify for this tier and this one, and then it turns out that they won't, they're not gonna get kicked off the list. They're just gonna not get that unit. It will go down to the next person that
It's in
actually
their
qualifies.
best interest to accurately
It's in their
self-report.
best interest to report
Otherwise, they
accurately.
they'll contingently be offered a unit, but if they ultimately don't
And then they won't
qualify,
get
we
it.
won't
I hear
execute
you.
the lease.
I agree completely. It's just for Delaney's, some people get things wrong. People didn't know there was a wait list. People are, as you know, with THA, people make mistakes way more than you would think they do. And I don't think that, that we need to be like, oh, you messed up, or you got a raise, or you miscalculated your income for whatever reason, tough luck, you're off the list.
I don't think I was advocating for kicking them off the list. I was just saying that
Then I
you
misunderstood
wouldn't
what you
get
said.
the unit and you would continue down the
Sure,
list.
that I can live with.
So don't close the wait list.
I don't think so.
I don't think, yeah, we need to.
But the wait list
But you.
needs to
Create
be
useless
pulled.
work for you though,
But
if you know they're
get
never gonna get
removed
there.
if you're not engaging by the deadline on the annual.
We already
check-in.
do that.
Great.
Not gonna do that.
Okay. I think we got through the wait list category. Let's get some food. Thanks everybody for your great engagement. Oh, Delaney.
How often would you, right now it's only evaluated once a year. It honestly doesn't feel like enough. But if you leave that to staff discretion, we can just do it more often as we feel it's necessary.
You mean make everybody check in every 6 months?
That feels like a lot.
Yeah.
Yearly is fine.
Yeah.
I
That'll-
think
Especially if we
annually
do
makes
yearly
sense to me.
leases, there feels like.
And then if you get to someone and they're out and it takes I mean,
Can I ask a question? Could it be that rather than it's like each of us checking in every 6 months, that it's like there's a rolling check-in? So it's like certain groups, certain people will check in this month, so that it's not like a huge project once a year, that it's like you do it annually, but like maybe you're not, it's staggered that way.
A year from when you apply, like if you apply in June, then the next June you have to check in.
It's actually easier if we just do it once a
Okay.
year.
Okay.
Okay, once a year.
I think once a year is fine, that it's like you get on the list and then you know that in May, you're gonna have to do
So.
it. That's fine. I didn't know what was better for staff.
all right, we are going to adjourn for lunch, and meet back at 1.
So we're gonna go out of it. We're gonna motion to adjourn THA because I'm gonna start with public comment.
Okay. We're gonna adjourn THA now and we'll reconvene as town council, at 1 o'clock to hear public comment on non-agenda items, and then we'll tackle tiers. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are finished with our abbreviated lunch session and back reconvene as the Telluride Town Council meeting here on Tuesday, June 4th. As we get restarted again, it is 1:02 PM. Next item on the agenda is public comment. If there's anybody in the room or on Zoom, for public comment, please note that you are allotted no more than 5 minutes and will be limited to 45 minutes total per council meeting. Looking around the room, there is nobody in the room for public comment. Looking on Zoom, I see a hand raised from Todd Creel. If we could unmute Todd, that would be great.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I just wanted to, I feel that I'm compelled to address the most recent situation regarding the town manager. I'm sorry he's decided to depart. I think that Zoe, who's been helping him, I always encourage us to hire internally, and I think she's done a good job. And it seems like the outside source that we used to find manager, the last two managers we got were for fairly short term. So I'd encourage you guys to consider hiring from within to someone we know and who's already worked hard for the town. But as it relates to the information that recently became available to everyone with regard to this new job for the capital improvements, I just feel like I have to speak up. I don't really like to be the one to say so, but you know, if you've been working for the town and you quit your job, is it really appropriate for you to write your own job description and let a few people in on it? I mean, there's so many things that are wrong about that from my point of view. And it seems like we have this pattern where, you know, we had a county commissioner quit her job when we got a better job with government. Our most recent mayor quit her job, is now working for the town. And I think there's a provision within our charter that says if you quit, you can't work for the town for another 6 months. It may not be worded exactly like that, but the general intent should be, if we're going to create a brand new position that's never been funded by the town, wouldn't it make sense for us to open that position to all the people who live in the town and some who might even be more qualified for the job? And further, if you're going to take a job that's 20 hours a week, should you really be able to keep your housing? So I don't relish being the one to bring this up, but I feel like somebody has to, because it keeps happening. And we already have a ballooning budget. And if we're going to create a new position that's we may have the need. We have a lot of capital projects. I don't dispute the need may be there. But if we're going to do that as a town, I think the council particularly has an obligation to open that up to everyone who might be interested and qualified to do the job. And to just quietly hand it over to our former manager who's decided to quit is just, from my perspective, pretty inappropriate on a lot of different levels. So I just feel like I had to say that. And the only other point I would raise is what we've learned from the ethics complaint that was filed on the Housing Authority is that town council sits as the sole ruling body on that. And I know that you have recently received another complaint about the same party. And I heard you say at the beginning of the meeting that you'll schedule a time to address that. I just hope you'll let the public know when there will be an actual hearing where those issues can be addressed fairly and openly. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd. I feel it's important for me to address both of those very quickly. We will at some point reconvene to finish our discussion of THA, and we will review our calendars to set that hearing. So we're actively going to do that. In terms of your first kind of question, and I should backtrack because I normally, myself or council, we typically don't respond to public comments. We typically like to respond in a more work session-y or agendized item. But I feel it's important to respond. And for your first item, considering a possible special projects position, I would just like to reiterate what we have communicated to the media and myself personally quoted as, is that One is that we're nowhere near officially confirming a position budget-wise. That's the first concern. And second is we feel that it's important that whoever the new town manager is the leader in that discussion to understand what challenges we face within our current staffing, budgets, existing salaries, and those types of things. And then if it's decided that we want to do a position like that, tweaking that job description so it's a perfect fit. And if we then choose to do that, we will open up a wide, we will cast a net far and wide to try to get the best person possible, whether they're internal, external, or from somewhere else. Who knows? So there's lots of processes for us to go through to even decide if we're jumping into that. But our new leader, who we're also looking, far and wide and not sure who's applying yet, will be the leader on that. Is there any other public comments? None in the room and none online. We will move on to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. There are none. And so we will go to number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. The current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, commissions, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, June 17th, 2024, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, June 25th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. That's a town resident. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. Moving right along, item number 5 is the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second?
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. That is approved unanimously. Moving right along is agenda number 6. We would like to reconvene back as the Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to adjourn the council meeting to go into THA?
So moved.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Mian, second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Me yeah.
Jesse Ray.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. We will now go back into Telluride Housing Authority with Geneva.
Okay, welcome back. We are back in our meeting continued from this morning. We have discussed topics surrounding roommate and household policy, waitlist policy, and now we are on to tiers. I want to thank everybody for their great participation today so far. And let's keep making progress on these important issues. So tiers, consideration of tiers. I will, I guess, just hand it over to staff and we'll keep moving through it.
Hi, long time no see. Thank you again to everybody for very thoughtful discussion earlier and for the clear direction as we move forward. It's going to really be invaluable as we continue to move through this process. I do have a couple of slides that are taken directly from the packet. I think that these tables are probably the easiest way to illustrate both to all of you in the room and anyone watching potentially online. The meat of the data, if you will. Apologies, I was not at the May 14th meeting. I was away on my trip, and my understanding was that the consensus was to move in the direction of tiers. And so we, instead of giving you another history lesson, we're just going to move forward with the idea that it is something that wants to be addressed. We already touched on this a bit this morning, these two tables specifically. And just to reiterate for you and the listening public, as we have moved through this process to collect data from households, we found it was easiest to simply do it on lease renewal rather than asking for people information outside of that process. It takes a while because not all leases are due at the same time of year. They're due throughout the year. At this point, we have 69% of households who have replied with current or up-to-date information from Shandoka, Sunnyside, sorry, not Sunnyside, Shandoka, Virginia, Placer, the boarding house. Those properties were the ones that were focused on because Sunnyside, we had recent information from everyone. 69% of those households have replied or the information has been obtained. Of that percentage, 60% of those households are over income based on the current standard being used for an income cap at the high end.
Not including Sunnyside.
Not including Sunnyside. That is not to be considered under the majority of this discussion. Boarding house, Virginia, Placer, Shandoka. The chart on the right, we had heard loud and clear that there were concerns that households of different types might be getting treated a little bit differently or might be being considered differently. So I wanted to outline that based on type of household and breaking down that number of 84 households, which is the 60%, this is how it breaks down into individuals, families, and roommates so that everybody could see which type of households were facing these income overages. I did choose to include couples into families. We can pull that out if you like. It's 5 couples. 3 of those are married couples, and I presume they consider themselves a family. The other 2 are unmarried couples, but one of them has at least told me that they also consider themselves a family. I chose to consider them as families, just for clarification's sake. I think that really, again, staff, we would like to hear your discussion on these points. We do that in an effort to understand where everyone is coming from when we bring you additional information in the form of a draft document. We want to make sure that we are addressing each of your concerns and each of the nuances or wordsmithing or however you want to define that as we present a document to you. I can talk about more details if you would like. I think it might be more beneficial to us to hear your reaction and discussion about this. And maybe we could just skip ahead to the next slide because I have a feeling we may toggle between the 2 of them for this cause. This is what has been presented to you in every packet thus far during these discussions. This is an excerpt of the larger table, if you will. There also were columns that were related to number of employment hours, other property ownership, and those were addressed, net assets, those were addressed in a prior meeting. And today this session, we're specifically talking about tiers, and therefore we only included the parts of the table that are related to income and a proposed system for tiers. Sorry, next slide. We may toggle between 3, apologies. The bottom table on this sheet, on this slide, is where Sunnyside will eventually come into play, just so that you have that pinned for part of the discussion. The first table gives real life examples of some of the households who are over income right now. And with the table that is in your packet that has the suggested range of tiers, the proposed range of tiers assigned by letter A through F, I included a G and it's grayed out just in case so you could see the possibility for expansion in the future if necessary. This is to give you real life examples of existing occupants and if an AMI tier designation was adopted, what potential rent increases could look like for those households.
At 25%. Right.
Yes, I based, I'll back up 1 second since you brought that up. Up until recently, we've been using 30% as our multiplier because that is generally kind of the national rhetoric. 30% of your income goes towards your housing costs. Honestly, when I plugged in those numbers for this table, we mentioned this at THA subcommittee meetings in the past when we come up with sale prices and rent prices, that there was great sticker shock for me when I put in 30%. I recalculated at 25%, and I believe that to be a more realistic approach for affordability going forward for people. Sunnyside already is sort of in that in-between space anyway, and therefore it would align with what is already in place there, which is already using the tier system.
I think something we've discussed before as well that I'd just like to throw out is that whether we have sticker shock or not, we all recognize that living in Telluride is an incredibly expensive endeavor. Groceries are more expensive, gas is more expensive, everything is more expensive. And so adopting a lower multiplier makes sense for us and is in the best way to support our residents. At least that's how I felt. And I want to bring up that the CAFE letter mentioned a 22% multiplier. Mr. Osgood mentioned an escalator multiplier that it would sort of mirror like income taxes on the federal level, where depending on your income bracket, you pay more percentage of taxes. So that would be kind of like the more, I shouldn't say extreme is not the right word, but the more involved way of approaching the multiplier. But anyway, enough of me talking. Delaney, you want to just hear from people what their reactions are to this kind of proposal first?
Yes, and ultimately, again, we're looking for direction. Just because you were given a spectrum of tiers and ranges to consider, that can be adjusted. That was just a place marker to give you an idea of what it could look like. The one other thing I did want to mention in that table that shows the different target AMIs and then income limits for households. Our attempt was to create a scenario which is reflected probably best in the 2 1-bedroom examples that I gave. When you go into the next tier above where you currently are sitting, let's say, there is a room for growth. It isn't that you make this much more money and you're automatically going to pay more rent. There is a range built in. So for example, a 1-bedroom apartment with someone at 81% AMI, which would be one of the cutoffs to go up to the next range, so to speak. 81% would potentially pay $11.98 for rent, but so would the person at 100% AMI. So there is room for growth in your income. It isn't that you make $5,000 more and automatically your rent is going to go up. So I just wanted to illustrate that before you started your discussion, that we did try to build that room for growth in, because I know that's also been a concern that's been expressed.
I have a quick question. When looking at these tiers and income, you know, like tax returns and things, there's like your total income. And then let's say people are putting things into like college savings accounts or retirement or whatever, and then actually what their taxable income is considerably less. So are you looking at their total income when you do this, or are you looking at their taxable income?
So we do look at gross. That's always been the case. However, and I apologize if I don't know if this was discussed at the prior meeting when it came up with assets. The housing guidelines already have an exemption, if you will, for certain costs to a household, child care, medical expenses. There was just student loans. There was a desire, I believe, by the body here to have that allowance also built into place for the rental housing. I just don't know if that actually got discussed discreetly on May 14th.
I don't know if we've gone into calculation of income yet, but it's been my understanding so far in talking with the board that we would like to equate this to the guidelines as much as it's reasonable. It would be difficult for tenants to go from calculation of income for rental, and it's calculated a different way for deed restricted housing. So I envision this as being the same calculation for income. We take gross, we take the maximum top number, and then we would deduct up to $10,000 for student loan payments, for childcare expenses, healthcare expenses, and so on and so forth. So it's not that you get to deduct unlimited from that income. It's a $10,000 maximum if you can prove that you have made those contributions.
I guess I'm just having a hard time if someone is, let's say, making $80,000 a year and they're putting, let's say, $40,000 away for college, you know, for their kid to go to college or for retirement, and really all they're making to spend is $40,000 a year, but then they have to pay rent based off of $80,000 a year. I'm not seeing how that is even remotely.
Who's putting
I think,
half of their?
yeah, and I think,
I can name a couple
well,
actually.
to go back
I think they can
to
afford to do that.
guidelines discussions too, we wanted to encourage people to do exactly
is,
that,
but-
to save, but we also don't
Give
want
an
to
example.
encourage people to hide income or to otherwise play the system to a point where if they have the potential to make that much money, it's great that they're saving it. But if they have an even more potential to make more money, then perhaps they shouldn't be in subsidized housing. So it strikes that $10,000, at least from the board's position at the time when we were adopting the guidelines, was to make an allowance, but cut it off at $10,000 of contributions.
The state guideline under this thing talking about the minimum, you know, rent versus income says that it's net annual income in excess of 5 times. So we are utilizing AMI, which is calculated, I think, on gross, correct? Not on net. But and the restriction for the state says that we can do it on the net.
Yeah,
up to
so
5 times.
going back, so this is CRS 294210. And again, so we may rent or lease dwelling accommodations to persons of low income. Persons of low income is not defined in the affordable housing statutes, but it is according to the determination of the authority. So persons of low income in Telluride is probably going to mean something different from persons of low income, say in Denver or out on the plains. So when it comes to this 5 times multiplier, again, and we'll analyze this in full before we actually implement anything, but for purposes of this discussion, legal counsel just isn't concerned that that is the standard that we have to adhere to. It's persons of low income that we are trying to service here. And we get to determine what what persons of low income means for our community.
I agree with that, but it says, and the top of this section says that in the operation or management of housing projects, any housing authority at all times shall observe the following duties with respect to rentals and tenant selection. And then this section starts out with, it's section D, it shall not accept any family as a tenant in a dwelling accommodations that are provided for persons of low income if the family who would occupy the dwelling accommodations has a net annual income in excess of 5 times the annual rental of the dwelling accommodations to be furnished. After allowing exemptions available to families occupying dwellings of low rent, like there's an exemption there to say, and I'm just trying to say that This is saying net, which it gives us a little bit more room compared to just a straight gross
yeah.
as well.
Isn't net and gross, when we're talking about this, though, more applicable to a self-employed household? Like, that's how we assess income for self-employed households, is using net on their tax return?
No,
I mean, if you have a significant 401k contribution, something like that would make a big difference between your net and gross. Because if you're contributing to a traditional 401k, that's exempted from your gross and just is.
Well,
Or
I'm
if you're
trying to
con-
make the distinction between deducting business expenses or
I think-
life expenses.
Sure, I think your example is accurate also, but I'm just providing a feasible circumstance that we will
or a
encounter.
significant college contribution to your kids over the next 6 years, you know.
People will need to decide how much to put away in different savings accounts based on what they can afford and
I
what
also-
is allowed by the housing programs that they choose to live in.
That's
right.
Bogged down on this because our legal counsel is further examining
Well, and the,
disagrees with the assessment as it is currently being stated.
and the other thing to keep in mind is someone may choose to
Okay.
qualify
But we agree.
based on putting more money into a 401k, and is that the real person that deserves that unit?
They still need to survive after, I mean, like.
But, the question, again, it just comes down to how much of a subsidy do we give to the individuals based on their need, based on a process in which we want to be equitable to the community as a whole.
That's right.
So,
Are we subsidizing people who make more money so that they can
cause they can have savings account and
savings
retire
accounts
earlier.
over other people who cannot?
Don't
Significant.
have the money
savings.
to actually pay
They
for their
can't
housing
save.
at all.
I think that there's a difference between subsidizing more or saying, you know, you don't qualify whatsoever.
Well, we have discussed in the past that we do want to have a total cap potentially. We could also take that off of the table and not have a cap, and someone who makes $500,000 can live in Shandoka, which is currently happening.
Right.
So I think that sort of affects this conversation.
I don't think people making $80,000 a year are close to, it's $500,000.
Well, of course not, but we're also talking about tiers that would allow them to stay in their housing. Delaney.
I just want to add something. We're not necessarily, we didn't intend to address this today, but I think it is important because of the example that is being given to address this. There is actually a low income threshold. We cannot in good conscience rent to someone who cannot afford their rent. If someone on paper is making 80,000 and putting away 40,000 for a college fund, they may not qualify for an apartment if they're stating that their income is only $40,000 because we may not be able to rent to them because of the low income threshold, which comes into what Ally mentioned about moving money around to kind of
Work the system.
creative accounting. I don't know what else to call it. Just keep that in mind and put a pin in that because that threshold has also not been getting enforced when there's nowhere for people to live and their only option is something that they may not on paper be able to afford and they literally have nothing else. We, in the history of our properties, have been housing those folks as well. Just keep in mind, technically speaking, there's a low income threshold.
What is that right now?
It's your annual income, again, now we're doing it as gross and have been forever. 2.5 times the annual rent is what your income should be, just to show that affordability so that you can buy food and gasoline and the other things.
So, and on that note, how is that working with the real world example you gave in our packet where we are serving people down to 7% AM?
In most of those cases, those individuals have a housing choice voucher, otherwise known as a Section 8 housing voucher, and they have been able to live because they have that opportunity. Not all of them have that. We do have a couple of instances where people are, for their own personal reasons, below in like the 15 to 20% range, who worked their whole life and set aside money and are able to live off of their savings, though it is kind of a finite situation for them if they aren't getting enough from Social Security or disability. So The people at the very low end of the spectrum have other means that are assisting them.
Can you help me reconcile what you're saying here with also the stated goal in the staff memo that part of the purposes of a rent tier would be to quote, further equity and inclusion, as Ali has stated multiple times, provide more housing. How does this change both provide more housing, but also make sure that there is a minimum threshold and those people are taken care of as well under this proposal?
I'm trying to make sure I understand the question. I believe that the statement about providing more housing or more opportunities for more people is more largely equated to the people who exceed the income, because as of today, they technically do not qualify for housing. And if the rules today were enforced, they would be removed from their housing. In adopting a tiered process, it is increasing the opportunities for the people who are actually over income.
That is, okay, but that is where two things are being conflated that are not necessarily the same thing. Because there is a basis for qualification and a philosophical basis for rent calculations. And those are not necessarily tied. You can have, as we currently have, a rent calculation that is based off of costs, expenditures. And then you can have a qualification, as we currently have, even though it is not enforced, of income. We are talking about making a change from what is the cost on a philosophical basis for our rent, how we come up with our rent. We're going from what does it cost to what cost can the tenant bear? And that's the switch there. That, in my mind, is an unrelated thing from qualifying people. There is a difference between the qualifications we set for our tenants and how we come up with our rent structure. Those are two different and unrelated things that keep getting tied together, even though they are not inherently tied.
They kind of are though. So if you just chose to change the AMI maximum for the person that could live in a unit from, what is it now, like 60% or whatever, up to 156%, and kept the rent where it's at right now, which is the determination that we've used of what covers the cost of the project, then those people that you've allowed that are 156% AMI to pay that lower rate are out of compliance by state statute. So we cannot provide them housing either by state statute. You have to adjust both in order to keep us. That's why the tiers make the most sense. It's why the tier is saying you make more, you're going to have to pay more, because if we don't, we're going to be out of compliance with state statute, period.
This is like a philosophical thing as well. I think we have not discussed with Lance about, if we go with this tier system across all of our projects, what the financial implications would be to our enterprise funds. Do we change the way we do accounting for our affordable housing projects? We have a kind of an evergreen, constantly refilling affordable housing fund, which we are really lucky to have. And I, at least personally, am comfortable with needing to assess what kind of transfer we may need from the affordable housing fund in order to preserve the functioning of our program overall in a way that adds up and subtracts out the way we need it to at the end of the day for our projects. It seems, since we have so many people who are over income of our current rates right now, that we will be getting more rent in, not less rent, and we will not have a problem covering the costs of these projects. But of course that can change, as like when I moved into Shandoka and I picked which 3-bedroom to move into because it wasn't full. Like that was also a situation where the town was not collecting enough rent to cover the cost. But I'm sort of curious what everybody's philosophical approach might be to like the dollars and cents implications of going to this tiered system of perhaps dipping into the affordable housing fund if necessary to keep the wheels turning on our programs if we have, if we're collecting less rent than previously. Does that, am I, does
The
my
whole-
question
no,
make
the
sense?
whole point of affordable housing is not to, the rent never covers the cost of the project. That's why we subsidize it.
No.
But it
The way
has to,
our
it
program
actually
does it,
has
we,
to.
we do the subsidy up front for the construction.
With everything
and then
included.
The rents
Yeah.
cover the bonding moving forward.
Right.
Which are
right.
fixed.
Can we, when we, this wasn't clear because Mian said one thing and Dan said another thing, and I haven't been on this board long enough to know what's true. Is it the case that each project has to self-fund to its bonds and all of that stuff, and then gets funded through money coming over? Or is it that we can look at all of our projects in one big pot and say, this project can pay for this project, and then, because that ultimately would change how we could charge rents. Is it that they're siloed and that their bonds are their bonds in that system that they have to
That's how it's
cover
been
that
done now.
expenses?
That's
I'm
how it's
saying,
been done.
does it have to be done that way? Because there's kind of the,
It depends on how they're funded.
From a lender
initially.
standpoint, they want to see very specific metrics really on a specific project, certain rents guaranteed, if you will. There are different rules and regs around type of units and loans and so on. But yes, the short answer is they need to be looked at largely as project by project.
they have to be kind of
Because of
siloed.
the
But that's
financing
when
of
we
that.
get the bond, right?
That's right.
We
Mhm.
could then, now we have a bond on Voodoo, for example. We've been doing construction. We told them about what kind of rents we plan to collect at those units. We also have the ability to make a transfer from our affordable housing fund to fill in a gap if necessary, right?
Go ahead.
Kevin?
Yeah, it's actually a stronger obligation than that. It says, it doesn't say you have to appropriate, but it says you have to look to those revenue sources. And then you make your own determination of whether you want to fund it or not. But then if you didn't fund it, then you're not in violation of your obligation, but you have basically failed to appropriate the necessary funds to fund the project through other sources. And that would be a detriment to the town and the housing
Of course,
authority.
we need to pay our debt on time, but I guess my question is if we borrowed under the viewpoint that we would charge, what is it, an average of 120% at Voodoo?
Approved 140, but we hope to be less with the grant.
Okay. So if we then chose to have a more diverse tiered opportunities for rent, but filled in the gap with affordable housing funds, is that in violation of our bond, or is that just a choice that we're able to make with funds and how we use them?
Usually the bond obligation is if they ever come into ownership of the project and have the project under their control, then it's the AMI limitations that they would be looking to implement, or what the bottom floor would be at that point. And maybe a maximum, a top floor as well.
Yeah, most of our bonds in the event of default, if the banks were to take over a project, say Sunnyside, they're only required to rent the units to those working within the R1 school district. They're not limited on AMIs or caps.
But I think,
But let me.
no, I just want to get more,
Yeah.
sorry, to clarify, because G's asking about if we have a revenue bond and we are not generating revenue from the source that we dedicated when we took out that bond, would that cause us to be in default?
Yes.
With the,
No, you would have the option to subsidize the operational deficit through other means, affordable housing fund or some other source. If you elected to have rents that did not support the bond.
Even if it's rents from another project in excess of what that project
Okay,
needs.
so on that specific issue, I am pretty sure that when you have bonds, you have excess revenues from those bonds or from that asset, you need to first pay back that bond itself. You could do a project where, or you could refinance all of your rental housing assets under one large bond.
Mm.
That would be an option, and then you could move, monies around to various projects because it's one large debt. But some of the bonds restrict, or let me put it this way, a COP, for example, with the Shandoka project. Any excess revenues or any leftover funds from the COP have to be used for Shandoka phase, building at phase 1. They cannot be used for other projects.
But our revenue that's coming into the affordable housing fund from property taxes, sales taxes, housing mitigation fees, STR 2.5%. Those we can, that
Yeah.
money, which is now roughly $5 million a year, can be allocated as we see fit. Oftentimes we use it to, as a down payment on a bond for a new project, but we could also use it to subsidize different enterprise funds.
I guess my question is with Shandoka, because Shandoka is the only project now that's completely paid off, right?
No.
Well, the building F stuff, I saw a little chart. So Shandoka is not completely paid off.
Correct.
But I'm
It's close.
assuming that based on if we raise the rents, like this chart is saying, that it will exceed what is owed. What happens to those funds then?
So what, one point of clarification first. Each project which has its own enterprise fund, which is what makes it its own standalone thing. It isn't just the bond obligations that we're talking about. There is continued operations and
Sure.
maintenance costs, and I don't want that to be overlooked because we do in fact pay ourselves, if that's how some people like to look at it, the water bill. Shandoka pays its water bill to the town of Telluride, as does Sunnyside, as does Virginia Placer. So there are ongoing high operations and maintenance costs. I just don't want that to get lost.
And
in
there
the
should be
discussion.
reserve funds for improvements and replacement
course.
costs and all that as well.
So because Shandoka is the longest living property that we have, and because some of those bonds were refinanced or paid off, but not all of them, there's a bit more latitude and flexibility to assist other housing enterprise funds if needed, if a transfer was necessary. Can transfers be made from the Affordable Housing Fund? Yes. In previous discussions, I've heard that's not necessarily, in some folks' opinion, the highest and best use of that money if there's opportunities within each of the housing enterprise funds to help offset those costs in other ways. The Sunnyside Fund is the newest. It, in my opinion, is not going to see any excesses, and it will in fact see a deficit for a little while. So it will probably need to be bolstered. We're getting ahead of ourselves for this. This would have come up in October, but here we are. It will probably be offset by any reserves that might be in place at Shandoka. Virginia Placer is starting to level out. Some of you may remember from prior conversations that Virginia Placer was getting those injections of money from either the Affordable Housing Fund or the Capital Fund or the Shandoka Fund. It was being bolstered until it could get to a place of being flush. I wanted to make sure the operations and maintenance wasn't being overlooked, and with the cost of potentially, if you were to try to make a design where everything was in one place with one bond obligation for all housing, there are significant costs associated with that if you refinance, or they use the term refund, those bond obligations before a call date is available, or you may not be able to at all. That's also something to keep in mind.
Now, we've negotiated really short call dates on some of our projects, so we have maximum flexibility. But to go back to your question about Shandoka, the debt on Shandoka is quite small. If we are seeing more revenues, theoretically, that could be paid off quicker. And once the bond is paid off, then there's no calls on those excess revenue funds for any purpose. I mean,
Okay.
in other words, they could be used for whatever the housing authority elects to use those funds for. And the amount of debt I think that's on Shandoka right now is between 4 and 5. And we're planning on paying them off within the next 8 years, but it could be sooner. But as Delaney mentioned, with the COP, you cannot use those funds for other purposes. With the revenue bonds, as long as you're making your debt payments, you have the ability to transfer to another housing enterprise fund.
Okay.
So there's a difference there.
I think that's really good understanding to have, and I think, all of our bonds are slightly different, and we try and take the most advantageous and beneficial option that we can at the time. I just wanted to lay that out there before we get too bogged down in how are we gonna cover bonds if we change tiers around. Elena.
So this is kind of getting more back to what's on the screen right now, if that's okay.
Of course.
So I'm looking at these numbers and like some of them do seem a little bit high.
Can you say an example?
Yeah, like I think the right column like that. Honestly, like I kind of want to maybe explore that 22% of income that Kathy is suggesting, if maybe that makes more sense. Or what I was going to throw out here, and I don't know if this just throws a whole wrench in the plan, but to kind of be a compromise between us having equity amongst our projects, but also acknowledging that some projects are nicer than others. This could, tell me if this doesn't work, but what if we, for instance, charged Voodoo at a 25% of income, but then charged Shandoka at a 22% of income, so that it's acknowledging that, you know, one is gonna have nicer finishes and just be more up to date. It still is scaling the rent somewhat to the income level, but you know, somebody who's getting a nicer unit is gonna pay a little bit more, but they're also gonna get a nicer unit, so that it sort of is hitting a middle ground of the tiers, but also kind of what Dan's been getting at, that there are differences amongst these projects. Is that something that is possible?
Sure, it's possible. It's administratively, it would be kind of awkward. But again, because you're treating, it's just another level of information that has to be remembered and calculated properly. So Shandoka would still kind of be separate, and it would have this qualification and rent standard, and then everything else potentially would have this other standard. So it's just dealing with multiple sets of documents and multiple sets of rules still, which is one of the things we were trying to steer away from. Is it possible? Absolutely.
But it could just be decided once and it's printed, and tier C at Shandoka is this much per 1 bedroom, and tier C at Voodoo is this much per bedroom.
Yep.
People just look at the number and they know.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, that it is another level of complexity, but I really agree with this, because it's like, I think that I agree with the idea that we shouldn't be creating classes of housing where this is the lowest, and so all the lowest earners live here, and this is the highest, so all the highest earners live here. I think it makes sense to have tiers at all of these so that we can have people live in both, but it does make sense as long as we're maintaining it at an affordable level, which we all agree is below 30% of your income. Then it makes sense that you would have by project a tier, rather than what Mason was saying about doing it, multiplying up through the different scales. It would be like, hey, you want to live in Shandoka, this is the most bang for your buck, period. So that, you know, whether you're at a 50% AMI or 150% AMI, this is going to be the best bang for your buck. Or if you live here, you are going to pay a slightly higher premium because you're getting a more premium product, but it still doesn't create a division of a barrier for some people that have a 50% AMI from entering into that building. If they are like, hey, I'm willing to pay up to 25% or 30% because I want the better product. I think that that gives people more options and it makes it more equitable. And then it helps those more expensive projects, which are new, that helps them cover their expenditures versus Shandoka, which we just talked about, has lower, doesn't need as much.
Yep. So on that topic, it was a question I had this morning, but it seems like now's the time to raise it. On the idea and concept of all sorts of people in all of our projects at once. The corollary example in the affordable housing, deed restricted for purchase homes would be letting anybody from any AMI range apply and buy it at the price that is affordable to them. Maybe that's higher if they are a higher income earner, or lower. Now, I still remain opposed to it, but that is effectively what's being proposed here. You know, if there's a unit in Entrada up for sale, if we are trying to strive for equity in all things, that would be the way in which it's done if we are applying applying the rules equally across our projects.
I
Does
don't,
that feel right to you guys?
But we have tiers. I mean, if you look at like a Gold Run,
But you,
like we have the same, we have similar units at different tiers.
which is what I'm trying to propose for the rental as well, where you have a project that serves 120 to 140. You have a project that serves 80 to 100 AMI
When you say project, do you mean project or do you mean individual unit?
project.
Okay, I'm saying at Gold Run, there's like, I mean, we have one in the lottery. It's a tier 1. There's a very similar unit. It's a tier 2, like that.
Within the same project.
Yeah, so there are different units within the same project that are at different tiers.
Sure, but it's close by. It's never going to be like what is being proposed for rental, where anyone for anything can go to any project as long as they're meeting the hours requirement. And then they pay what they can afford. That,
Is that what's being proposed? That's not what
I
I've
don't,
heard.
I think this is a great question because I think it's something that we need to discuss and something that Mian's brought up before, which is like, we have our AMI numbers, but what percentage of our population falls into each of these tiers? And what we're trying to do is make our full program have the appropriate amount of units that are each tier. So that, right?
And to be reflective of what our true community needs are, not just the community within the specific projects that we have and who is living there now, but what the entire region actually needs in terms of affordability, like per unit, per project, per type, per program, overall program.
So we actually have an opportunity now with Voodoo coming online without fixed tiers yet, where we know in Shandoka, we need to adjust tiers up. And so that residents there are paying the more appropriate rent for their income tier. So we're effectively going to be losing some tier A and tier B units out of our inventory because they're going to be leveling up and we have an opportunity to replace them at Voodoo. And but not just be like, everybody qualifies for every single unit in Voodoo, but the way I envisioned it is we would look at the Voodoo units and we'd say, okay, we want to do this many units of tier A, this many units of tier C, and with the lottery, place those properly. And then as people's income adjusts, if we need to adjust their tier, that's when that occurs. But it's not like we're going to
Without
have all
adjusting
tier A's in Voodoo. We are going to try and make it match up with our need and cost average and like that sort of thing. That's sort of what I had envisioned. We haven't discussed it. Yes, and our bond obligation.
And diversity.
Exactly.
This does get to the heart, and I'll try and keep it brief because I know I've said some of this before, but this does get to the heart of just my issue with the concept of it. When you're doing that, when you have a new project that clearly is just more expensive to build, Voodoo is just more expensive and costs more than Shandoka does. When you put that as the top priority of having these different AMI units within there, you lessen our town's ability to effectively allocate our resources to that being the way in which we serve the greatest good. So when you're having a low AMI person in Voodoo, they have to be subsidized from somewhere else. What they are paying are not meeting the expenses, not building a capital reserve for that project. The money else has to come from somewhere, whether that's through other revenue sources in our affordable housing system, through the affordable housing fund, through the capital reserve fund, whatever it is. We then have to find a way to subsidize that person additionally because they are in a more expensive unit. And so you are asking taxpayers to subsidize that person instead of recognizing where some things cost more. Asking some people to be in Shandoka is not, some people at the lower end of the AMI spectrum to be in Shandoka, while still worthy of affordable housing, but higher AMI earners to be in Voodoo. That's not equivalent to segregation. That is recognizing that projects have certain costs, that we are effectively allocating our resources as a town to maximize our use to benefit our taxpayers, our businesses, and not creating a system out of a search for equity that then further burdens our own budget and further burdens the taxpayers while ignoring the realities, like we're saying, that some units are simply nicer and better than others.
But it's
I'm
still
willing
just,
to spend more to promote our diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives that we have been bringing on that is, as Adrian stated, central to the economic discrimination that has happened through housing through our country's history. And I think that while we are collecting or subsidizing less our higher income earners at Shandoka, we will be having to move less money from the Affordable Housing Fund to subsidize the roof the roof replacement, all of our unit turns that are about to come up that we're going to try and upgrade those units, that sort of thing. That's where I stand on it.
I would love to follow up as well. I think, I think a lot of the answers to where do these subsidies come from get answered by the tier system where we reallocate what we're subsidizing. So if we're not putting our subsidy power towards higher income earners, then we have more bandwidth to subsidize someone who makes 70% AMI but gets a spot in Voodoo. Like it's all, I think that's the whole point of the tier system, is that it gives us more ability to help lower income earners get the same resources to live than, wait, why? What?
We're currently housing and funding people down to 7% AMI. I just don't buy that this system will provide benefit for those peoples. And when we are less efficiently using our resources, that means we are able to create less housing. And so trying to create the most amount of housing for the most amount of people means an efficient allocation of resources. And this is.
And what I'm saying is I think our resources are being misused by subsidizing income levels that are at 200% AMI in Shandoka. I think that's a misuse of our resources. So what I'm saying, please don't interrupt, the tiered system allows us to look at where those subsidies are currently going and say, hey, maybe instead of subsidizing this person at 200% AMI, the same way we subsidize someone at 50% AMI, we're going to have them pay more so that their subsidy's less, and we can redistribute that to someone who needs it more, and then get diversity in some of our newer, these new builds that we have.
And the problem with what you're saying there that I have is that, again, we are creating two sets of systems, one where we are taking more money because people are earning, and I agree, people at 200% AMI should not be in Shandoka. We don't have many other options currently, and we're working on that and building towards that. But in this system where we are having renters subsidize other renters, that is inequitable from the deed restricted program where people are building equity.
Renters are not subsidizing
That's
other
what
renters.
exactly what we're talking about. And
No,
yes, they are.
no.
That's exactly what
Taxes
we're
are
talking about. Yes,
subsidizing
yes.
all the
Disagree.
renters.
Every renter
Every
is
renter-
subsidizes. It's the amount of subsidy
Yeah,
that they
every
receive.
renter in
Nobody is subsidizing
town
themselves.
rental property is getting subsidized. They are not subsidizing someone else. They're receiving a subsidy. I think that's where you're saying something that's not factual, and I think it's problematic to put that out there. So like, let's just clear that up. People renting at Shandoka are not subsidizing Shandoka. They're receiving a subsidy.
Everyone.
As was stated, Shandoka is already cost positive and paying off its bonds.
That's not what we're talking about.
But how is that not what we're talking about? If you are generating positive revenue, where is the subsidy?
So your argument is that once the bond is paid off, we should just stop charging rent at Shandoka and
that's not what I'm saying.
no one should.
Kind
Well,
of
That's
it.
not what I'm saying.
don't want their rent to go towards anything else in the program.
I am
So what would happen with their rent at that point?
No, my words are being misconstrued. What I am saying is when you are jacking up the rent because people are earning more. That is what is being asked right here, instead of a system continuing to be based around the philosophy of expenditures. And then when you pay off the expenditure of the bond, you still have the expenditure of maintenance and upkeep and those types of things.
But rent would greatly outpace that once the bond is paid off. So then what happens to that rent?
This
You
is
are,
also, this is not a system of expenditures. This is a system of social responsibility. And if we are going straight off of a balance book, if we're literally looking at a spreadsheet as to what we should be doing, then we need to take into account what free market is actually doing for any of these unit types and reduce off of there. This is not a system, this is a system of what you are proposing is a system of like systemic inequality, and we can.
no, that is
We can-
completely unfair. Don't even.
The weird,
That is completely
I
unfair.
agree with Mia, and we've talked about this a lot of times. I think you see it differently. That's clear. It's not meant to be an insult to you. It's just we completely view the way that this housing program works and should work differently. So please don't take it as an attack on or
I've been
misconstruing
completely
your
cordial.
words. or anything.
We are having a debate. That's what we're here to do.
We're talking in a circle.
We're
now,
debating.
And you're repeating the same things over and over. So I'm concerned that we're gonna get, this is the main event here. This is the cycle that we've been on about disagreeing about this for weeks and months. Let's go back to the packet, to the question under, sorry, I'm getting back to here. Should tiers be implemented? Do we want to take any
Yes,
public
I
comments
think
on this?
tiers should be implemented.
Okay, great.
I do too.
Like we did this morning, maybe we can take some public input if there is any. I know some folks have already given public comment, but I would love to try and move forward through this process. So if anybody has public comment on what we're talking about now with the tiers and maybe even more specifics about how the tiers should be implemented, feel free to raise your hand and give comment. Not seeing any online. Is there anybody in the room?
Oh, we got one.
Oh, we got one. Dave.
Hello, am I there?
You're there.
Okay, I was pushing the wrong button, sorry. A couple of things here. I think you all need to take a straw poll about this particular philosophical difference that is exhibiting itself right now, because I'm seeing a 6-1 council vote at this moment, and we're wasting a whole lot of everybody's time to continue to dwell on this. I think it's very apparent that, and I've come in favor of this in spite of my previous comments, that we're going to go to some sort of tier system. I can tell you from some of the financial analysis I've done that going to the tier system will generate plenty of surplus money in the Shandoka budget. You do have the legal ability to move that money around. There was a new piece of information that I hadn't heard before today about an obligation to pay off the certificate of participation first. That's a little bit of limit on how you can move your money, but there shouldn't be any doubt that you can move money. I think it is completely unreasonable for any tenant to expect that the public will subsidize their rent to anything below 20% of their income. I'm going to leave it at that at the moment. A lot of this stuff gets into the weeds. I do have strong opinions about how to set the actual limits and targeting the actual rent charged. And I think it's going to be more useful for staff to present kind of a coherent plan with all the various moving parts on the table at the same time, because they're so interrelated, it's hard to comment on one without commenting on the other. I think I'll leave it at that the moment and let the discussion continue. You guys are actually doing an amazing job of getting through this stuff. So thank you again for your work, and we'll go on to the next subject.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there anybody else who would like to give comment about the proposed tiers system? Okay. So coming back to the question, there's a few staff recommendations here, and there was a recommendation from Elena to sort of, let me see how I say this, to utilize a multiplier, a different multiplier for different projects to give acknowledgement and deference to the fact that there are newer, nicer buildings available. Put your thumb up if you're comfortable with implementing tiers across all projects with a multiplier differentiation between projects to be determined more specifically later.
I have a question though about that. How does that truly affect affordability though? So if a unit is designated for somebody at 100% of AMI, I guess where are we setting the price point of that so it still is truly affordable in terms of our goals? Thank you.
I think that you need to consider this not as a unit being assigned an AMI tier, but that when someone applies for a unit, their rent will be based on their household AMI tier. With a caveat, I'm going back to using Sunnyside as the example. The resolution that was passed by town council to approve that project delineated a specific number of units in tier 2 and a specific number of units in tier 1. And please legal correct me if I'm wrong. Because of that, we do have to maintain that equanimity of number of units, but that doesn't mean they can't flex. So if someone who's originally in one of the designated tier 1 units, their household income increases, already currently now they need to start paying tier 2 rent. That means that the next unit that vacates, if it's a tier 2, could in fact then become a tier 1.
Okay.
At Shandoka, it's very different because we've never had these tier assignments per se before. It should not be that we have X number of units assigned that have to be tier A or B or C. It's when the household equals the 80% AMI in their income, then they're within this target range of, and I think it's B for that one. And then their rent would be equated to that. Unless or until Shandoka ever gets to a point that it's all been renovated and it's all new, and council at that time were to approve the project with a certain number of units designated. Sorry, I'm gonna use a better example. The Voodoo project.
Thank you.
Has a grant associated with it that requires that, I think it's 12.
Yeah, it is.
12 units have to be at or below a certain AMI standard. So at any given time in those 27 housing units, there has to be that number of units minimum that meet or are below that number. The other units can be whatever council determines they need to be. They can be a range, or they could all be higher, or whatever that looks like. As long as the number of units within Voodoo always remains at that number 12 always remains at or below, then that standard is being met. But it isn't an assignment to a particular unit. Just want to.
I think that that's exactly what we need to do, is allow fluctuation with the community services director to evaluate, okay, how is the budget looking? How many tiers A through C do we have? And so when we get a unit turn open for the next move-in, what tier is available, right? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying whoever's at
who
the top of the
needs it.
wait list
Gets it.
gets it at their appropriate tier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin.
And the only modification I'll make on that is the tag housing, the 12 units for Voodoo, they did specify the bedrooms for those. So I don't think it's as much flexibility as full 12, and you get to pick between the
Sure.
12 and the 27. It's of the 12, there's specific bedroom calculations for those 12. So you'd have to swap another one out that had
Sure.
the same bedroom. Okay,
Understood.
all right.
It seems to me that with a new project, we should try and make a diversity, we should determine how many units of each tier are available in that unit, in that project at the first lottery to try and achieve a balance. And then as time goes on, adjustments may have to be made, right?
Well,
Yes,
like as the economy changes and the job, I mean, like, yes.
also
yes.
keeping in mind as those tiers are assigned, for lack of a better word, that the bottom line, that the revenues are going to fulfill the bond obligations and the ongoing operations and maintenance. Which is why you can have, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, you can have 4 units that are at 80% if you know you're gonna have 2 units or 3 at 170% or 200% because they offset each other. And that's in fact where the subsidy evens out. It's how you can have the inclusionary housing, because when you have the ones at the lower economic spectrum and the higher economic spectrum, it balances out for the bottom line of revenues.
So do we, as a council, want agree that as units are turning or transferring, or, I mean, we haven't talked about the situation of a household getting into a tier and making less money and moving down a tier, which would adjust what rent they're paying, right?
That's
So
up to you.
That's right.
what do we want to empower the community services director to make those choices about what tier an opening unit is available to balance the budget versus going to the next person in the wait list, and then if we are not generating enough revenue in that project, then taking a transfer from like a subsidy from the Affordable Housing Fund.
I think we touched on this earlier too. Our goal is to keep people who are in current housing in the housing any way that we can, as long as we can.
Sure, but if somebody moves out and there's an empty unit and we're gonna go to either the transfer list or the wait list, and the family that is at the top is a tier A, but we really just lost a tier F, do we give that unit to tier A and lower the rent for them? Or do we say that the unit that's available is available to the next tier F family on the list?
Again,
Or is it not that cut and dry?
I don't think it's that cut and dry. I think when it is a Shandoka unit, from what I'm hearing through your discussion, it won't matter what tier the family, the next person on the list is. If it is a Sunnyside unit and eventually a Voodoo unit, it may not be that cut and dry because you have to maintain that sort of standard.
But to the best of our ability, we would like to adjust available tiers to whoever's next on the wait list or the transfer list.
If it's possible.
If possible.
Yeah, it sounds like it, because it's a case by case basis depending on how the project was funded. And so if you have a project that has, different funding mechanisms that require different bond levels and all this stuff, or have requirements for grants that have different things, and that's going to adjust by project. And that's the reality, is that if we're looking at it and we're like, we're not going to meet our bond requirements by having somebody that's an A tier in this unit, then we're going to have to choose somebody that's a higher level in order to, and move them in over that A person, because we're not going to have a choice.
Right. I think it makes sense to me. I think it achieves our goals of both fulfilling our fiduciary responsibilities when necessary, but also promoting the program of equity and inclusion, where whoever's been waiting the longest gets access to a unit, regardless of their income.
I think it's gonna
But
be an
it's something
evolving
we could
thing,
think,
like-
it's something we're gonna need to, I mean, it's also the first time we've gotten this deep into it. I feel like we're like close to a good concept, but maybe we need to think about it some more. How does everybody feel about this?
So just to bring you into the complexity of the puzzle we currently use and what will eventually continue to be a puzzle. If the scenario you just described occurred, what I would direct staff to do would be, who is the next person on the wait list either transfer or wait list. Would they actually benefit from, and they're, let's say it's the transfer list, they would benefit from taking that tier F unit, which opens their unit up for the next person on the wait list. And that's why this is all a big puzzle, because we aren't just looking at, even though they are case by case basis, each case typically is like this. And there's 2 or 3 forks in the road that can actually affect other households in a positive way. And we're always looking at it in that regard. So I guess I don't want you to hurt your brains over engineering this, just knowing that it isn't always that cut and dry, but we would always try to find a way to positively affect as many households as possible when those situations arise. I don't hope that made sense.
Okay. Well, there's 2 staff recommendations under this should tiers be implemented. Let's do the first recommendation, which is let's call them tiers A through F instead of 1 through 4. Is everybody okay with that? Thumbs up from this side of the room. Cool. To the first question, do we want advantage for newer projects to come from history of work in the community, also known as placement on the wait or transfer list, rather than higher income? Is everybody okay with that?
Is that lottery? Is it in the lottery?
We usually determine the lottery on a building by building basis, and I feel like the, sorry, can you just clarify more what you're asking?
I just explain the difference between these 2 things.
I think I
So-
can do so, and if you want me to.
Please.
So this goes to the question of within versus across projects. So how we do tiers instead of having Shandoka be A, Virginia Placer B, Voodoo C, and so on and so forth. We have all tiers existing theoretically, maybe in all properties. We can discuss that further. But remember that previously you all decided that as part of qualification for each one of these properties, that only Shandoka and the boarding house have the intent to work requirement. All other properties, before you can move in, before you can execute a lease, you have to show 12 months of work history in the community directly prior to signing your lease. So you have to already be in the community in order to get a benefit to be in one of those units. So that's what this question is really asking. So we already decided that you have to show that history in the community right now in order to qualify. Do we also want to make those units available though to all tiers? Or should those units only be available if you have the work in the community and you make more money?
Excluding Shandoka and the boarding house.
Excluding Shandoka and the boarding house. So intent to work is the only one the only thing you have to show to qualify. I mean, there's other qualifiers, but as far as work history goes, intent to work is all we require for boarding house and Shandoka. All other properties will require 12 months work history.
Which involves a letter from who you're gonna work for or a phone call or something. So
There
like,
is a vetting process.
I got
for
hired
that.
at the school, but I haven't moved there yet, or I got hired at Telski, but I
Right.
haven't moved there yet. And I think we all agree that it's important for there to be an on-ramp to get here and for recruitment purposes
Right.
and all of that. So do we want to go around the room? I've posed a question a couple times and people seem hesitant to, or maybe it's just a clarification issue. We can go down the line and give our personal opinions on this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Elena, you want to start?
Yeah, which question are we talking about?
We are talking about the first question under tiers, which is,
Should tiers be implemented?
should tiers be implemented within projects or across projects? And then there's more specifics about what that means.
Okay, I think tiers should be implemented. The semantics of the second part of the question, what do you mean by within or across?
So the examples so the first example is an example within projects. It means all tiers exist within the project. So let's just say Shandoka has tiers A through F. Or should anyone at Shandoka have to qualify under tier A? And then if you make more money, you only qualify for, say, Voodoo, the newest project.
So if I think, I'm not sure which one I pick. I think across is what I think that all tiers should be present in all projects.
That's within.
Great.
Within. Sorry. I swear I speak English.
That's confusing.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it should be within projects,
Within each project.
within each project.
I'm just trying to clarify. more,
Yeah.
so.
And I do think the idea of a different multiplier for different projects maybe is something we should explore.
I'm gonna put that note too. All right.
I completely agree with Elena. I think that all tiers should exist within all projects and that there should be a different range of tiers dependent upon the time, maybe when each project was constructed and
What do you mean by that?
like, I don't think that a tier A at Shandoka should be the same as a tier A at
So different
Voodoo.
multipliers.
So a different
Different
multiplier. Yeah.
multipliers.
Okay. Teddy?
I agree. I'm 4 tiers and think it should be within projects. So there's diversity, which will build better community.
And are you cool with the idea of different multipliers for different projects based on their newness?
Generally, yes, would like to see a little
Something
bit more.
clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly right.
Okay, great.
I agree with everything.
Okay. Ashley?
I agree with everything.
Okay. Dan?
I disagree that tiers are a good idea. I think that having people pay less for a Voodoo apartment than in real dollars than a person in Shandoka disincentivize people trying to succeed in a town that's hard to succeed. Also, as I stated previously, I think that it misallocates resources and disconnects the reality that newer projects are both more expensive and generally nicer as well. So I'm against that. That being said, clearly I can count the votes. I think that a change in multiplier for different projects is a small step in the right direction, even though I remain opposed to the overall philosophical direction of the rest of council.
Understood. I agree with the rest of council and really am psyched about Elena's suggestion about the multiplier. Cool. So does that feel like good direction for the first question under tiers? Great. The next question under tiers is, what should the tiers be? How many tiers should there be and what should the distribution be across projects? So this says consider current AMI distribution within and across projects as presented in the attached narrative and data, and determine if the current composition is what THA would like to accommodate for future composition, or if there are different AMIs that should instead be accommodated that may be currently left out of the program. I think overall, we've heard that we need more of this higher income, these higher income tiers, but I think also sharing the data that Mian got from HUD would be useful about not just what is the median income, but how many households fall into each bracket. Again, everything has an asterisk because this is from census data, and we know that the census is not incredibly effective at collecting our region's spread, especially with Spanish speaking and immigrant populations. But it is something to start negotiating from. Do you want to jump in with some of that data, or do you have that nearby?
I do, and I sent it. So I think ultimately for anybody that's listening, the concept simply is that utilizing the census data to frame the number of units and the number of units within each tier that we're offering to our overall population will allow for our housing program to reflect the accurate needs of our community. And I do think that a point of that also is that we do need to establish a limit to those individuals that would be living in our housing programs.
I'm just wondering if now that we've, discussed possibility of doing this multiplier thing, if maybe we needed to have a bigger discussion about the types of tiers within the different, I don't know if we can even begin to answer some of these today. here.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think, this multiplier introduces, and I think it's a great idea too, but it introduces another layer. And I think with everything that we've discussed with tiers, we've got the answer. Yes, you want to see tiers. But I think there's been some very important questions asked today that maybe staff needs to go take another look at and come back to you with a new tier plan.
Okay.
And with including this multiplier idea. So from what I'm understanding, sorry, is that tier, we would still theoretically have a tier A through F. What your income is, regardless of which property you're interested in, is what would qualify you as tier A through F. So tier A means the same thing, whether you're at Shandoka or whether you're at Voodoo. Now, the rent that you pay is based on the multiplier. That is what will change between, say, Shandoka and Voodoo. So it doesn't mean that you're not within that tier. It just means that because Voodoo is a nicer, newer property, you're actually paying more in your percentage of income to get that benefit. So that's what I've heard, and that's what I think staff needs to take and go make a new plan based on what we've heard today, which if you're okay with that, I'd like to move on to the calendar and maybe adjust that a little bit, given what we've discussed today.
Can I
And-
ask one last question before we go to the calendar? Is everybody okay with the limit of the 200% AMI as being the max for a tier F bracket?
On that question, I do just want a little more data because I think the nexus for our top tier is when does the free market become relatively accessible? And that's sort of where I want to have the upper limit of our housing. Because if it, we all recognize we have to provide a much broader amount of housing than what would be normal circumstances.
And I don't think that's a bad idea, but where do we get rental rates that are average in town for the free market? Not a purchase, because we're talking about rental.
And to add to that, depends on location. There's so many variables to that someone might be like, oh, I can get something in the free market, but it's in Placerville and I really love walking to the dollar. So I'm gonna, I don't want to do it.
I think it's a good idea
They're in there.
to bring that up. I just want to know what data we're comparing it.
Well, and I maybe have like a realtor question. Like, let's say a 1-bedroom in town is about $1 million. What
fair.
kind of income would you need to make to afford that kind of mortgage?
It's a great.
Depends on your down payment.
Put it in a mortgage
Depends.
calculator.
Yeah. I mean, it
Yeah, but
depends,
just like,
yeah.
just to get even a ballpark of what
But
that.
we're not,
I think those are apples and
yeah, we
oranges.
shouldn't,
Okay.
I agree. I don't think we should compare purchase rate income levels to rentals because it's obviously different. But I saw, this is totally anecdotal, and so take it with what you want. There's a beautiful 3-bedroom house in Ski Ranches for a year-long lease for $5,500. So if you did a 3-person AMI and you backed into that being the $5,500 a month would be 30% of their income, then that would put a 3-person household at $220,000, which would put them right at 200% AMI. So by our standard, that 3-person household, that would be affordable for them, $5,500 a month by all things considered. That's affordable for that 3-person household. So
If we stick to
that's
the 30%.
and that's about 200% AMI.
Do we feel like Ski Ranches is a proper comparison since we're talking about Telluride residents?
I think we should be talking about regional residents. I
Okay.
feel really strongly about that. There are so many people that live in this community that are part of this community that just aren't in the geographical confines of the town of Telluride, but living in Eider Creek doesn't make you less of a community member. And I think at the end of the day, not everyone gets to live directly within the 1/4 mile space that they want to be. If we're talking about somebody being 1/2 mile out of town, that is not, to me,
Well,
a
and there's pros and
differential.
cons to all of it, of course.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're having this discussion. This actually feeds into why I included an additional suggested range of tier G that goes up to 250%. And this also echoes what one of the public commenters earlier mentioned, is that we're talking about secure housing. not just affordable housing. And when you live or rent in the free market, no one ever knows when that owner is going to all of a sudden tell you that they are going to sell the property. I thought it would be prudent to put in this additional level in case you had an appetite for it, because there might be a household that says, I would rather pay this much in rent at a Sunnyside unit, knowing that I'm not gonna be having it sold out from under me.
Yep.
I think this is a great thing for us to consider at our next meeting, and thanks for letting me squeeze it in there, and let's get back to the calendar. I also would love to see if we could potentially have a Spanish-speaking open house scheduled that is not just interpreted live, but is in Spanish the whole time, like it is primarily for Spanish speakers. Something that I was asked to bring up.
If you have someone who would like to volunteer to do that, and we can try to write up a script and an FAQ so that any questions that are asked of that person, and then maybe they could meet with us.
Can we just
I
use
can probably help with that.
simultaneous translation?
So our community vision, which is one of these pieces, is exactly that. So we have a handful of interpreters for more of that simultaneous interpretation and more of that back and forth discussion. So that is the structure of one of them. To Delaney's point, because the presenters are native English speakers, I don't know if we can specifically have strictly a Spanish.
I think my point is just that when we do one that is more targeted at the Spanish speaking community, we move slower and we take more time as opposed to just interpreting how fast we all talk together and with native English speakers. So
I think that direction.
maybe just like a more Spanish focused one. It could still have simultaneous, of course, because
That's totally.
does that
doable.
make sense?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess going to my current concerns with the calendar, the first is that these two public we're heading in a good direction, but official decisions haven't exactly been made. So I can present ideas, I can solicit feedback at these informational sessions, but it's not like with the guidelines. We had a pretty solid document by the time we started doing the outreach sessions. We don't have that yet, and we won't have that for another couple of weeks. And even then, it's a presentation of a first draft. So do we still want to hold these public informational sessions now and maybe have additional ones after that document is created? Or should we not have those now and have others later on once we have a more substantive document in place? Is my first question. My second question is that the next meeting at which I'm supposed to present the first draft of the policies is a town council retreat. And I know that we have solicited a lot of public comment, and those are not always the most conducive to getting public comment and for public attendance. I didn't know if you still wanted to discuss the idea of tiers and these policies at a retreat, or if you would rather move this back out to a regular meeting here in these council chambers.
Personally, in the interest of trying to get these done before Voodoo is ready to go, and because we do have some strong direction, I think it would be good for us to still discuss this at our council retreat, if that's enough time for staff to sort of put together some of these numbers that of what we've been talking about. If it's not, then I think we should postpone it. But I totally agree that putting the public informational and outreach meetings on after our next meeting as a group makes a lot of sense, because this is so many numbers and
There's a lot yet to
easier
be decided.
Understand once there's a policy proposal in place instead of just ideas.
Okay.
Does everybody agree with that? And
I mean, timeliness, yes, but I think that the public should definitely be able to weigh in on this. I do. It's such a hot topic. I think that we need to do it. We need to finish it with the public listening.
And we want that very much. We're just concerned that if we have these two scheduled public sessions without a draft document, that in my opinion, we may not even get that good of attendance because there's nothing concrete to really weigh in on yet, potentially.
So I think we should push those back, and finish what we need to talk about, but I don't think it needs to be at a town council retreat. I think it'd be like where the public can hear.
But so they could hear this though at a council retreat. I mean, we would have to notice
they
more,
could,
notice more appropriately and make sure that,
Would
that
Kodo
there's
be willing to stream a retreat?
Julia on the spot right now.
I mean, does it have, could we
So
do
it's
a
on
special
YouTube.
town council meeting?
Oh.
Like, do a retreat and then have a special town council meeting, like abut that?
Well, and we've got it,
Or a special THA meeting, I should say.
we have the meeting scheduled, the town council retreats scheduled already, so it's on all of our calendars. And I think what we now need to do is ensure that the public can participate, on the 13th, during that time. So I think that that's really the answer that we're looking for, is if the public can be a part of it, which I think Lindsay and Zoe and that team can certainly get the word out, and then Julia can let us know if they would, we can interrupt some previously scheduled programming, so.
Well, and could we,
Well,
or can we
do-
have the retreat in a way that people can come?
I was gonna say, we could certainly talk about the forum for retreat. Oftentimes we're off-site, maybe the library or elsewhere. If we hosted it here, we could have obviously cameras and AV and so on. We haven't really talked through that, but we don't want to put all the onus on Kodo only to be our source of public info, but they're great. Lindsay?
Hey gang, so my 2 cents here is simply that there has been a lot of conversation over the last many months about this topic. And the motivation for having our sessions, our public sessions next week, is not only to gather feedback, but also to ensure that there's no confusion around what's going on. It's giving us an opportunity to get in front of the public, to have conversations about what's happened to date that isn't in a format that is a 4-hour meeting in front of a dais. So this gets us an opportunity to really level with the public and give them community feedback. So coming from the communications perspective, I think it's important that we maintain our meetings that are already scheduled for next week. On Monday and Tuesday, they're 1-hour meetings each. We have interpreters scheduled for both of those. We could dedicate one to an in-person interpreter, but I do think it's important to kind of get some of the bulk of this conversation going, and we can have a separate meeting after the tier discussion to formalize what that tier and the final draft details look like. My 2 cents from the communications perspective, but obviously up to you all for that decision.
I mean, I think it comes down to, does staff feel ready to give a succinct 1-hour level presentation next week, given the time constraints and all of the feedback they heard today?
I think we can. I just want to make it very clear that the purpose of those meetings, when we did the guidelines review, by the time we got around to public outreach, we did have a document to present. We had information saying this is what will most likely be adopted at the next meeting. That is not how these meetings will be, these public outreach sessions, at least these next 2. I think it would be a very good idea for us to schedule some after we have the first draft approved by you the first time, just as some offsite public outreach meetings. But the purpose of these meetings will be very different. It will be more so to solicit feedback from the public, answer those questions, and let them know what direction you're heading right now. I think staff can definitely be ready by then. I just want to make it very clear that those public outreach sessions, it's not what we originally envisioned for this, but I think we can definitely put a presentation together. And then so moving forward then, so it looks like we will discuss this at the retreat on the 13th. The topics of discussion for that meeting will probably be finishing up the tiers discussion that we couldn't quite finish today. There will not be a first draft presented at that retreat. I think the first draft will be presented at the 25th, which is a regular town council meeting and board meeting. So I bet there's a lot of other ancillary items to discuss that I think we will also need to discuss at the 13th. They're already on the calendar. So reserve unit policies, amendment and grievance procedures, and pet policies, which will all help me get to a final document.
Okay. Does everybody feel okay with that?
Yeah.
Great. Well, then by unanimous consent, we are. Oh, no, we got one more thing. Sorry. Okay, we need to schedule do I turn this over to you? We need to schedule our hearing about the misconduct complaint. We are anticipating at least a few hours for this, so I mean, which staff member would be leading us through this and what works for their schedule?
I think I'll be leading it with possibly the assistance of outside counsel Jerry Dahl.
Okay. Is there a time requirement when we need to have this within?
No.
Okay. How about next week?
No,
How about the week of the 17th?
that's fine for me.
We have
Wednesday's a
Monday, the
holiday.
17th. No council
Is it observed on that Monday though?
scheduled things, right?
There's, I don't know, I have a
actual
subcommittee,
day.
gondola subcommittee meeting at 3,
At
that I can
3?
do beforehand.
Okay.
I am unable to, I have work conflict. I can be there for the first 2 hours and that's about all I have.
Yeah, they're looking for
Well,
17th.
Dan, you've got, does it make sense to do it at the end of the week? Just because of cutoff dates and times?
I mean, yes, the Thursdays and Fridays generally tend to be the most flexible for me with my other work schedules, but this is also a busy time of year for us all, so that is not,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big weekend to be having people come in for the entire morning. I mean, Ashley, you work bluegrass.
I agree.
Um, well.
So should we just
what
try to
about the
do Monday?
24th?
I don't think I can do the.
June 24th?
Yep.
what does it, wait, does it, what's the conflict on the 20th or 21st for people?
Bluegrass.
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 What was the problem with the 17th?
I mean, let me look at my calendar. I have something on there.
There was a
Uh,
gondola meeting at 3.
I also have an Eco Action Partner meeting at 2.
What about morning on the 17th?
I have a work meeting that I could try and move.
I could do the morning of the 17th.
I
for
can
sure.
do the
9
morning.
AM on the 17th?
Mm-hmm.
Can we pull that off?
Yep.
Fine. Okay. Does that work for you, Kevin?
Works for me.
All right, 9 AM here at Rebecca Hall to discuss the, that misconduct, complaint. And if everybody can block out from 9 AM until noon. And with the recognition that it may take longer, but hopefully not.
This is open to the public, correct?
Everything
Yes.
we're all at. is
Want to
open
make
to the public.
sure, just want to make sure.
Okay, great. And Tiff, if you could notice that meeting, that would be great. Thank you so much. And now, by unanimous consent, I will turn it over to get back to our town council meeting. Thank you, everyone, for wading through all of that together, and thanks to staff for your hard work as well.
Good job,
guys so
guys.
Thanks, Ally.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Delaney.
It's a lot of work.
Okay, on to agenda item number 7, public hearing, 7A. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending section 2-4-20 of the Ethics Code to remove the 75-foot proximity for town staff. We have Zoe and Scott here to.
Will say that Zoe handled this one at the last meeting, so ask her to continue on with that. Sorry about my voice.
No, you're great. Thank you. So this is, like I said, the second reading of what we are removing the 75-foot proximity rule from our code, which is specifically for staff. Again, through the discussions, where we landed was that all town staff will, if there is any conflict of interest, that would be defined and recognized by the town manager and town attorney. If there feels like there's any conflict of interest, that would be determined by council. So while we do not have a 75-foot rule in place for staff anymore, and again, that's because as our town continues to grow in its density and those conflict of interest become greater and greater, it is harder to move through these projects without key staff, and a proximity does not always necessitate a conflict of interest. So we're better defining that for efficiency purposes and still have those checks and balances in place. So here we are on the second reading as presented in front of you, and I'll leave it to you for a motion.
I have a couple questions real quick. How, is it a super majority that for council if they vote and see or just regular majority if they vote and see if there is a conflict for staff?
I don't think we defined that,
It's
but
just
a regular
majority.
majority.
You have to be specific if you want it to be extraordinary majority.
And if council were to want to call up a decision from the manager and town attorney on a decision that is, they didn't feel there was a,
For staff.
yeah, is it two council people or?
No, so town attorney doesn't make any decision on this. Right? It's
Okay.
town manager. I think you're talking about if it's a town employee decision.
Yeah,
Council can't call that up. I mean, you could build that in here if you want to. The call up provision is only for a development application.
okay.
That's the limit under the land use code. It's in the land use code. It's not in the municipal code for a call up.
So I guess I'm wondering if council were to disagree with the town manager's decision that there was a conflict, what would then happen?
I think they have a conversation with the town manager, but they
And
don't
that
get
would
to make
be,
the
I just want to
decision.
clarify and I want it to be out there.
So I think that would just be a conversation with the town manager at this point who can amend
Okay.
his decision on the conflict. As is written currently within this change.
Any further questions for Zoe?
My only recommendation, which I made at the last meeting when we went over this, was that there just be disclosure that wouldn't obviously create a conflict, but that would just give information. It seems difficult that we're going to say we have the right to make decisions without knowing when people are within 75 feet. It seems like it's only taking it halfway. So I'm like, if we're gonna allow us to say, oh, you have the power to say, the town attorney or the town manager, town attorney has a conflict, but then we don't know that could be the possibility of it existing. It all seems just kind of silly to me.
I agree with that.
I think that if we're removing it as a conflict, then no disclosure is necessary because it's not a conflict.
But we're saying there are times where we could say, town manager, we feel like you are conflicted because you own this property. But if we don't know that they own the property, how are we able to make that determination? It feels like kind of, if there's no problem, then it's no problem. But if there is a problem, then how are we supposed to circumvent getting to there?
I feel like we would only notice there was a problem if we were having some kind of insubordination, either by a staff member to the town manager or by the town manager to town council's direction. And that's when a real issue is rearing its head. Otherwise, people are just doing their jobs as directed by their immediate.
I wasn't here for the first reading. Had I been here, I wouldn't have voted for this. So,
I think the other part of the conversation though is that like there is that checks and balances in that if a staff member is acting against the direction either of their superior or council, the recourse is that they are terminated, so from my perspective, I don't necessarily believe that we need a disclosure for where people are living, for that reason. And then also because our staff is aware of where everybody lives.
It's not, for me, it's not an issue of where people are living. It's if they own other property that you would not know, like that person owns that property. I'm just trying to think of, for me, it's a situation where if everything's okay, it's okay. But if you have a situation where you have somebody who's insubordinate and you don't really understand what's going on, understanding that though they're supporting or deflecting or doing something in this case because they have a property interest that we were unaware of because it maybe wasn't their primary home. I'm just saying, to me, it feels like in all situations, disclosure is great. You just disclose and then you can move on. We're not changing anything about now it creates a conflict. We're just creating a disclosure.
Right.
That was just my only comment.
You can always, council can, of course, continue to always ask for disclosure from the town attorney and the town manager in regards to any of these projects. I think that's again, we're direct reports to you as council. So that doesn't seem to be challenging. If you have concerns around disclosure on any project, we shall provide that to council. From a town manager to town staff standpoint, obviously, through our management system, there's a large degree of discretion provided to the manager's office around staffing, both hiring, firing, but also putting trust in your manager to ask our own staff for some disclosures if we have questions or concerns around that. So, again, the nature of the role is a high level of trust and discretion in that manager. If at the end of the day, down the road, you're not feeling trust in your manager to be asking the right questions of staff who are working on key projects, then, you can choose to terminate that manager or ask the hard questions. But I think you do, again, I'll go back to the nature of the manager's job is that council does have a high degree of independence placed in that role and trust. And again, I think it's my job as manager to be asking my staff if I've got any inkling of worry around conflict of interest or ownership that might hinder their ability to work on that project. But at the end of the day, this issue has come up because we are such a small geographical space. We have such a small staff, and just to get the work of the day done on really important projects, I think this would be a critical move into the future to make sure we can get our jobs done for the public. I mean, that's what it's about at the end of the day.
And just to follow up, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't get rid of this in the way that we're contemplating it. I'm just saying, I feel like if we've had it in the past and we still hold it for council and all of that, that it makes sense just to have a disclosure. Again, I'm saying, I think that obviously there's issues where there's high density livable places that have projects of other high density that are going in next to them. That's gonna be a struggle for us if we're saying there's a 75-foot rule, you are automatically recused.
The difference here is like with council and it's still being put in there where we can't contribute, where we live or own property in proximity. That's a decision-making process. What we're looking for here is more like Mian's point, where it's somebody's doing their job within their own department with their own supervisor, whatever that may be. And so for me, I'm actually more comfortable with staff and the layers of staff, functioning in their positions, and then if necessary to address it. I don't think we need to start getting disclosures from all of our employees for what they own, what they do, because they're not making the decisions. If they slack on, maintaining the Shandoka lot because they want it to be grass, silly example, but that's part of it, then staff will address it. What I don't want to do here, because, we're starting to go round and round. If we have new things to add, great. If not, then it's as simple as motion, further discussion, some public comment, and moving forward with what's comfortable. And if we get too bogged down, I can straw poll us and see if there's an easier way to lead toward that motion.
I wasn't suggesting all staff. I was just saying that the town manager and the town attorney disclose to council if they have interest within 75 feet. That was it. That was my only recommendation to the change.
Can I just throw out that, just for Jesse's benefit, since she wasn't here at the last meeting, that no other comparable place has a rule like this, period. So, we couldn't remember exactly why a proximity, conflict of interest policy was put in place for staff in the town of Telluride, but it's one of those only in Telluride things. And so that's also part of the reason why we're removing it, because it is hampering our ability to have our staff work on really important projects. So it's not like a common thing amongst lots of home rule charters. And the other thing that I brought up, at least as a point last time, is that our staff members are getting really politicized and criticized in the public as if they have some sort of agenda when they're just following the direction of the town manager and council. And I think that by requiring our staff members to be disclosing this types of information, we're sort of acknowledging that there's something wrong with that, or there is an inherent conflict in that, and kind of feeding the flames of polarizing or putting in a box certain people's motivations when truly they are staff members. They are not elected officials that should be criticized for their actions. They're just carrying out their job, which is to do what we say. And we take all of the heat for the decisions and the political nature of that. So that was another reason why I thought it was really important to not require disclosure, is to just kind of back up our staff and protect them from a lot of things that have been happening recently about making them political figures when they are not political figures. They are staff members executing their directions.
I think it's gonna have the opposite effect.
Well,
I think
that's-
it's gonna have the opposite effect. I think then you're gonna have, when you don't have as much information, I feel like then people like to let their imaginations run away and say, oh, well, did you know that they had this property over here and they're not talking about it and they're not, it's like, I agree with what you're saying, Geneva, but that's what I'm trying to say is I think that this amendment to it would actually create a better presentation to the public that might be looking at the actions of some people saying they have ulterior motives by just saying, hey, we know it's not a secret. That's how I feel like it. And versus the alternative, which is people going, well, don't you know?
Actually, just to be clear,
Does this?
are you asking, again,
No, but I'm saying that's the reality is that's what we've done though.
your point, Ashley, is specifically for the manager and the town attorney,
Yes.
not staff, just so
Not
we
staff.
can focus in on that point.
And just as, like I said, it's just to me, I think I agree with what you're saying, Geneva, but I think if you say we're not gonna have the information available, then it creates more room for speculation.
I think that if we go out of our way to put it out there, then we are confirming that it is an issue, and I don't believe it's an issue. So I'd like to make a motion if we're ready to.
But before a motion, since we're rediscussing some things, I don't think anyone's here for any public comment on it, but I would like to at least offer that. If there's anybody in the audience that wants to speak about this, there is none. Is there anyone on Zoom, Tiffany? No. Oh, okay. I certainly am willing to hear a motion on it. I think that, it's almost all for one or keep it, to start breaking it down into, well, in this circumstance and that circumstance, this isn't the support that I think we need to do. It's either keep it the way it is or have this new motion. And then with that being said, I'm ready to hear one.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending section 2-4-20 of the Ethics Code to remove 75 feet proximity for town staff.
Second?
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, no.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, no.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes 5-2. Did I do my math right? Okay, Zoe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving right along, 7B. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado to approve a license agreement between the town and the National Film Preserve Limited for micropile shoring in the West Colorado Avenue and North First Street rights of way to support renovation and preservation of the Nugget Building at Lot 39R, Block 3, Town of Telluride. Yes, Kevin?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah, Karen let me know, Mr. Mayor, before this agenda item that she was going to be out in the field and she wondered if I could handle this matter, and I'm happy to do that.
No problem.
This is an introduction, actually, it's a second reading, public hearing for agenda item 7B. This will look familiar. You saw it last time at your meeting in May where it received approval. I believe it was unanimous approval at that point in time of all members in attendance at that time. This is a little bit of a derivative of a typical license agreement we've used in the past where improvements are located in town rights of way or other town property. A lot of the language is similar to what our base template is, but there is some additional and more particular language that has been inserted, and it's specifically, I believe, inserted in, sorry, I thought I had the section right in front of me. It's section 1 and some of the limitations that have been added there as to this being a perpetual license agreement, but with the authority on the town via a passage of a resolution by the town council to require removal of those improvements within either the Fur or Colorado Avenue right of way in certain instances. We think it's an acceptable compromise. This position, we recognize that these are significant improvements that are likely to be constructed in the right of way. They cannot easily be removed. Nevertheless, the town should retain some right to require that removal if it's absolutely required in the events that are called out here in section 1 of the license agreement. So no changes have been made from first reading on this. There are a number of exhibits that go along with this that I think depict the encroachments. These are not encroachments that come fully into the right of way, but they do come into a portion of both the westerly portion of Fir and the northerly portion of Colorado. And then I think as we discussed previously, there will be, we envision there will be an as-built that will be constructed and engineered. And that engineered and surveyed as-built for these improvements will then become the final operative legal description for these encroachments under the license agreement. So with that, I'm available for any questions. I think I can handle those that might pertain to Karen's role in this issue.
Great, Kevin, thank you so much for this second reading and how Kevin has explained it and with the supporting documents in the packet. Does anybody have any further questions for Kevin? Is there?
I have a question.
Okay, can you please step up, state your name and step up to one of our lovely microphones, please?
My name is Vicki Ranta Eidsmo, and I own property just adjacent to the Nugget Building. And definitely will be impacted by the proposal of what you're going to do with the First Street sidewalk. And my question is there a time limit around, is it specified that there's a time limit? Or are there any conditions that need to be met in order for this to proceed and to continue on? In other words, are we going to be out having that problem with access for a number of months, a number of years? And are you controlling that in any way?
So basically, just to reiterate, what are the construction impacts that will affect you as being a neighbor? Is that a,
Yes, and the timeline.
and the time, and for that timeline, that's right. It's post-construction, it's not a concern for you, is that?
Well, yes, but this is what I'm addressing right now.
Okay, I just wanted to try to clarify it for everybody. Kevin,
I think I can answer that, Mayor. So this is just a license agreement allowing certain improvements to be located in the town right of way. Separate and apart from that, there will be an obstruction permit that has not yet been issued for the project. If they're looking to put, for instance, obstructions to do work on the facade or while the construction is ongoing in the sidewalk area. Town has not received that application yet, as far as I understand. There is a building permit that has been received, and you're welcome to take a look at that at any point in time.
I've seen that.
Okay, town staff could walk you through that. The obstruction permit has not been issued yet, as far as I know, and I'm just making sure, I'm looking at
Correct.
Scott to make
Correct.
sure that that's our collective understanding. That is the document that would have that time limit in it. So it might say something like, you can obstruct the sidewalk for 6 months or 12 months. But these are the concessions you will make. You will cover a sidewalk if you're going to be constructing over it. That's the document I think you're looking at in terms of duration or time limits, and that hasn't been issued yet.
Okay, and how will I know when that's been issued? Or how can I find out? Maybe I should.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific noticing provision for that because it's an administrative appeal. But what I would suggest you do is talk to staff up in the planning and building department, let them know that you're interested in this issue. And when we receive that application and before it's issued, they could alert you to that.
Great.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You nailed that, Kevin. And again, this is for the issue in front of us here today is for micropiles that are not, they're underground. They're not necessarily impacting the sidewalk, but yeah, we'll be glad to stay in touch with our resident here once she contacts public or the planning department around our timeline for that issuance of the right of way
Great.
obstruction.
Thank you for that. Is there anybody else here for public comment on this topic? Seeing none, Tiffany, can you double check online, please? Great.
To approve on second reading a license agreement between the town and the National Film Preserve LTD for micropile shoring in West Colorado Avenue and North First Street rights of way to support renovation and preservation of the Nugget Building on Lot 39R, Block 3, Town of Telluride.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Man, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. 7B is approved unanimously. 7C, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Section 2-1-90, nonpartisan issue petitions and nominating petitions. And we have Tiffany with that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This came before you last time for first reading, and there have been no changes. Staff identified some ambiguous language in our municipal code in the referendum petition section of the election section of our code that specifically states that in order for a referendum petition to be filed, it must be filed within 30 days of publication of such ordinance, which is also in state code, but it also states only if that ordinance referred is also to be suspended, which is a little ambiguous. So I'd like to get that cleaned up so that it's clear that a referendum petition must be filed within 30 days, no matter what, after publication. So simple change, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Tiffany. Are there any questions for Tiffany on this? Seeing no questions or further discussion, is there anyone in the audience that would like to chime in? Or seeing no, I don't believe anyone's jumped in online, so I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Section 2-1-90, nonpartisan issue petitions and nominating petitions.
We have a motion
Second.
from Jesse Ray, second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Mian?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It looks like we are unanimous with one abstain because they're
Which is a
had to
yes.
step out. Agenda item number 8, work sessions. Update from Colorado Communities for Climate Action. We have,
We have Jacob Smith
Awesome.
online with
There he
us,
is.
and then Jones here should make it.
okay, perfect.
Thanks for waiting, Jacob. Sorry we're late.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Staff, thrilled to have a chance to give you guys an update on what's happening at CC4CA. I'm here with a couple of my colleagues. I'll start by introducing them. I think Joan May is in your chambers now. She has been working for us for a long time, and we love her, and she's down in your neck of the woods. You all may know her. And she is our main outreach person. So when we're figuring out who's going to testify or find people to write op-eds or whatever that might be, she's the one that will likely reach out to you, or that you can reach out to yourself if you have something you'd like to do. And then my colleague Anita Seitz is our advocacy director. She is here on Zoom, or not here, but somewhere else on Zoom. Anita is a former mayor of Westminster. Joan, I think you all probably know, former county commissioner. I'm a former mayor. Everybody on our staff, everybody on our team is either former elected or former staff with local government. So we very much come at this from a local government vantage. And my name is Jacob Smith. I'm the executive director, and I will just provide a little bit of a update, I guess, a little bit of a refresher and update on what CC4CA is for those of you that are less familiar with us. And then a little bit of an update on some of the highlights really of the PASI advocacy, and then happy to answer any questions that you all might have. I also want to call out Councilor Enright, who is representing Telluride on our board of directors and also on our legislative committee. And then Zoe represents you all on our policy committee. So Telluride's been a member, I think, since 2016. So one of our very earliest members. I think when you all joined, we had 10 or 11 members. We now have 43. So Telluride has been the stalwart member of the coalition from very, very early. And it's awesome. You all, you're small, you're remote part of the state. You have a perspective that is people listen to at the legislature and in the regulatory bodies where we work. So it's really you all have a powerful voice, and we love working with you in these ways. I'll start with, I've got this slide deck. I think I can share.
Yes, you should be good.
Excellent. And hopefully that is working now. And really quickly, high level, CC4CA is a coalition of local governments. We are purpose-built for the purpose of advocating for local governments, really counties and munis, that want the state to adopt stronger climate policy. And so the bulk of our work really is this advocacy work. We represent our members At the legislature, we do a lot of work there, a lot of work in the regulatory arena. So like the Public Utilities Commission, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, the ECMC, the Air Quality Control Commission, these rulemaking bodies that are making decisions that have real impacts on climate and on local government. We do quite a bit of work with the state agencies themselves, and then also a little bit on the federal side. Most of our work really is at the state level. We focus on issues where we think CC4CA and this coalition of local governments can have a material impact on the outcome. And that doesn't happen very often federally, but where there's a window to do it, and we've done it a few times where it's really made a difference, we will jump on that. But bulk of our work really is at the state level and working hard to get the state to adopt the strongest possible climate policies to increase funding for local governments and other programs that are beneficial on the climate side of things, and other kinds of policy changes that help Colorado achieve its greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets and resilience targets. We do a fair amount on the kind of on the side of that, of providing resources to our members. So the things are listed on this slide. We do a lot of workshops and briefings and trainings. We put together resources for our members. So for instance, the new statewide single-use plastics rules took effect at the beginning of the year, and we put together some resources for our members on that. We do that kind of a thing when there are new state laws that affect our members, or if something might be coming up, or there's other kinds of resources that we think might be helpful to you all or that you all ask for. We do a lot of just keeping our members up to date on what's happening at the legislature or in these other arenas. And then generally, we try and do whatever it is that you all need that we are able to do. We do our best to provide, to fill those needs. And a lot of the things that we do are really members saying, hey, it'd be helpful if we had this or knew how to do that or had a briefing or a training on this other thing. We're at 43 members now. Winter Park just joined, and we've grown every year since we started. And I think well, you'll see from this list, the membership, we're about half Western Slope, half Front Range, and a lot of rural communities on this list, and a growing number of communities that are really purplish politically. And I think that's a reflection of just the politics on climate are shifting in the state, and more communities are experiencing real impacts from climate change in their communities. They're experiencing the cost of water treatment that has nothing to do with anything they did, but fires that occurred upriver, upstream in the watershed, and then the subsequent mudslides or debris flows or whatever it might be, damage to roads, all the things that you all experience, that local governments around the state experience, that are resulting from climate change or are amplified by climate change. There's just, I think, greater awareness of that, and also more and more jurisdictions that want to have agency. They want to have a voice in these state venues where it's really hard to do that as a single jurisdiction. The underlying core premise of the coalition is, as a single jurisdiction, it's really hard to effectively advocate for policy change. At the legislature, nobody particularly cares what you think, unless if you're lucky, your state rep and state senator. But if you have a coalition, you're representing, when you speak, 43 jurisdictions around the state, that has a really different impact on the legislators on those committees that we testify in front of. And the same thing happens at the rulemaking bodies, the Air Quality Control Commission. When somebody speaks on behalf of our entire membership, they carry a lot of weight. That voice carries a lot of weight in the decision-making by the commissioners or the legislators. And that has continued to be true, and it just becomes more and more true as we continue to grow, and the geographic span of our membership grows as well. We have a very traditional nonprofit structure, a board of directors, a few committees. We create these ad hoc working groups whenever that's useful. And I just really put this up here as a reference. The main point is there's lots of places that you all can plug in wherever you want. I mentioned already that Councillor Enright and Zoe are involved in various ways, and we love that and are happy to welcome any number of folks that you all, either on the council, the electeds, or on the staff, that want to plug in somewhere. We are happy to make that happen. I'll talk a little bit about the ledge session. Every legislative session at the end, I feel like we say, boy, that was a really strange one. And this is no exception. But this time it really does feel like it was the strangest one ever. There were a bunch of weird dynamics, partly things like the presidential election coming up, and also the in cycle for congressional and state legislative races in November. The budget was incredibly tight this year, which always tends to amplify tensions. There were pretty deep intra-party disputes on both parties. And all of this stuff added up to a really chaotic session that was, for a long time, it actually felt like we might not get much of anything done. The upside there is not much of anything bad likely to happen. But in the last few weeks, a whole bunch of things broke loose, and we ended up with a pretty productive session from a climate perspective. I'm not going to talk about all the things listed here, and the full list of bills that passed or that we helped kill is a much longer list, but I'll mention a couple of these and I'm happy to talk at more detail about anything that you all might have questions about. And Anita, I'll mention, is our point person on our legislative work. So if you ask me a question I can't answer, there's a good chance Anita will be able to answer it. That top item is a weird one because it's not legislation. It's the result of legislation a couple of years ago that we were heavily involved in to create an extended producer responsibility program here in Colorado. The gist of that is that producers upstream, when they're making choices about packaging, have to pay a fee that is basically tied to the environmental footprint of that packaging. The bigger the footprint, the larger the fee. The idea is it's really taking these costs that have been, these environmental costs that have been externalized forever, and internalizing them into the cost of the materials themselves and embedding that into the market itself. So the cost and the price then it ends up reflecting the much more closely the true cost. And all that money then goes to fund recycling programs across the state. So we adopted it, the legislature passed it a couple of years ago. There's been this long process of putting the pieces in place, the mechanics, because they're somewhat complicated. And we hit this really key point in this legislative session where the Joint Budget Committee, the JBC, had to approve CDPHE's plan for implementing this whole thing. And so that was extremely important because it could have gone sideways there. And they did. They adopted the plan. They approved the plan that CDPHE presented, which was a good plan, solid, we think. And so that was even though not an actual bill, that was a pretty substantial win. One of the highlights, I'd say, for us of the session. There was a grand bargain, which doesn't affect Western Slope communities quite as much as Front Range communities, but there's still pretty big impacts. We had members that we did not have our membership in alignment on the transit funding piece of this grand bargain, which was really 2 bills and then a commitment not to run ballot measures for a few years by the environmental groups and the parts of the oil and gas industry. And the transit funding bill passed. It passed, although we didn't engage on it because our membership was split, but it will result in real money going to transit authorities across the state. The bulk of it will end up with RTD, but there will be sizable chunks that go to all of the other transit authorities. So that should result in real money headed your way for your transit authority. That is all based on a producer fee on oil and gas production. And then there's the ozone bill was one that we did put a lot of work into, and that substantially improves air quality protections. Again, that has the biggest impact on the Front Range, but it has impacts anywhere there are oil and gas operations. The precursors that result in ozone pollution itself is pretty nasty, is a greenhouse gas, has a lot of health effects. But the precursors that lead to ozone, those are also pretty nasty from a climate perspective and otherwise. So that ozone bill should make a real difference there as well. And then I'll just mention quickly on land use has been a really complicated set of issues, as you all I'm sure know. It really escalated last year with SB 213, which was the big land use bill. And last year, and again this year with multiple smaller bills, our membership wasn't of like mind. We had some members that were very supportive of really aggressive state action. We had other members that were very opposed and a bunch of members in the middle. And one of the principles of CC4CA is that we don't take positions on bills if anybody objects to what that position would be. And we couldn't take a position on a supportive or oppositional position on these bills. But we did have consensus on things that we could do to the bills that would make them better in the event that they passed. And so we got very engaged in a bunch of these land use bills, and we're able to generate amendments that make a huge difference on the local government side. So the bills that passed include some of the ones I've listed here. And just as an example, the transit-oriented communities bill as introduced would have basically penalized local governments by taking away HUTF funding, which is a big deal for tons of local governments, and a real problem as a mechanism because local governments depend on those dollars so much, and we were able to get that removed as a penalty. The EV charging permitting bill is another good example where the original bill would have imposed a very rigid set of requirements on local governments that as a practical matter would mean you all would have to approve permit applications for new charging stations within a pretty short time frame, regardless of anything else that happens, regardless of your staffing capacity, regardless of what other kinds of projects you have in the queue that might actually be beneficial from a climate perspective, regardless of whether the utilities in question are themselves taking a really long time to generate or produce the information that they're required to produce. So it was very problematic because it was super aggressive and super prescriptive. And there probably is some middle ground where the state could, I think, could do some things that our members would be supportive of that are more aggressive than doing nothing. But this bill was a pretty substantial overreach. The resulting bill is pretty soft. It basically, the state will create a model code that local governments can adopt. So that was a good instance where our members were not agreed on whether we should oppose or support the bill, but the amendments, we were able to articulate really clear goals and policy outcomes we wanted in those amendments, and then leverage really all of your voices as local officials around the state to get those in the bill. Just a couple of quick numbers, and I'll mention of the bills that we engaged on, we secured the outcome we wanted either completely or substantially in all but 5 of those bills. So the legislature is a venue where we figured out effectively how to amplify the voices of our local governments and local officials in these places where they really strategic moments where they really have an outsized impact. And then just, again, I'm not going to go through all these. It's just a bunch of these policy and regulatory proceedings over the past year that are really substantial, huge implications across the state. And these are all substantial wins. Those first 2 advanced clean cars, really a sequel to the first advanced clean cars rulemaking, I think it was last year, it might have been 2 years ago. And then advanced clean trucks, both of those are going to result in a substantial increase in both the number of EVs on the road and the accessibility of those Vs to a wider range of incomes and purchasing power and geography and all those factors that are really part of whether we can make electrification work across the state. The other one I'll mention right now is that second to last one on the list. As you all certainly know, the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law both created tons of programs that are intended to fund local governments to do a bunch of things that they might want to do. And many of those things are oriented around climate. And we worked really hard in the early days to help get the thing adopted. Senator Hickenlooper ended up being this really crucial swing vote functionally, politically behind the scenes. And our members were very energetic in communicating to him how important those bills were. But now that we're in implementation, one of the challenges is the very large, chaotic, inconsistent array of funding programs that local governments are eligible for. And so we were able to raise money and hire somebody who's basically a concierge for you all, who will work with our members to help identify grants or other funding tools through the IRA and the BIL that might be beneficial to you, help you prioritize, help you with your proposals, and then once the proposal is submitted, help generate support. It's often in like letters of support or leveraging other political venues or political avenues to show support for a particular project. We've already seen, I think the total is 7 of our member jurisdictions get money through these programs. And I expect that number will continue to grow. So this is an example of a place where there's kind of a confluence between policy work that we're doing and advocacy work and providing resources directly to our members that help you all do the things you're trying to do locally on climate. There are tons of opportunities for you all as individuals, whether you are officially a representative to CC4CA for Telluride or not. And I mentioned some of those already. Joan does a lot of our work reaching out to folks like you all to say, hey, here's a hearing coming up on a particular topic. And if this is of interest to you, we can help you out. Our goal in helping you all testify is to make it as easy as possible. For some elected officials who have a lot of experience testifying at these rulemaking bodies or at the legislature, it's easy. But for folks who have never done it or only done it a little bit, there's often a lot of process and protocol and even just the preparation, like the talking points. So we'll basically do everything we can to make it as plug and play for you as possible to whatever extent you need. So we can write talking points that you can then either you can use them as we have written them, or you can adapt them to your own liking, or you can throw them away and write your own. We don't tell you what to say, but our job is make it as easy for you as possible to plug in and be ready at the right time and get registered and all the things that need to happen in order for you to be able to express your views on these topics. We do the same kind of thing with op-eds. If you want to write an op-ed on a statewide climate issue or a local climate issue, we're happy to help you do that and help you plug into the resources, information, whatever it is that makes it easier for you to do those kinds of things. So it works in both directions. You tell us if you are interested in something, and we will make a point of reaching out to you, looking for opportunities, and then Joan reaches out to you plenty as well. Another list that I won't go through all of it because it would take a while, but happy to talk about any of these as well. That producer responsibility point, that's just implementation of this program that will take we will need to bird dog that process and make sure they do a good job, make sure the money actually comes back to local governments the way it's supposed to, or local communities. This cumulative impacts rulemaking is another example of regulatory proceeding that has potentially enormous impacts across the state. Oil and gas industry much prefers to have their proposed projects analyzed really at the scale of that individual project and not in the context of all the other projects that might be going on in that area or even across the region or the state. And this is a set of rules that will change that and will require a certain degree of consideration for the cumulative impacts of lots of projects, not just that one individual project. It's been a really hard fight politically, but we're finally at the point as a result of legislation that we fought hard on that the ECMC will have to adopt some rules that will at least improve how that works. Again, I won't go through this list, but happy to talk about any of this. We'll share the deck with you when we're all done. And I can figure out where the stop share button is. I'm going to click that. And I'll stop there. More than happy to answer any questions that you all might have, and happy to really, our job is amplify your voices in really strategic ways. It's just strategic moments and to provide what we can to you to make your jobs easier around climate. And a lot of what we do really is about our members telling us, here's a thing that would be helpful. So this is an open invitation to flag for us state statutes or state regulations that might be impeding things you want to do locally that we can take on, or particular kinds of programs that you really could use funding for that would make a difference on the things you're doing, or any of those kinds of things, and anything that we're able to tackle and deliver on. That's what we do. Our job is represent you and all of our members, all climate forward communities around the state that want the state to do a better job on climate action and climate policy. So I will stop there. I am more than happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. It's a great presentation, and we're happy to be a part of it. Does anybody on council have any questions for any of the three of them? Seeing no questions, thank you for the update. Appreciate it very much.
Yep, you bet. Thank you all.
Yep. Okay. Work session item 8B, overview of the community survey results. Lindsay Mills will present.
Hey gang, let me share my screen real quick. Okay, can everyone see this screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. So we have a quick 30 minutes today. So I'm going to dive into kind of the custom questions and the background of the full survey. This is our first year ever doing a full community survey. So we will go over survey administration, response data, the key findings. We can do a categorical deep dive, kind of seeing where we're at there, but the full report is in everybody's packet for your review, and folks, that's available online, and we'll be circulating that via email after this presentation as well. And then the custom category deep dive is kind of the next piece. So we worked with Polco for survey administration. They administer the National Community Survey, so we have benchmarks across all types of communities. For the focus of this year's survey, we are benchmarking against other mountain communities of similar sizes. So we'll go into those details, but we'll go first over how this full survey was distributed. The big key here and working with Polco was that we were able to mail out our distributions. So 2,648 households received mailings beginning on February 21st, 2024. We got a 2% return to sender rate, and that's for folks that either rejected the mailing, which was very, very rare, but more often than not, you're finding a PO box that wasn't assigned to someone, a PO box that belonged to a business, or an undeliverable piece of mail. But 2% is really, really good as far as they were concerned, especially given our kind of unique community of PO box people rather than having a strict USPS physical address. A postcard was mailed first, which was in both English and Spanish, and had a QR code to both the English and Spanish version of the digital survey, so folks could participate in that way. The second mailing was a cover letter with instructions, the survey questionnaire, which you can see on the right here, that's just the first page, and then a postage envelope to return. So there was a way to participate in English or Spanish in this printed format as well. And then all of those mailings included a web link in case folks wanted to participate online. And then QR codes further encouraged participation in that way. All follow-up mailings asked those who had not completed the survey to do so, and those who had already done so to refrain from completing the survey again. Again, all of our mailings and communications were pushed out bilingually in both print and digital. There were 3 mailings that occurred through Polco, and again, that 2% return to sender rate. For digital and print, this is kind of a breakdown. I still need to pull our QR code scans so we can really get clear data on posters and advertising participation. But as far as our email distribution, you're seeing about a little over, right around a 60% open rate, which is way above benchmark of about 15% to 20%. So we were getting a lot of folks clicking through as well, with 5 to 7% of folks clicking through into those positions so they could take the survey online. Newspaper ads ran in March and on the day of close, which was April 3rd. We had social media on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly Twitter. And we did 2 different poster runs. We hung 25 posters around town on March 6th and 25 posters around town on March 20th, just to refresh those. Again, the focus of this outreach was specifically to folks that lived in the town of Telluride. We'll go over some of that in the respondent data, but we didn't push any of these details outside of the town of Telluride. All of the PO boxes that received mailings indicated that they lived in the town of Telluride. And then we had an extra gated question on the survey. So if folks didn't live in the town of Telluride but received the survey, we were able to rule them out and report on those findings as out of town recipients. Big recaps and learnings just from this distribution is that in-person distribution would have been really useful for folks that don't necessarily look at their mail often, don't check their email often, or maybe just didn't really know that this survey was coming from us. The library has been an incredible partner for our lottery submissions, and I think that this would be a really good opportunity to just get in front of some of our Spanish-speaking community in the future. Additionally, we could increase our social and digital presence a bit in the coming years now that we're seeing some of these demographic findings, which I will show you in just a moment. So as far as response data goes, we'll go through total respondents, demographic data, and then our recap and learnings here. So of the 2,648 households that received mailings, 450 surveys were completed, which is actually a really great turnout. 17.5% turnout. All submissions were made in English, while 4 participants indicated that Spanish is their preferred language. A traditional level of confidence, and the one used here is a 95% confidence interval. So that indicates that we're statistically relevant here with our turnout. And the margin of error for the Town of Telluride survey is no greater than plus or minus 4.6 percentage points around any given percentage reported for all respondents. So this was a wonderful turnout. We are statistically relevant. This is a great start to our surveys, and whether we want to move forward with this annually or biannually, this is a really solid start. And I think we'll be able to continue to gather additional information and more respondents in the future. We'll dive into demographic data. Just for background here, Polco uses a weighted average. So based on the census report for the number of people in our community and those specific demographics, they'll adjust the weight of the feedback and responses in the survey to match the census data. So here you'll see the unweighted demographic data. Only 10% of respondents were 18 to 34-year-olds, while 38.4 were 35 to 54, and 51.5% of respondents were 55 or older. So knowing that the census needed a 30% representation from 18 to 34-year-olds, they weighted those responses in order to represent the actual population. So because we're statistically relevant with our data, they're able to weight those averages to ensure we're actually representing the real population of Telluride. Next, you'll see sex, and this is, of course, an identified sex. 50% of women and 50% of respondents were men. So they adjusted this to our census data, which will indicate that we're weighting men a bit heavier with a 52% point and 48% women. The demographic data for folks that identified as with a Hispanic origin, 96% of people did not identify as Hispanic, while 4% did. So this weighted again heavily, and I do think we missed an opportunity here with our Hispanic population, but that weight then turns into 10% of our Hispanic population. So we're representing that community. And then finally, we looked at housing data, and there's some additional demographic data, but these 4 talking points were the most important that we hit on. 22% of respondents are renters, while 78% of respondents are owners. And this is weighted now to identify, excuse me, this should be reversed. I will make sure that that's adjusted, but 41% weighted for renters, while 59% weighted for owners. So the big recap and key learnings here are, number one, that we're statistically relevant in our first year, which is a huge accomplishment. This, again, will continue to improve in the years to come. We need to identify ways to increase outreach to 18 to 34-year-olds, folks of Hispanic origin, folks with preferred Spanish language, and to our local renters. So diving into the key findings, and again, this is a really high level understanding of all of the benchmark talking points that come through the National Community Survey. And again, if there's anything that you find you want to dive deeper into, we can definitely do that, but the full report would take a long time to go through. So our highest performing areas, number one, first and foremost, was a very strong sense of safety in the town of Telluride. The second was that we received much higher marks than comparison communities for alternative transportation. So this is ease of walking, biking, and use of public transportation. But when thinking about the town of Telluride, folks are using e-bikes, they're skateboarding, they're hiking, they're biking, all the types of modes of transportation received very high marks as far as those alternative transportation modes. Additionally, aspects of local education, arts, and cultural opportunities exceeded national averages, and this included K-12 education and the community support for the arts. Not a huge surprise there, which is great. And then finally, residents praised community engagement opportunities in Telluride, with the town earning above average reviews for residents' connection and engagement with their community, opportunities to volunteer, opportunities to participate in social events and activities, and finally, opportunities to participate in community matters. And then onto our lowest performing areas, naturally there was a result indicating a concern over affordability. So cost of living had only 3% of respondents replying that it was excellent or good, while the availability of affordable quality food was only 11% in that excellent or good mark. So in Telluride, we're scoring much lower than the national benchmark comparisons when it comes to affordability. While the town's overall appearance earned really high marks, additional focus may be needed on areas related to development and housing. This included the overall quality of new development in Telluride, well-planned residential growth, the variety of housing options, and the availability of affordable quality housing. Additionally, Telluride's health services generally received less favorable evaluations than the national benchmark, as well as custom comparison communities. So when thinking about other mountain towns that we're comparing ourselves to, we were less favorable on that health services area as well. And then again, as we talked about those amazing reviews for alternate transportation modes, other aspects of mobility pertaining specifically to vehicular travel, public parking, street and repair present a lot of opportunities for growth. So those will be some big callouts you'll see as you're scrolling through kind of the national benchmark section. Additionally, there's a couple other notable ratings. Considering the diversity of local businesses, 3/4 of residents indicated a desire for more non-chain casual restaurants in Telluride. So this was a custom question that we'll go through in more depth, but 3/4 of residents are looking for non-chain casual. Additionally, the majority of residents prioritize replacing the Telluride Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, 75% indicating that it was essential or very important to them over other town initiatives. And this was followed by the importance of maintaining and improving streets and sidewalks, with 70% of respondents indicating that that was essential or very important to them. So I'll take a quick pause here. Is there any desire to dive a bit deeper into any parts of the full report for the benchmark data?
Any questions or comments for Lindsay? I think we're good.
Okay, amazing. If that changes, please don't hesitate to interrupt me. So custom categories, we really focused on 4 custom categories. We had a limitation for the amount of space we were able to use, and a lot we really wanted to cover to gather input and feedback from the community. Our big categories this year were green waste and compost, capital projects, economic development, and the diversity of businesses. The very first question asked respondents to rate the quality of each of the following services in Telluride. We ended up having to cut this section pretty significantly, so it only focused on green waste and compost. You can see here that the majority of folks are indicating that our availability of green waste and compost services in Telluride is very poor or fair. Very few think it's excellent or good. On to capital projects, and this will be spread over a handful of slides, so please don't hesitate to challenge me to revisit. These were ranked from essential to very important, somewhat important, or not important at all. That bright green color, which you'll identify as our new forest green in our branding, is going to be that essential category, which I would encourage you to take a look at as we dive into these categories. So rating how important, if at all, it was for the town to address the following capital projects and issues over the next 5 years. The rec center is one of the most highly scored in the essential and very important category, with an indoor sports complex, establishing a chamber of commerce, and the Chair 7 car henge project ranking below that. On to the next, this is where you're going to see that call out for the Telluride Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant being very, very important to folks. Sidewalks and gondola closely trailing behind. On to economic development, same thing here. You'll see a handful of slides just to cover all the categories we covered in this question. You're looking at high, medium, and low. Again, this far left deep orange color is going to be the one you really want to pay attention to for what is a high priority for our community. Thinking about the things that could be done in Telluride to promote economic development, how would you prioritize each of the following? And the big piece here that you're seeing on that second category is maintaining the affordability of services and things like dining. So the cost of a meal, the cost of groceries, things like that when it comes to economic development. So when we're thinking about what we can do to continue to support businesses in the community, the other categories listed here are implementing support programs or training for businesses, making permits and licenses easier to obtain, increasing the number of community events was a medium priority for the majority of respondents. And then moving on here, improving Telluride's image was very low priority for folks. I think everybody, all the respondents have a very strong opinion of Telluride's image at this moment, as well as a strong opinion of our streetscaping views and visibility there. Transportation is kind of an even category here, but you're looking at a much higher rate of high priority on transportation and infrastructure. When thinking about infrastructure versus streetscaping, infrastructure is more about the streets and sidewalks, where streetscaping is more about the flora that is implemented throughout the streets. And then finally, again, this training piece is enabling us to increase the availability of training for local businesses, which was a pretty low priority. And then this final category was encouraging tourism, which was a medium to low priority for folks. Then finally, the business diversity category, this is one of our most robust categories. So when considering new development and new opportunities for businesses throughout the town of Telluride, we wanted to find out when respondents were thinking about the diversity of businesses and service providers, would they like to see more, about the same, or fewer of each of the following types of businesses? So again, that bright blue on the left is going to be what people want to see more of, where the middle category is going to be about the same. We don't need to change it much. And then fewer is going to be where we would like to reduce some of that business presence throughout Telluride. So non-chain casual was far and beyond the most important category for folks when it came to business diversity in town. And I think that really relates to that economic development question about increasing the affordability of the types of services and products we can receive throughout the town. Fine dining, people seem very comfortable with the amount of fine dining we have at the moment. Boutique retail tracks about the same. Hardware and those services stores are tracking again about the same. Here we're looking at just basic clothing retail rather than boutique retail, and folks are saying about the same. When it comes to chain groceries, we're looking at Kroger, Safeway, those kinds of brands of grocery stores. And this is kind of moving more into that more section. We'd like to see more of that. However, specialty grocery stores, which were listed as things like Asian food markets, carnicerias, things along those lines, actually tracked higher than a new chain grocery store. Live entertainment venues said about the same, if not more. And then we dive into entertainment activities. So this was listed as things such as axe throwing, indoor. I think the other few that were listed were, I'll have to revisit that, but indoor entertainment activities and things that you can do that aren't necessarily bars or restaurants or live music venues. Gyms were very high priority for folks. Personal services, everybody feels pretty comfortable with that. Professional services, they'd like to see fewer, if not about the same. And then maintenance and repair stores. So when thinking about this, you can think about computer repair, any sort of maintenance shops that you can think of for personal services at that point. So that closes out our custom questions. And this wrapped a lot faster than I thought it would. So hopefully making up some time for you all, but open to having questions. We can also visit the full report. We can go back and take a look at any of the custom questions that you'd like or any of our key learnings.
Lindsay, thank you very much. Great job. I think some of the stuff we kind of figured and it's what the answers would be, but it's always great to get the reassurance that what we're thinking may be aligned with our community and maybe some new things to make us think about. So again, great job. Does anybody have any questions on any of the items that Lindsay has brought up? Any questions that we didn't discuss on the survey? Happy to field any questions for her.
I just have one that's very simple and kind of silly, but I'm curious. I'm looking at the bigger report. What is the difference between a recreation center and an indoor sports complex?
So the way we formatted that, a recreation center is going to be something more along the lines of a facility that has potentially an indoor pool, indoor gym, pickleball, tennis, things along those lines, court and racket sports. Whereas an indoor sports facility is more formatted as like a potential indoor turf field, additional indoor basketball courts, volleyball courts, things along those lines. A rec center could obviously comprise a handful of those, but the indoor sports facility was way more focused on sports exclusively, whereas indoor recreation can comprise a gym, a pool, things along those lines.
And Ashley, as we go through regional rec center feasibility study process here later this year, hopefully, polling and open houses with the public to really parse out, okay, what elements of recreation, what elements of sports facilities are most important to us. That would be a specific process that would really dial in exactly what the community wants most and how that can fit on different sites and within different budgets. So we hope to refine that and really dive into that, particularly seeing these really high numbers. They were higher than even I expected, although obviously council had put rec center feasibility study on your goals and objectives. This is one that really jumped out, I think. And overall, I think this survey really does give us good information to make sure we're reflecting back on when we're setting 2025 goals and objectives. I mean, that's really in large part what it's for. I had certainly seen really great benefits of doing a community survey in some other peer communities in the past, and this administration really wanted to prioritize this with council, and I think it helps us at the departmental level to put more focus in key areas, but hopefully again at the highest level, council goals and objectives, we can use this as a tool moving forward for sure.
I had a question. I was pretty surprised to see under governance that we ranked like pretty poorly there, but then when it was broken down into questions, we actually were pretty middle of the ground or similar to the benchmark. So I don't know if like, is that something normal to see? Like even the quality of services of our government was rated about double the federal government, but then when we look up at the confidence, those numbers weren't great. So I was a little confused about how that was calculated, because it seems like when you ask like, how are we treating people? How's the customer service? Are we being open? Are we being honest? The value of the taxes, all of those things individually were ranking pretty well or average. And that, I don't know if you have any more insight into that, but that was the thing that really, I was kind of alarmed to see that.
Yeah, and I think this is speculative, of course, but I think we're at a time when trust in local government is much higher than the federal government at this point. But that said, trust in government in general is very low. That's a national statistic that we're seeing coming out, and there's room for improvement everywhere. But looking at this, this is kind of the national benchmark questionnaire side of things, so I don't have exact data on why that could be, but that's something I could pose to our Polco team for sure. But it's really, it's a difficult thing to unwind and really tap into, because that is something that is pretty striking. Folks seem really pleased with the service side of things, but vary in some of those deep dive categories.
Any other questions? Lindsay, thank you very much. Great job again.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
We will keep rolling on to 8C, which is discussion regarding e-bike regulations for the youth. And Chief is here on Zoom as well. It's like, wait, me? Oh, I thought you wanted me to go. Chief, go ahead. We digress there for a second.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. So going to talk today about, I think it was helmet laws pertaining to e-bike use in the town. I provided kind of a brief overview in your packets as to what some of the common definitions are about a Class 1 e-bike, Class 2 e-bike, and a Class 3 e-bike, so I won't revisit that in the interest of time. But Currently, there are no state laws requiring helmets on e-bikes for anybody of 18 years and younger unless it's a class 3. If there's a class 3 e-bike, that person has to be at least 16 years or older to own and operate. And they have to be, after under 18 years old, they have to wear a helmet. Most of the bikes that we're seeing here in our community fall within that class 1 or class 2 category. However, we do see riders on class 3 e-bikes, but they've all been adults at this point. Currently, Telluride does not have any sort of local ordinance that requires helmets on e-bikes as well. I've reached out to additional chiefs throughout the state, asking if they have any ordinances. The only response I have so far has been from the town of Eagle, and they just implemented a town ordinance back in March. I'm actually at a chiefs conference right now, and I've had the opportunity to pick the brains of some other chiefs. That also confirms that they don't have currently any sort of ordinance on their books. Speaking with the Eagle chief, she's mentioned that it implemented end of March, but they've been in a pretty strict education only phase. But we'll be looking up to ramp up enforcement probably in mid to late summer. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you all may have.
Great. Chief, thank you so much. I will open up the floor for council for questions to Chief.
What's the Eagle policy specifically?
It's just basically anybody under the age of 18. I failed to put that in the packet, but I can provide that all to you in a separate email. But simply anybody under the age of 18, whether it's a class 1, class 2, or class 3, is required to wear a helmet while riding within their city. And there are some additional provisions of that as well. They can't ride e-bikes on their skate park, and kind of explains where they can and can't ride them as well.
What about the number of riders on a bike? Like more than 2.
Sure. So the way the rule states is that you're not allowed to have more riders on the bike than what the bike's designated for. So there are bikes that have try to explain the best way, like almost like the extra seating in the back that would in essence allow for 2 riders to sit in the back. So it's a little bit challenging to kind of take a look at it. The e-bikes have been an issue nationally on how to enforce it, how to handle it, how to regulate it for quite some time now.
Yeah, I mean, and the smaller the person, the more that fits on those extensions, I guess, seats on them. I mean, I see like 3 or 4 kids right by my house on one e-bike at a time. What do they have to abide by the street signs on if it's an electric bike, like stop signs?
Yep. So e-bikes are held to the same standard as any regular street bike would be. So they have to abide by all the street signs, the rules of the road, speed limits, the same.
I mean, as a reminder, all bikes are supposed to abide by the rules of the road. So if the listening public can just be reminded of that. But my question was going to be, like, what does enforcement of this look like? Because, like, are we issuing children tickets? Like, what? I don't know if that's a stupid question, but yeah. Like, what?
No, sure. No, it's a great question. So, we've worked to try to educate as best as we can. We have issued some tickets. They've been for pretty blatant and unsafe activity through people riding their e-bikes. Personally or frankly, a lot of our community likes to point the fingers at our youth as being the main culprits of riding e-bikes erratically, but we've observed plenty of adults that are modeling the same behavior.
It doesn't surprise me.
Dan?
So one quick note on that, Elena, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, for Colorado law, for bicyclists, stop signs can be treated as a yield sign. So that is one difference for cyclists. And that changed a little over 2 years ago. Shortly after I was a council person, I'm getting a thumbs up from Scott.
I think they call it the California stop.
Yes.
Yeah, I think here it's called the Colorado Safety Stop, where bikes and other, quote, low-speed conveyances have a legal option to ride slowly through stop signs without stopping first, as long as they're yielding the right-of-way to pedestrians and other road users who have the right-of-way, just to be clear.
Thank you, because that does help influence traffic. I guess I have a little bit more of a comment than a question on this one. I just want to weigh this very carefully. I certainly want to make sure we keep kids safe. We don't have injuries. What I'm trying to weigh it against is feeling overly punitive or restrictive, which would disincentivize use of e-bikes, which I think are very important in helping transition to green, eco-friendly transportation and make sure that people feel free and ready to use those. And we can continue to promote that as a more ecologically friendly mode of transportation. And habits are formed in youth. So wearing a helmet is a good thing generally. I will admit I don't wear my helmet much when going around town, nor do I don't think any adult in the town of Telluride that I've ever seen. And so trying to just get the habit of riding a bike as a way of transportation is part of my thought process with that. Not to say that I'm one way firm on either side of this, but I'm just trying to weigh it as part of our larger climate action goals and making sure that this is seen also through that lens. Because I want to make sure that we continue to promote e-bikes, because I think they're a great thing for our environment and for local transportation as well.
I don't think this would stop anyone from riding an e-bike. I think if anything, people who don't want to follow the rules won't, and they'll still ride their e-bike. But
We're talking about kids.
And we're talking about kiddos.
Yeah.
Like,
Kids.
I think that's the important distinction. I think this is, and truly this is born out of a significant number of parents asking for some assistance. Because I think from everybody's perspective, which is interesting to hear it from so many people, they're the only one that asks their child to wear their helmet, and then their friends aren't wearing helmets and they're not wearing them. And I'm hearing that from a lot of people. So it does seem as though if everybody heard each other, I think a lot of parents want it. But I think ultimately, like, kids are riding these e-bikes. They're going pretty fast. They do have a number of individuals on their bikes at times. And, ultimately, from my perspective, I would love for us not to be looking at this after an accident that we can't come back from, or a particular child cannot come back from, that we address this before there's anything that happens. And I think that was a request from a number of parents as well.
Ashley?
And maybe this was said earlier or something, but I'm a little confused about the class 2 to class 3, where the class 2, the electric bike provides assistance regardless of whether the rider is pedaling, and then the class 3 still actually is required that they pedal. Is that correct? So any of the bikes that are the pedal assist that have the throttle option are supposed to stop at 20 miles an hour? Because I feel like my bike doesn't do that. Mine will go faster than 20 miles an hour with a throttle, but maybe I'm wrong.
Sure. So the class 3, to my understanding, they're a little bit more aggressive looking, if you will. They look more like you would expect, like a dirt bike, or it doesn't necessarily resemble what the other e-bikes look like. It's required to have a speedometer on it, which is another kind of a key indicator of what the class 3 is. So they're a little bit challenging to differentiate. Like if we see one whizzing by us, it can be a little bit of a trick to determine if that's a class 2 or a class 3.
But does that the class 3, you have to be pedaling to get the assistance based on what's written here, but I'm questioning if that's true.
I don't know.
Yes. Per the law, that's how it's written. So this was taken out of from the state statute on how they're defining it.
So they don't have a throttle? The class 3s don't have a throttle.
they have a throttle, but you
gotta
have
pedal.
to pedal your
Gotta
bike
pedal.
to activate it.
Right.
Yeah, I think all
Yes.
three classes, there has to be that first pedal to activate the motor, basically, and then you can move.
Then
it
why
up.
does 2 says
2, you
an
don't have
electric
to
bike that
pedal.
provides assistance regardless of whether the rider is pedaling?
I think at that point, it's a motorcycle.
Yeah, and it doesn't,
Why is 2 and 3? It seems like those should be flipped. I don't know.
I think we're getting,
I'm
I
just
think that's a
confused.
question for the.
yeah, we're getting a little, what does it matter? Or do we want to discuss having helmets for the
I think
kids
we-
regardless of
yes.
the class? Those are just definitions, and we're getting bogged down in what kind of bike it is. I
Well,
mean,
this one right now is just saying that class 3
think that's the state statute
Is
and
the state.
and
I
the
think
question
we're
is.
proposing
for
for
all
all,
classes? Okay.
anyone under
We're-
18 on
We're, not,
e-bike.
we're just discussing it. We're not really proposing anything at this point. We're trying to figure out if we want to further discuss and elevate this from work session to then consider some type of ordinance about wearing a helmet for what I think, and if I'm wrong, correct me, is doesn't matter what class you're on. If you're 18 or younger, you're wearing or under 18, you're wearing a helmet. And is that something we want to keep moving forward? The one thing before we, thumbs up or however we want to do it, I would like to ask Chief his opinion on this. Just because not only will he be tasked with enforcement, he's got a lot of experience in similar types of things, and I think that might be valuable for us.
Sure. So twofold. I think like with any bike, especially like this, I think the safety should kind of start in the home. I think if a parent looks to purchase their child on these bikes, I think there needs to be pretty frank discussions with that child as to the safety, the dangers that are around it, have kind of clear restrictions and guidelines as to what that looks like. And, parents can require their children to wear helmets. Town Manager Robson and I had discussed potential ways of incentivizing the youth to wear these helmets should this become an ordinance, whether it's reaching out to local businesses and potentially offering, if we see kids wearing a helmet, we could stop them and give them a free hot chocolate something, or put their name in a bucket for a larger drawing every month to try to help kind of bridge the gap to where it makes it more normal for kids to wear helmets. We have been taking an education approach to this for a while now. We're getting actually ready to hold our 3rd or 4th bike rodeo this coming Saturday with our partners from Telluride 100, Telluride Fire Protection District, TMC, and the Elks, where we kind of go over bike safety. We give the opportunity to have kids get fitted with bike helmets, get their bikes fitted to them. So it's always been a pretty good turnout. We would encourage everybody to come out. The one group that's always missing from these are the e-bike riders. They don't show up for whatever reason. But it's a good opportunity to get out there and help educate our community a little bit more. From an enforcement standpoint, there will be challenges. The last thing I really want, I don't think our community wants, is for our patrol officers to be going in pursuit of an e-bike that decides not to stop for us. If it's a juvenile, we can identify them later, especially if school's in session, and we can have our SRO contact them and take appropriate action that way. But speaking with the chief from Mountain Village, Chief Brody, they have a hard time enforcing the dismount zones in the core area because of that same issue. So there are some challenges with enforcement. Again, Eagle's the only town so far that's really implemented any sort of ordinance, and they haven't taken that enforcement. So I wasn't able to get a good picture on what that would look like from going from concept to the enforcement side.
Great.
And I will say, I think it'd be useful for us as staff. Again, we're just here to provide kind of a range of alternatives that are out there today. Again, the states that do seem to have bike helmet laws for kids on the books are generally, at least the majority, are 16 or under the age of 16, for example, just for your consideration. But we've just started to scratch the surface on ideas of kind of the carrot versus the stick on this issue. And we would be curious to hear now or later from council or parents, what types of incentives, let's get beyond maybe a free hot chocolate to, do kids get caught wearing a helmet, if you will, and get their name in a bucket that can give them a season ski pass at the start of the season, something really significant where kids perk up and say, oh yeah, I definitely would like to be a part of that. So we'd be curious on that side of it as well.
But we do want to continue the conversation. I think it's.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The other thing that occurs to me is the 18 makes sense because 18 is the time when a lot of things change, but in order to avoid our local marshals having to ID seniors, I wonder if you make it 19 so that way it's through senior year, you still have to wear a helmet, not just one day in January or whatever. Just throwing it out there. I know it's kind of awkward, but
I think 16, that's the age that you can drive a vehicle. And so that's the age that we've decided that you can understand traffic laws and stuff like that. So,
and you should be used to carrying your ID with you when you're in transit.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like doing 18, I don't like doing things like for people who are 19, because you are an adult when you're 18. And there's some weirdness there with if we have Lyft operators that are here, like working as, you know, an 18-year-old, are we really gonna be giving them citations for not having helmets on? I don't know, that's the only reason why I would push back on that.
I don't disagree with that. And then I think for the most part, I'd like to think that council would be more towards the carrot and not the stick. If anyone disagrees with that, it'd be a good time to say it, for supporting the policy. And we'll continue to discuss it. Scott, do you need any further direction on this
No, again,
for chief?
I think we know this is an important issue. I think we have a higher percentage of kids riding, period, and kids riding e-bikes in this town, just because we're small geographically. It's easy to do. We're not, you know, they're not going miles and miles. So we do have a high percentage of kids, but a lot of cross traffic. To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, I don't think we've got good data on any significant vehicular accidents with kids on e-bikes or crashes, but that's not to say they haven't occurred for sure. And we just don't have great data on that. The point being, we want to avoid serious issues here, and we've heard primarily from parents on this issue. So we want to broach the issue and be pragmatic around this.
Maybe be helpful in the next discussion to bring in Deanna from Telluride Medical Center, because she could probably talk pretty quickly about.
True.
I mean, we know there are accidents out there, so I think maybe she can help
Can I just
give
ask
us more
one
stuff.
More thing in that same vein, I feel like we're talking about, I think, yes, we should definitely carrot things like wearing a helmet, but I'm concerned that there might be a group of kids all wearing helmets on bikes that are on an e-bike that are acting really unsafely. And in that type of situation, I would hope that the marshal's department, whatever we figure out, there would be like a level of when you're actually putting others or yourself in danger, that is where the hammer kind of comes down. Whereas we're incentivizing, encouraging, wanting people to wear helmets, but that
In a safe way.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you wear the helmet and then you get to just go 30 miles an hour through town because you're wearing a helmet.
Right, they have to follow the traffic rules.
Yep.
Okay, Kevin?
Just to make sure I understand, are you directing then an amendment to the municipal code to implement some restrictions requiring helmets is what I heard specifically? And typically we wouldn't, you don't put incentives typically in a municipal code. It's the municipal code is what the law is, and there's a violation of that. So I'm a little confused because I thought I was hearing movement towards a similar situation of what Eagle did, but then I thought I heard something else at the end.
Yeah, we might need to further discuss it before we're ready for that, but I'm not 100% sure. That's just my thought. Dan?
I mean, I think especially with what Chief Comp told us, that the questions about how to effectively enforce this matter, the more I think about it, the more I think it's not the job of the government to be paternal. It is the job of the parents to be paternal on this one. And it's hard to get your kids to wear a helmet. I know, sure. But this feels like a thing that would be difficult to enforce, would further strain relationships between the public and our law enforcement. And I don't know that it would be feasible to truly enforce and implement.
You could argue that with seatbelts too, though. I think that as a parent, I would like to see some action being taken.
I also think that, as we talked about, sometimes there are passengers on these e-bikes, so a parent might not say to their kid, might not give them an e-bike because they don't think it's safe, but they might end up on their friend's e-bike. And so this kind of helps ensure their safety, even if the parent isn't giving direct consent to the kid being on the e-bike.
I think it's a health and safety issue, and I think that because of that, we can say for kids under 16, it's a town rule that you need to have a helmet.
Yeah.
And the theory is are we helping support the parents who are asking for help? And it's tough to gauge what those numbers are, but that's certainly part of the reason why we're having this discussion. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And how much do we want to play a role in helping protect the kids, plain and simple. And I don't know the answer to that.
And I think it's helping teach kids best practices just in, It's helping parents and it's helping kids. It's not
I mean, I don't
a
think.
win-win.
I don't think the
hopefully.
penalty for any of this would be like, jail time or anything. So I don't think that we're.
Juvie.
Well, maybe, I don't know. We haven't discussed it yet.
We'll
So-
we'll let the parents decide if they'd like to.
They can check
night off.
how they want their child punished. So I don't know, I feel like I think that the changing culture around the e-bikes and the volume of them and have, like Jesse just said, like seatbelts and stuff like that, I feel like it's a health and safety.
So are we at the point where we want to further discuss this, or do we want to go elevate it to try to figure out a draft ordinance? Or, I mean, what do we think, since we just dropping this on everyone in a quick work session, what do we think the best next steps are?
How about another work session where we invite communities that care, members of the Med Center,
Parents.
Kids, yeah.
Yeah.
School district.
Yeah.
School district.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it for hours and hours, but then another work session, since this is our first time seeing it, would be not bad.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Me too.
Are we good with that? Having another work session and just having more community outreach?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I think it's a great topic to bring up, and so that's good. Chief, thank you very much for your time and jumping in. I know you're busy, so thank you.
No problem. Happy to be here.
We are now up to item 8D. That is a review of the draft request for proposals for the Voodoo commercial space, and we have Zoe and Lance here. Kevin, before we start, I want to disclose that I do own a office space across the alley to the north. I don't know with either this discussion or the action item 9B that do I need to recuse? I just want to make sure 100% that I can participate or not.
Yeah, so you and I know, have talked about this briefly. I think what we talked about was that you would disclose this and that you would solicit feedback or take questions from your fellow council members. I think if it comes to the official action of actually selecting, let's say, a tenant, and I'm not sure if that's what 9B is, but if that should occur, then I think that's the trigger of an official act for a specific business, that there could be an issue of whether there's a benefit or a detriment to your interest.
Okay.
I think if it's a general discussion about the process, I think you should feel a little more comfortable about that. But again, that's your fellow
I would
council
love to-
members need to ask you questions or.
Well, I have the same interest. I have a percentage interest in an office space as well.
Okay, so for this discussion, for the draft request for proposals, I want to make sure if any of Ashley or my peers sitting at this table have a concern about us contributing. I'm good either way, so don't
I feel
worry about hurting
comfortable
my feelings.
for during work sessions, for conversations to occur with people that have proximity conflicts. For bigger decisions and action items, I think it depends on a case by case basis, but for work sessions, I'm fine with it.
Anyone want us not to participate in this work session?
Yeah, I wish I had had a little more time to consider it. I wasn't made aware until just now, but I think I feel similarly to Jesse, and then we can continue to examine and assess as we move from a work session to an action item down the road. So I think for a work session, it's fine with me.
Okay, then we will.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll start this off then,
Kevin
kinda-
wants to chime in.
Okay.
We didn't even get packet materials for this. So I mean, it's not even, you're hearing this for the first time.
Right.
Right,
And that's,
on the,
Yep.
on the.
On
their
9B.
proximity, Yep.
and just with the sensitivity of the topic, I thought it was important to bring it up.
I appreciate it.
I will outline kind of the timeline, just so everyone has an understanding, given the two unique situations, and just so we can understand where participation can be valuable. So we'll do a work session on this RFP, just getting input on to make sure we have captured town council's goals for the RFP, and any other details that they'd like to see in it. We will then publish So we will then take action on this to approve it after we have that discussion with any feedback we've given from council. So that's coming up just a little bit later in our action items. We plan to then publish the RFP as directed by council. The hope is from that process is to have a subcommittee, a committee to help select through the proposals that we receive a finalist. I have put in here to ask for 2 council members to be part of that selection committee, as well as staff from the manager's office. It will then come to council, whoever that committee selects, for the final approval. So there will be some opportunities for action and potential recusal on those pieces. So with that, just to give a little bit of introduction. So we've discussed this at the May 14th council meeting of drafting this request for proposal, which I will hereforth called RFP, to solicit proposals from experienced and qualified entities interested in leasing and completing what we say the tenant improvements, or TI, of approximately 3,000 gross square feet commercial space located on the ground floor of our town-owned Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. So with that, what I would like to do with council, as you've given the opportunity to look through this draft RFP in your packet, and if you need more details, stop me at any time. But I just want to go through the sections and make sure that I've captured council's intent and for any feedback. With that, starting with the timelines and whatnot are all tentative at this point for the public who is looking at this. So don't get too hung up on those pieces. So when looking at the RFP, I wanted to start with section 1, which is purpose. The main thing here is highlighting the goals of town council in leasing the commercial space. In our conversations at the May meeting, it was very clear that creating a community serving space that benefited as many members of the public as possible was the alignment of all council members. We wanted to see flexibility in those uses, such as accommodating pop-ups or community meetings and gatherings, and also assuring compatibility with the on-site residential housing, which limited it in some of its uses from like a wedding venue or things like that. Those were left pretty high level given the collective discussion. I just wanted to stop there and see if there was any other goals that you felt like were not defined within this proposal, or excuse me, RFP.
I think maybe just if we look back at, I don't know how, the balance of specificity that we want to have in the RFP, because we certainly don't want to throw out some idea that we haven't thought of, but I think that the non-chain casual food and access to food ranking so highly as a need in our community survey could be integrated in some way, but without being limiting. I don't know.
Should it just be consider the results of the community survey in your application or in your proposal?
That almost feels too vague.
Too vague?
So 2 options here. We could put in, because another section we have ranking criteria for proposals, and it could be alignment with the needs of the community survey, or more directly alignment with that specific definition of the community survey will rank your proposal higher. Or again, we can put it here within the goals piece of meeting the goals of the community survey by offering exactly what you said, more non-chain casual, and providing affordability and quality food options. Does everyone understand those options I gave?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the idea of ranking based on alignment, because I think ultimately, yes, that was something that we saw with the community survey, but that's not to say that there isn't some other scathingly brilliant idea out there that we just haven't considered from our perspective that.
A gym.
Yeah.
Like a gym.
Apparently, rec center.
A rec center probably won't work in that space, everybody, but I don't know.
Let's see if somebody can make it work.
So you'd like to see in the evaluation criteria alignment with the community survey.
Mhm.
Okay, does Is everyone good with
Will we
that?
attach that community survey to?
I
the-
will add that as a exhibit in the RFP. Great. Now I've mixed all my pages up. Perfect. Okay. Any other pieces just commenting on the goals of the RFP? Great. Okay. I kind of skip around. So if there's no feedback on background or project description or any questions along those pieces in terms of Leaf's overview or timing, again, I think the only thing that's important to point out, to give ourselves flexibility, because I think there's just a lot of conversation that needs to happen. Final lease rate and occupancy policies, including the lease term, will be determined at the time of contract execution for the town manager's office. So we won't have those exactly defined in this RFP process, just to give ourselves more flexibility in those discussions moving forward. Just pointing that out. For proposal, any questions on that before moving forward? Okay. Proposal, content and format. If there's anything that you guys would like to see in addition to what we made for asks in the proposal itself, point out. Yep.
I guess maybe not, these aren't all like necessary things, but I don't want to, because a lot of this is asking about like current organizational stuff, financial statement references. I don't want to discourage like new businesses and new ideas, because a lot of this is referencing existing businesses information. So I think maybe there's a way to state it so that we're not discouraging like a new entrepreneur, a new organization, new ideas.
You just say it's applicable.
Yeah, something like that. Because the way that I read it, it's like, oh, you have to have all of this stuff to apply. And I don't think that's our intent. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I think we can work on that. Any other comments on those pieces?
I just want to make sure we will get to look at like the final terms of the lease, right, as a council?
So as it was described in, when the commercial space was part of the Voodoo project, those pieces were through the direction of the manager's office. So it was not, I believe, the original intention for it to come back to council to review the terms of the lease.
Am I the only one that wants to see that?
Yeah,
I'll probably see it, but.
there's important things too, in terms of what should be in the lease. Let us know. Length of term or, rate or any of those types of things. The goal has been below market. And that we're not looking to make profit on this endeavor. So to cover our costs is the direction so far.
And I'll just add to Lance's, I think the council input part is with the selection of the entity that will take it over. Part, as you see in what we're asking them, is what is your intention for terms of lease? What is your intention for the tenant finish, or all of these pieces that will be contributing? So you'll have some insight into that and opportunity for commentary on that as well.
At the end of the day, council certainly approves the budget related to
Mhm.
this,
Right.
to this
Right.
Line item. So we've got to annually make sure that council's comfortable with
Yeah.
the business deal on this.
Okay.
Yeah, and to that point, the original intention of the use of the space is that the entity is covering the costs of the operating, and the financing that we have incurred. So if council through this process somehow comes up with other budgetary decisions, then that would have to come to council for a discussion.
I think a lot of it depends on what individual applicant you have and
Exactly.
facts of what they're proposing and their strengths, their weaknesses. I mean, there's so many things to consider. You almost have to just wait and see who everybody is before trying to come up with a blanket
Yeah.
deal.
Yep, and that's why there's so much
Right.
flexibility and.
Okie dokie.
But you can feel free to look at it. It's a public document,
Yeah.
so it's not like.
Yeah.
Oh, I will.
For someone who can be,
Good.
for someone who
Good
can be,
review.
who can be blind, are we sure that 12-point font, you want it that or smaller?
Oh. Sure.
I mean, the blind guy in the
This
room
is what I
knows that-
standard have in all of my stuff, so.
Yeah.
Only because some of these things can get really big, but.
Can you talk about the 35 per square foot and triple net basis? And it says the tenant will also cover the cost of property taxes if applicable. What is the distinction there of whether there will be property taxes or not?
It's not, it's tax exempt right now. It's a public entity. Tarrant Housing Authority is not tax, does not have a property tax.
Right.
We just put that in there to cover all bases in the event that somehow there was an ownership interest that was taxed, that had a property tax associated with it. But likely it's not going to happen because Tarrant Housing Authority is the owner for the next 25 years pursuant to the debt, so. But we could strike that as well.
No, I would keep it actually, because there may be what's called a possessory interest that's
Okay.
subject to taxation as well. So I would not take that out.
Property tax. Yeah.
It's called a possessory
Oh.
property tax interest, yeah,
Okay.
And so just leave it as if applicable.
if applicable, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to circle back up, council's gonna see this again and they're gonna get to approve
Yep.
the selection.
So so we're gonna have a selection committee that comprises of 2 council members and staff. And then council who provide a recommendation to council for the final selection, and council will get a chance. to
July
approve that.
16th is what's,
Yep,
yeah, okay.
that's right.
Yeah, so you'll see it again, or you'll
Yeah.
see the process
And the
again.
key terms of that selection will be
Mhm,
made available as well.
mhm.
The lease itself may not be perfected at that time. But the key deal points will be.
Exactly,
Mhm.
yep.
Any further questions?
I have one more. So I see we have a thing about subleasing, if that's an intent. Do we have are we open to any kind of submissions that would be to organizations that are kind of teaming up on an idea? Or do we still want there to be one main organization that's a leaseholder and them to be them to sublease?
So under the evaluation criteria, we do emphasize a preference for an umbrella organization, just so that we don't get into a situation of subleasing to multiple entities and the complications involved in that, especially given a tenant finish aspect of this
Mhm.
piece as well. But again, if council has different direction, we can take that direction. Their staff just sees a lot of value in that potential.
I think it's good because it doesn't prohibit someone from giving a proposal. If it's 2 organizations and trying to make it work for the town. I see the challenges of one goes bankrupt and the other's there, and then what do you do? Obviously an extreme circumstance, but
And I will add that we still do plan to do a community engagement piece to help organizations potentially partner up once we have this published and they can work more
Okay.
collaboratively together.
Because I do think when we were having our, I believe it was a work session about this, something that we all kind of brought up was this idea of like a collaborative space that can be shared and sort of that seemed like something that a lot of people were on the same page about. So I want to make sure that we're encouraging that in the applications as well, and not just encouraging like single entity uses. But I think, I mean, you already put the thing in about subleasing, so I think that's good. I don't know if I really have a suggestion as much as just bringing it up as a point to keep in mind as we move forward.
We can add into, again, the evaluation criteria, a preference for an idea that spurs collaboration and multiple uses.
I just want to confirm that that's something that we all like.
I think that also goes hand in hand with serving the most, a larger section of the public. Is if if it's not just one entity, but a collaboration of people.
Maybe we can add something in there. Perfect.
any other questions or comments for Zoe or Lance?
Right now.
Is there
Okay.
anyone in the room that would like to chime in on this? I think we have anybody online, so I think we can.
And you had one other quick point to bring up.
Sure.
Is that if we stay on schedule and have a selection of this tenant by mid-July, then we'll work with them to encourage them to go into the space before September 15th to start tenant finish if they know what they would like to do. We're not going to wait until the lease period starts.
Right, that's great.
Okay.
Okay,
Um,
so we'll provide a redlined copy to you guys printed out for our action item coming up.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there was.
Oh, there was somebody online? Doug, we will unmute you.
Thank you for accepting my comments. Douglas Tooley. There has been talk of rebuilding some of the county facilities, specifically the Fruin building, as well as rebuilding some of the town's facilities. I don't know if looking anything at joint, but the need for temporary space for those public uses should be something that is considered with this use of this 3,000 square feet of space. You know, again, using it as temporary office space, or permanent for that matter, but it's temporary office space as other governmental functions are rebuilt. Thank you.
Great, Doug, thank you. Again, I don't want to get too much into the habit of responding to, public comments and things like that, but we certainly discussed utilizing the Voodoo space for office and for the town of Telluride, but it was decided that using it as an office would only be needed if we were going to try to refurbish, remodel our existing office space and have to shuffle people around. We did have a meeting where we discussed that at this point in time, however far in the future, the preference is some kind of a redesigned space, new space, so we can kind of deal with the space we have to move into a new one, and that precludes the need for this space at this moment in time. Does that be fair, Scott?
That's
Perfect.
exactly right.
Okay. Anybody else for public comment before we move on? Seeing none, we will move to number 9, action items. 9A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed-restricted real property known as Entrada Unit L, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, and we have Scott to present this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The town of Telluride did recently receive notice from San Miguel Regional Housing Authority that they were in receipt of an intent to sell notice for a deed restricted unit in what we call Entrada, or at 295 South Mahoney Drive. This is Unit L, which is a unit that was constructed by the town of Telluride back in 2009 and has been occupied for, I think since that time, by the same family and former town of Telluride employee. I believe we have the owner here in the audience today. If you have any questions for her as we get through the conversation here. And the SMRHA was notified by the seller that they would strongly prefer that the town purchase this unit if council is willing. So we always like to make note of that. Per the deed restriction, the town has 15 days of notice of sale to deliver notice of our intent to purchase if we move in that direction. This unit did come up with its notice prior to 15 days from now, but sometimes we get stuck between 2 council meetings. And so we need to wait until this council meeting to address this particular request to purchase, if you will. And they've been, the seller's certainly been willing to do that, which we appreciate. And given when this unit was purchased back in 2009, my understanding from SMRHA is that this unit is not required to go into the lottery necessarily, although we can always direct it to go in that direction. We certainly as a town have first right of refusal on this unit since we were the developer. This Unit L at 295 South Mahoney is it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,357 square feet. The maximum sales price is $502,518, pending SMRHA inspection. This is a tier 2 unit. We should know that, and that would mean, well, based on the bedrooms, then we would have a minimum of 3 people necessary in this Entrada unit. This is one of the bigger units in the complex. And so from a recommendation standpoint, based on the town of Telluride's ongoing goal to house a minimum of 30% of our staff within town limits, the town manager's office with the support of our human resources department, based on need we've seen from our employees expressed around this particular unit, are recommending that the town purchase this unit, Unit L of Entrada, with the intention of reselling the unit immediately to an employee of the town that qualifies under deed restriction status and is prioritized under our town's human resources adopted prioritization matrix. Currently, I know council always asks this, we're chugging along at about 17% of our town employees residing within town limits. So we're getting there. I think we've made some progress over this last year. But in 2004, for example, the town has exercised its first right of refusal units and has dedicated one of those 5 to a town employee. As with each housing unit that becomes available, we do have our HR department reach out to staff just to solicit interest, to make sure before we're asking council to purchase and sell this back to a unit or back to an employee, that we've got kind of a critical massive interest in that from town employees. And as you might expect, we did indeed get, I think, 7 different families or 7 different staff members that have expressed interest and think they would qualify. And those staff range from folks in our Marshals Department, Community Housing, Public Works, Community Services, Childcare, and our Finance Department. So this unit, again, has been owned for a number of years, really since 2009, by a former Town of Telluride employee. And if town council is prepared to adopt the attached resolution, the town attorney's office would recommend the following motion that's in your packet here. So happy to take any questions on this unit. Again, we have our owner of the unit here with us today if you have any questions for her, and I'll leave it at that.
Great. Scott, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Scott? I have a question, as we look towards our goals, in balancing, things for the public and versus, what we want to keep for staff.
Yep.
Are you aware of anything else coming down the pipeline?
Yeah, it's a great question. We certainly do have, again, sometimes we get caught in between 2 meetings where we're not able to meet a 15-day turnaround, and it's up to the seller to express if they're willing to wait, if they want the town to consider purchase. We do have a Longwell unit, in fact, coming up, a 4-bedroom unit that we have gotten intent to sell from that owner. They have also expressed that they'd very much like the town to purchase it, have an opinion on whether where it goes after that. But I'm excited to say that we do have a 4-bedroom Longwell unit coming up. It's a tier 1. And we will be, I think at the staff level, recommending that go into lottery. And to your point, Mayor, we're very cognizant of the conversations and kind of priority of council to do our best at meeting our internal goals of trying to get 30% of our staff here in town for service purposes, but also make sure that we're getting the majority of these units that are popping up going back to the public, whether it be in lottery or other forms or fashions. Certainly, this year we've purchased Gold Run, which is obviously going to a lottery. Entrada, an ADA unit, if you recall, that's going back into a specific lottery, prioritizing ADA residents. Pheno 1 and Pheno 2 units, both we've purchased with the intent of remodeling as necessary, making some fixes to some kind of outdated deed restriction elements, and then likely putting those back to the public as well. So I think we're really trying to be very cognizant of those goals of getting as many of these units that come up back to the public, while at the same time, particularly for those units that are town constructed and may have had a town employee in it for a long time, trying to circle those back into critical town employees again. So that's, glad you asked the question.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. That
Sorry.
clarifies my question.
Keep on that though, is there, and remind me what the regulations are and how easy it would perhaps be to convert one of those units or a future
Mhm.
unspecified unit into another in-home childcare facility like we did at Sunnyside?
Oh, good question. Certainly, size is incredibly, or square footage is really important from that standpoint. Looks like Zoe Denal might have something to weigh in on that one.
So with in-home childcare, there is still very specific requirements. Yard space, dedicated yard space is one of them, which while I'm not 100% sure, I don't think either of the units will most likely have attached required square footage yard space.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Thank
that's a
you, Zoe.
that's a great point, Zoe.
Something to keep in mind down the road.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. Sunnyside, we were lucky. It was a concept right from the construction start, so we were able to implement that required state play area, outdoor play area, and we just don't have that in Entrada, Longwell, any of these particular units.
Great. Any further questions from council for Scott?
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the purchase of 295 South Mahoney Drive, Unit L.
I'm going to put that on hold 1 second. I just want to see if there's any public comment from anyone in the room or online. So just put your motion on hold 1 second. Seeing none, we'll go back to Jesse Ray's motion.
My motion stands.
I second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Dan. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And again, we'll look forward to June 25th. We will likely have a Longwell for bedroom unit in front of us to
Great.
consider.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item 9B, consideration of approval of the request for proposals for the Voodoo commercial space, Zoe and Lance. Kevin, since this is an action item, it's not specific to the tenant, but I want to make sure for Ashley and myself that, if we want to further discuss recusals, if you want us to recuse, however you.
Yeah, I would see if anyone on council has any comments they want to offer to you. I still think this is not the actual approval of a tenancy. This is the process to get to the tenancy.
Okay.
So I still think you're fine.
Great.
But-
Is there anyone on council that would like myself and Ashley to recuse ourselves from this discussion?
I mean, there's not even packet materials yet.
Just want to make
Where
sure.
Lance is gonna pull it up on the screen because you guys were so fast.
Okay.
Last one.
Section that I was at for.
Okay. As he pulls it up, I'll just kind of highlight again the red lines that we have added. For then your approval. So the only changes that we have made is to make a statement within the proposal content and format of if applicable, just so if there are businesses that do not have previous financials or so on and so forth, that they cannot provide it as not discouraging them. And then within the evaluation criteria, simply adding 2 points to ensure or to prioritize alignment with the needs highlighted within the community survey. And also for any proposals that have collaboration or multiple use will also be given priority. And Lance is pulling up the Zoom, just so you guys gonna have a look. And then the motion would to be approved as amended. And thank you, Lance, for dealing with technology.
Yeah.
But how about that for a quick turnaround?
Almost there.
And the reason we wanted to do this in such close order and not have this at another council meeting is time. So we appreciate everyone working so quickly.
This meeting is being recorded.
We have joined the Zoom meeting. Go, go.
Don't join the audio.
Computer doesn't bother.
Okay, Zoe, where would the motion be?
We're gonna be winging it.
You're gonna wing it because it's not being pulled up. Hey, Kevin, can you give some recommendations for the motion for this?
Just
I mean, does it feel, it feels pretty simple.
I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, I can,
Yeah, why don't
The
you?
RF.
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we can just give you the words right now. if that helps.
I mean, do we need to see what you're pulling up? What are you pulling up?
Yeah.
I don't think you need to see it if you want.
You're making a motion to have those. in the
Okay.
red.
Do we need any further discussion?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Technology.
We're good.
I move to approve the request for proposal for the Voodoo commercial space with the following evaluation criteria. Number one, the ability and capacity and skill of the proposing entity to meet the objectives and goals for the space, including the sufficiency of the financial resources. Two, alignment with the needs and priorities identified in the recent Telluride Community Survey. Three, opportunity to provide collaborative activities and uses. Four, if the approach involves multiple entities, the ability to submit collaborative proposals under a unified umbrella responsible organization rather than individual proposals that utilize only a portion of the space. Five, whether the proposing entity can perform the services requested within the time specified without delay or interference. Six, the previous and existing compliance by the bidder with laws and ordinances related to the services requested. The opportunity for the disadvantaged business enterprise to perform the services requested. Eight, the entity demonstrates commitment to the most environmentally sound practices as well as its commitment to the Telluride sustainability goals. Sorry, the town of Telluride's sustainability goals. Seven, the submission of a concise and responsive proposal.
We have a motion on the table for me.
Sorry, friendly amendment. Number 9 is submission of a concise and responsive proposal.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Jesse Ray?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously.
Great.
Thank you so much, Zoe and Lance.
Yeah.
I have to leave. Sorry, everyone. I have the corner conference and we are leaving town. So I'm sorry I have to dip out early from the meeting.
Bye.
Before
No
we
problem.
move
Safe
away from
travels.
all of this, do I have any volunteers who may want to be on the selection committee for 2 council members?
That's great for you, Elena.
Now we do it, but you have to check the
Yeah.
ethical
Right, I think,
proximity.
I don't think anybody. that
Probably
commits to
prefer
proximity
maybe-
Conflict should do it.
yeah.
Why don't we?
If you guys want to take a
Let's
beat,
take a beat and
and
figure
then you
that
can
out.
just let
and
me
then-
know.
Okay, awesome. Item number 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority, so we will move on to item 11, Administrative Reports, and we will start with the man.
Okay, I know we're getting a little long. I'll try to stay brief here, but I've got a number of items for us here. I wanted to start out with something pretty cool, which is that our chief building official, Sam Samuelson, today is his 25th anniversary with the town of Telluride. That's pretty amazing commitment from Sam, and I have to say that Stan Kirsten, who heads up our water resources and been in our water division forever, had his 30th anniversary here just a few days ago with the town of Telluride. So big congratulations to them. We have a town staff gathering tomorrow, a little summer shindig. So I'll give shout outs to a lot of our staff anniversaries here that have come up in 24, but I continue to be just incredibly impressed by this staff and both old, I don't want to use the word old about anything. Both new hires and veterans are, just a huge benefit to this town. 4th of July planning is certainly really ramped up. It's around the corner all of a sudden here, and we're really excited about continuing that focus on free, very local music focused event that'll start right after the parade. On the 4th, the parade will continue right into the park. We will have 4 local bands this year going from about noon until 4 o'clock. great local food, beer, everything you might expect in Town Park. It should be a great environment. And then in the evening, we'll have a little bit more than folks are used to, hopefully. We'll have some lasers over the pond like we saw at Blues and Brews. We're going to have a couple of different drone shows on either side of fireworks as well. And hopefully we continue to get a little bit of moisture here in our fire district can light up some fireworks. But if not, we will certainly have drones this year to test out and see what the public response is to that. So it should be really fun, great music, and just thanks for everyone's involvement. We're excited to have the fire district back on serving beer this year, and we will take the lead on everything else at the town level. So a great way to, again, just continue to activate that day and take a stronger role than ever as your town government. I want to provide, as I always do, I'll hand off here on our housing updates. But we're really excited on progress again on where we're at right now on our Voodoo Affordable Housing Project, the Voodoo Youth Hangout at the Shed, and again, all that goes along with that Voodoo project, including the new free box and a public restroom, along with almost 3,500 square feet of commercial that we're all talking about here. So we're at about 71% complete as of yesterday. We're still looking at roughly a September completion date, which we're really excited about. Thanks to Lance McDonald and team, our Shaw contractors out there for continuing to push the timelines, and the project is really looking like a real project out there. So very exciting. From a Shandoka Building F standpoint, we've been able to incorporate a laundry back into that scope, as I understand, and that is making really great progress on that remodel and refresh of 9 existing rental units and an addition of 3 studio rental units. Still looking at about October for the completion of that project, Lance. And
Yeah, I
let
just wanted
Lance
to
pipe in.
clarify, what we were doing was stubbing in for future washer and dryers in the phase 1, in the event that phase 2 eliminates the large laundry room. So the idea is that we'll migrate individual washer and dryers into these units. If we do not do that, we're just stubbing in, and so you can do that in the future. That's what that work is.
Thanks, Lance. That's a good clarification. Candylands Tower House, our public-private partnership there. Again, that remains in our pre-construction entitlement phase. We've got a HARC meeting in July that will be considering that Tower House side of things on the Tower House townhomes, and we will be in our final HARC application. So we're anticipating the pre-construction phase to be completed here in July, and a decision to proceed estimated to be in August. So we'll be having some discussions coming up here with council around that Servitas development agreement with you to make sure you're in the loop and are directing us in the right direction on that final development agreement with our private partner. On Virginia Placer Phase 2, again, we're through preliminary HARC review, or we've gotten to preliminary HARC review here in July. Geotech studies are underway for VP2. Again, that's out on Black Bear, kind of between our public works buildings and our boarding house, if you're familiar out there with the public. And again, we're looking for a GMP or sorry, just spaced here, guaranteed maximum price to be completed by August for that project. So that's an important one on VP2. We're getting close to re-engaging, I think, with our partners out there to really start to dial in on what that master lease agreement would look like, and selection of some of those taxing entities that would be eligible to participate in that project. Again, from a Lot L standpoint and Carhenge development, we at the Carhenge side of things are working with design workshops and have gotten to a point where we have some initial 3D renderings underway based on public input on our open houses and some input from council. So it's taken them a little bit longer to get those renderings, which are going to be really, I think, useful in understanding mass and scale potential and how we can fit affordable unit goals and kind of the commercial and retail goals that are in the plan altogether. So we pushed off that open house that was slated to be right about now until a little bit later this month. But we're looking forward to that meeting coming up with design workshops and Telsky to really give the public and you as council, again, a first real 3D look at that so we can get some feedback, which is going to be important. And I think, again, we continue in those Carhenge Lift 7 redevelopment discussions to really consider hard how the phasing of Lot L parking structure or whatever, parking improvements might occur out there, what the correct phasing is that will be for that project. Whether it goes first or second, if you will, is going to be a critical conversation, I think, as we work through the land use elements of Carhenge and understand better the parking balance. I think that's going to really drive our timing on the Lot L improvements. But we've heard very clear and I think some robust input around Lot L as much as we have Carhenge almost. And we know that is going to go part and parcel with making that neighborhood work well and making sure that we handle traffic really well. So they really can't be separated, I think, at this point. And it's going to be important to consider them both at the same time to some degree. And that's on Design Workshop's radar. And they're looking very hard at both our Southwest area plans, but also just, logistically, the right phasing of Lot L improvements. So that's a very long way of saying there's a lot of balls in the air related to our housing projects. I think in a very good way. We've got great progress on the ground, and I think are seeing some meaningful planning progress here on again the redevelopment specifically of the base area at Carhenge. That's a critical project here, I know, for the community moving forward. So that's a very quick overview of where we're on housing. Stephanie always does a good job in our Parks and Rec department of giving me some updates on things the public might be most interested around from a Park and Rec update. And certainly want to remind everybody that the Town Park Pool is open. It opened on May 31st. Our schedules are posted online, as you might imagine. And that Parks and Rec Info Center is open 7 days a week now, and that's 7 a.m. to 4:30, which is really useful. You'll start to see our parks crews putting out flower baskets and planter boxes here next week, which is going to really make it look like summer. I can't guarantee it'll feel like summer, but it will look like summer out there soon. And events, we've got obviously Bluegrass is coming up June 20th through the 23rd, and Food and Vine in Elks Park is coming up even quicker, June 13th through the 16th. So that's really exciting. Case is going to be considering this week, June 5th, a couple new major festival events, which will require approvals from Park and Rec Commission and Town Council prior to case date approval. And those, as I understand, are Rare Earth and Alt Country Rock Festival. Maybe I'll just take the word rock out, Alt Country. And then Kodo's 50th birthday bash will be next summer as well. These are both 2025 events. I should clarify that Case is going to be considering, but Kodo has their 50th anniversary around October 3rd of next year. So Case will be considering what I'm sure will be a really cool event Kodo and friends will put on. And last, from a park standpoint, we've got that warming hut and wash stand project. That design development's well underway now. And we're looking for consideration of a final design by the Park and Rec Commission here on June 12th, which is really exciting. So that's a little snippet from both your housing and Parks and Rec. I think last, if I can take just a moment, Mayor, obviously a little bit last month, middle of last month, I made the announcement that I'll be stepping down from the town manager's role. And after our next council meeting on June 25th, that'll be my last day, unfortunately, in this role. And I think it goes without saying that there's just a lot of important work ahead of us over this next month. And I'd certainly like to give more of a proper thanks and farewell to the team on the 25th. But just want to make that clear for everybody that the 25th will be my last day. But I'd say just in short, personally, after entering public service 30 years ago this summer, all of which have been in Colorado, it's been an amazing career in public service and a little bit of time running some nonprofits. And I think for me, it's the right timing in life for me to take a step back from the manager's role and hand the baton off, if you will, which has been truly an honor to serve in. I've really had an incredibly rewarding career. I think that goes without saying for those of you who know some of the positions I've gotten to hold across Colorado. And I think we should all take a lot of pride in what we as a team here, both council and staff, have been able to accomplish during my time, both policies, projects, our budget, and hiring of professional staff. And I think having hired and worked with Zoe Denal in particular for the past year and a half as our deputy manager, I know this town administration is going to be in really competent hands once I step away at the end of the month and she begins serving as our interim town manager. So feel very good about where we're at on that front. I would want to say as well, just that my wife, Vicki, and I absolutely love this community. This is our community, and we really hope to stay in the area. So you're going to continue to see us around. We certainly heard some public comment after lunch that stated inaccurately that I'll continue working for the town after I wrap up my role as manager. But in fact, I am stepping away on the 25th here, and I'm not stepping into any other position. I think I have been very clear with our human resources and council that something in the line of a capital projects manager in the future is going to be really important for the town to consider as we tackle major initiatives in front of us. But because the mayor made very clear a few times now, if the council and a new town manager feel that kind of a position would be important and identify budget around it, then it will be posted in the future and it'll be a competitive process to hire whoever might come into that role. So I think any speculation about my personal future based on inaccurate information wouldn't really be productive at this point. So for me, I'm just excited to spend a little more time with my family, seeing you all around town, and just continue contributing to this region however I can best moving forward. And again, as we'll do on the 25th, I just want to thank council who hired me into this really important position, and the great staff here with the town of Telluride, who I think is as dedicated as any public service employees I've ever worked with in my 30 years. So I'll leave it at that for now, Mayor. Again, thanks for a little bit of extra time here on the end, and look forward to the month ahead of us here, getting a lot of important work done.
No problem. Scott, thank you so much. Much appreciated. 11B, attorney report.
I don't have anything of a legal nature that's developed in the last 3 weeks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. 11C, council reports. Can go around the room. If anyone's got
I have a
any
big
quick
one.
updates.
I'm sorry.
We can go
in
quick.
advance.
Quick's fine. No problem.
Okay, so
Much on time.
so we had a big HARC meeting. I'm gonna breeze through some stuff so that I can focus on the projects. We have a new historic preservationist, Darren. She's gonna be moving here soon. Erica was promoted to senior historic preservationist, and Jonna officially retired.
Darren's here now. She's in the office and
Okay, great.
moved into
Yeah,
town.
she's
We're excited to have
really
her.
excited. Yeah. So we had a couple amendments to the land use code that are a little bit more house cleaning stuff. You have to submit a landscaping plan with a water budget and an irrigation plan with new developments now. There's some more detail to that. We have new procedures around wetland regulations. It makes things easier and more efficient. It's going to go to planning before HARC. That's how we changed that. Application. Yeah, this is some other stuff. We made some changes to sign code stuff based on some Supreme Court decisions regarding signage. So we've updated and consolidated some of that because currently those existed in two places. So now it's just in the design guidelines. And we've made updates. We've been working on updating the design guidelines, and we've kind of we're nearing the end point to that. We'll be reviewing those at one of our June meetings. So that'll come to us. So moving on to the projects, we saw Virginia Placer for the first, or Virginia Placer 2B for the first time. It's a steep lot. It's going to be further back from Black Bear Road. It's going to be 11 units with covered parking. It's 4 stories. They asked for the 4th story to be set back and to revise the 3rd and 4th floor to better respect the pedestrian scale, break up some wall planes, break up the roof form a little bit, all of which is going to just improve the overall design. There's a retaining wall that's necessary, and so we're going to look to revise that so that it's potentially more tiered than just like a giant concrete wall. Overall, the mass was too big in the first presentation, but but the board had some really good suggestions. Let's see. I have more detail about that, but what I really want to talk about is the Tower House. So that was continued with the recommendations. So the Tower House townhomes was seen for the 3rd time. So these are the 3 townhomes that will be behind or to the south of the Tower House condos that are going to be deed restricted. So these are the free market townhomes. The 3rd viewing was pretty much a complete redesign. They've included all of the parking underneath the townhomes now. They've added setbacks to the south face of the townhomes. The trash is enclosed now. The height has been reduced by 2.5 to 3.5 feet at different places. So they are under the height requirement, even with the additional height that was allowed by the PUD. They're not using that additional height requirement. This is important. Entrances were moved to the 2nd story. The underground parking has made it so that there will be one entry into the parking so that a sidewalk can be constructed to make it safer for pedestrians and bike traffic as well. So that'll be a 4-foot sidewalk to the south that connects to the eastern side of the building. They've increased the landscape with the covered parking. Now there's less need for snow storage, but also the space for snow storage was increased from the last viewing. They've rotated some gables, added some tie rod details, a lot of articulation, a lot of new landscaping. The sticking point was that the board really wants to reduce this entire project by an entire story across all 3 condos. This project is below the height limit, not even using the allowable height by the PUD. Not everyone was on the same page with this particular issue. The condos are now, so it's basically 4 stories, but the 1st story is the parking. The whole buildings were moved further south, so that 4th story that encompasses the parking doesn't necessarily add like a ton of extra height, as I explained. They're below the allowable site coverage. There's more open space in the front. Mature trees are, oh wait, sorry, I moved. That's another project. So, this was really the big issue that popped up here. I think there were some board members who wanted to approve this project. They did not approve it. They're going to see another design. They wanted to see more story poles, which they could not require, and the applicant didn't want to do. So then we also saw so they're going to see this again in July. We also saw the Canyonlands West building again. That building has been pushed back further from the road about 10 feet, and all of the on-site parking is now covered. So there's more open space in the front. 2 of the mature trees are preserved. Some minor modifications happened and it was approved. So that one went really well. I think the one that, had the most conversation around it were the townhomes, to take an entire story off of all 3 of those condo buildings. And part of that, they were originally 3-story buildings. the board really pushed to get all of the parking underground. That was like a big thing they were pushing on. So the architects were able to get all of the parking underground, but it made it so those overall would be 4-story buildings.
But still under the height.
It's well under the height.
Is it sunken down back because, yeah.
And the PUD allowed for additional height, and they're not even using the extra height allowed. They reduced the overall height of the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great summary.
Very thorough.
Jesse Ray, do you have anything?
I do, well, we had that, I don't think I need to go into the special town council meeting. We had a special open space meeting and we primarily talked about weed management, valley floor. One new thing, everything's pretty much staying the same. We're constantly looking for new and innovative and holistic ways to manage weeds on the valley floor. And this is the first year that we have seriously considered bringing goats onto the valley floor.
Oh my God, yeah.
To manage weeds in a specific area. It's gonna come to council because it does come with the caveat of having some protective dogs to take care of the goats because of predators, obviously on the valley floor. And as you all know, we do not allow for dogs on the valley floor. Now, there would be fences, you know, around the goats and the dogs, but it's kind of a. Lance, you want to describe this a little bit more? I just want to get the bug in their ear. And, you know, Chris Hazen, who manages the trust for the valley floor, is all for this, as he wants to continue to find creative and holistic ways to manage the weeds on the valley floor. The biggest benefit of utilizing the goats is how the goats remove like the weeds, and it doesn't trigger the weeds to have more seeds. It actually like kind of kills them because everything but the stem, right? So it doesn't put them into this shock mode where it's like, oh my gosh, I have to like distribute more seeds. It kind of shrinks their roots, and then we can go in and hand pull them. So it's actually, it could be one of the most efficient ways for us to manage these weeds. But we're thinking maybe with council approval and a lot of education community-wide as to why we would allow for dogs to be on the valley floor. We're hoping the community could be okay with it, and it has to be council approved too, and it's a lot, but Lance.
Yeah, actually, we can use goats, in the reading of the conservation easement and the management plan as a biological control of weeds. The dogs are the issue that does not comply with the management plan. We're meeting actually with, the Durango goats, Friday to go over whether or not we can do this activity without having their protective dogs. They're very protective of their asset, and they do not want to see a mountain lion get in and do that. So we may be able to not camp on the valley floor, but stay up throughout the evening. Josh and I, and maybe some others, to ensure that the goats are safe. So those are the things that we're going through if you really want to get into it. But using the goats would not require council approval, but amending the dog policy would.
Okay.
So.
And it wouldn't be for a long period of time either. We're talking 1 or 2 days.
Yeah. It's and it's also, it'll be interesting to see, but we have some test areas. We'd like to start small with the goats and see if it's effective. So.
Lance, do you do a kind of a temporary fence in those test areas?
Yes.
Like the dogs and the goats are
Yes.
within
On-
a fenced area. It's
in
not
this
kind of a
inside,
free
Yes, that's what,
roaming
Jesse had
situation.
mentioned,
People won't
yes.
be playing frisbee with the protective dogs.
No.
So we're,
Well, they're nice dogs too. They're not like these vicious.
they're always very nice dogs.
Uh,
And if
awesome.
this works, we will definitely be outreaching to the local community members to explain the activity before it happens, so that people aren't alarmed when they see these goats. We're also looking at the potential conflicts with elk and looking at this through a lot of different lenses too. One thing that we did learn was the goats eat the seeds, but when they defecate, the seeds have lost 95% of their potency.
Yeah, it's a really cool weed management concept.
So we're not just spreading seeds around.
And
Yeah.
who doesn't like a goat?
Be
Who
cartoon.
Like a goat.
doesn't like a goat?
Little yoga activity after they've done their work.
Yeah.
Cows with
And then next
costumes.
time I will have a Samuel Watershed Coalition summary for you guys. And that's pretty much, that was a highlight of our open space meeting was the goats. Everything will be as is for the rest of the management plan.
Great.
Week management, yeah.
Geneva, do you have anything?
Yes, I have two quick ones. One, we had our THA special meeting, where we approved, THA subcommittee, excuse me. We approved, some exceptions to our lottery that is upcoming with the, Gold Run and Prada units. Those were all routinely approved. The application period is finished, and at our SMRHA meeting yesterday, we heard from Executive Director Courtney McElhaney that we had 37 households qualify for this lottery. 37 applications be accepted, and they're in the process of going through and deciding whose applications are complete for qualification for that. For those who are curious, there are two June closings in Pinion Park with 4 remaining units out there, for those who've just been following that project. Let's see what else. Our legal department is rolling out any sort of notices of violation that may be applicable to our recent compliance check that we have executed as the town of Telluride. And so rather than seeing a whole bunch of hearings at once, we will see those as they come through so that there's a little bit more spread out, and we have more time to devote to them on a rolling basis. Our housing needs assessment is still in process. And that's it for housing update. We talked about the tiers and our rental policies all morning. The last thing I will say is that there is a San Miguel County Commissioner primary election, June 25th. Ballots have gone out. You should have received an email that your ballot was mailed. Those ballots are due to be turned in either to the county annex or in person, or mailed and received by June 25th, which is the Tuesday after Bluegrass. And there will be another forum broadcast on Kodo led by the Progressive Women's Caucus next Tuesday, 7 p.m., 1 week from today.
Wait, 5:30 p.m. No?
Oh, I thought it was at 7. Stay tuned for what time that is.
Geneva,
I have it on my calendar for 7. That's it. Thank you.
thank you. Mian?
Okay. I'm gonna start with the IG meeting that we all were at. I think I just want to really just bring this up. It was a great meeting, of course, but a couple meetings ago, I did broach the idea that we would use those meetings for more collaborative efforts between the town of Mountain Village, the county, the other communities as well, and the town of Telluride, just so that we're effectively using our time. And I know it brought it up as an idea to bring back again, and I would just love if everybody could kind of talk amongst the other elected officials as to whether or not this is something that we want to do, so that we are really utilizing those meetings and that time efficiently for all of us. Geneva kind of hit the THA subcommittee meeting, so I'm not going to talk about that. But we had a Colorado Flights Alliance meeting. We were originally pacing behind, but we've kind of caught up a little bit, and we're now 5% ahead for the core summer months. Highlights of the summer schedule are that we have mainline jets on the Denver-Montrose route, and larger jets on the Dallas route. Same for Denver into Phoenix, and Denver and Phoenix into Telluride. And we are in the process of finalizing details for additional routes and carriers for the upcoming winter. The biggest one really so far has been the Denver mainline jets in May, along with starting the Houston and Chicago flights earlier, which really helped our shoulder season capacity and traffic, which I think we actually saw. I saw a significant amount of activity within the destination during what we would normally consider our off season, and it felt really good. The businesses were full and the street was sort of bustling, which is really ultimately we want to see. We want to see our businesses being able to stay open longer so that the community can kind of thrive further.
We had a gondola meeting, in which sorry, let me pull that up. We reviewed the ballot initiative process, as well as some election services that are being provided. I think the most important thing is that at this state, in the sort of 11th hour of the legislative calendar, they did approve a transportation entity to be able to tax lodging entities, which means that, as we look forward towards running the gondola, replacing the gondola, we are now able to tax not only our homeowners and institute new sales taxes, but we are also able to tax our lodging entities as well. And so by sort of sharing the burden, it will allow us to ensure that there is not a significant burden on any one entity, or that our community itself or our full-time homeowners are bearing the burden of the cost of the gondola. We also talked a little bit about the capital investment grant program that we are looking to move this program through, which if it is successful, will significantly assist in funding the gondola rebuild. Last is this past weekend, we had over 70 individuals from Park City here in town. It's this very cool program that they do. They've been doing it for 50 years. Where they go through communities and dig in depth with the nonprofits, government entities and departments, and have all these really great collaborative conversations. And I think it was really great to have them here. It was great to see their perspective. It was really nice. I think it could have been maybe a little bit of a tough week last week. I think we hear so often the things that we could do better as government, but to hear from other individuals how much we were doing right and how many things the town of Telluride is leading the charge and creating new initiatives and sort of breaking trail on these incredibly important subject matters like affordable housing and economic development felt just really gratifying to hear from those individuals. And I think for everybody listening, this is an incredible community, and this is, we all care very, very deeply. And it is so nice to have that recognized by other individuals that are in communities that are similar to ours. Woo, that's it. Oh, and thanks to Elena, thanks to Geneva, thanks to Zoe for coming and participating in all of the activities. It was great to have a full team as well as the individuals from Mountain Village as well.
Yep. And thanks to, we had a number of staff, Lance, James and others, I'm missing, that led tours around town, walking tours. Those were really incredible. So thanks for the extra time that staff put in to really put out our best foot to Park City and friends. And I couldn't recommend strongly enough that the town down the road here look at engaging in some of those peer community visits around the West in particular. Certainly folks love to come here, but we could learn from others as well.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Mian. Dan?
I don't have too much that hasn't already been covered or is we're going into the big one, planning and zoning. There was 5 different land use code review and recommendations, all of which were recommended to us and will be coming to us as town council, including, as was already mentioned, wetland regulations that hard-covered signage, land development processes, and then landscaping as well. The big one to really get on your radar to just be aware of is the design guidelines review. And that is just a very extensive document. It's over 230 pages for it. So that red line is in the last planning and zoning packet. So that will be coming to us. We will have final adoption and approval of that. So start taking a look at it now, because it's just a very complex and detailed document. So take some time with it. Start mulling it over and look over these things as they affect our designs, our housing projects, and all these things that we're trying to do and build here in the town of Telluride. So that's going to be, all of those things are going to be coming to us as council, but that's the one that definitely just requires the most time and thought to get a handle on. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. I've got just very quickly, Telluride Regional Airport Board, they broke ground on few new hangars. What's most important to that is some additional fire mitigation and infrastructure that would help a secondary expansion of the hangars. So that's underway. And then secondarily, Kevin, I have a question for you. I know I've been approached locally, and I know of other council people that were approached locally about attendance policies for council members. And just want to kind of get a refresher on that. And if you can just update on what that is, that'd be perfect.
Okay. So I think we had a discussion about this about a year ago when we were looking at compensation, but just to provide a brief refresher, neither state law nor the charter have any provisions about council attendance or attendance policy directly. That's unlike or dissimilar to your commissions. Your commissions have, I think it's 5 absences in a year is considered an automatic basis for removal for good cause, but we don't have anything like that for town council. Any change to kind of what I think you would call council qualifications, qualifications or requirements that would have to go through a charter amendment. If there's a compensation change, just be mindful that you can't change compensation for a sitting council member until that term has expired. Off the top of my head, those are kind of the thoughts on that. But no, there's nothing in the charter, nothing in state law for home rule municipalities that relates to attendance.
Okay. Great. Thank you for clarifying that. I need to know how to answer that question appropriately. Is there any council members that would like to further discuss attendance policies or put it on the radar for the future? Okay.
I mean, I would just throw out that we did also discuss that we allow for remote participations since COVID. Lots of other places don't have a limit on that, but I think that we as a body decided that. For people to be here. And then just because I was curious, I found out that county commissioners are required to attend 60% more of their regulations for risk. So,
okay.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I should have mentioned the remote or hybrid participation that was adopted. The latest variation was adopted in November of last year with the new council. And it does permit it, as Ms. Shawnette pointed out, up to 4 a year, but never for executive sessions and never for quasi judicial matters. And then above that, the council member can still listen, but they're not considered present and they can't vote.
Got it.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Sure.
I mean, is this something that we should be discussing? I mean, I guess my concern is if we're holding our lower boards and commissions to a higher standard than we ourselves are being held to, then it doesn't seem appropriate. And I think, there are obviously 2 ways that we could take that. Either we need to institute our own criteria for attendance, or we have to remove it from our commissions. Because I think, as elected officials, we need to serve the people the way that they intended us to do so. And I think having the commissions be held to levels and standards and attendance policies that we don't have to adhere to doesn't necessarily feel completely fair.
Just add clarification on, you may recall, we just went through the big amendments to the boards and commissions section. And previously, the attendance record was under the reason for good cause for removal from a commission. And the change that was made was that the 5 absences, instead of 5 absences being good cause for removal, it changed it to will just automatically be removed. So that amendment was just made a few months ago, just as a reminder.
And then Kevin, if we were going to discuss it and we did want to change it? We have to change the charter, and is that with an election?
Yeah, any charter change under Colorado law is required to go to the electorate. Typically, we do that in November.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a decision we need to make at all. It's just a decision as to whether or not the people are interested in pursuing that further.
That's right.
Okay, great.
But it starts with council. There is a citizen process to initiate charter changes. It's very complicated and it's not how we typically take charter
We could
changes.
put it on the ballot. We don't have an election this year, just
Right.
as a reminder. It would be a special election if something like that went this year.
Okay, I mean, and we'll continue to listen to our constituents. See if we get further direction on how much we want to further discuss this and how quickly. And go from there.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have. Related organization reports, I don't think we have any. Comments on payments is via email. We will go to number 12, executive session.
And Mayor, before we do so, if you wouldn't mind, I missed one update here just on kind of an important hiring updates and so on. I thought I mentioned before we adjourn. I did want to say that we have wrapped up a national search for our historic preservation and planning director, which obviously is a critical one for us. And we're ready to make an offer on that. And we received a lot of interest, great national candidates from around the country. So that's exciting. We'll hopefully have something to announce at the 25th. And then secondarily, as you know, our great legal assistant and former clerk, Lauren Blosma, has announced her retirement, which is coming up this month. And so we will be advertising, I believe this week, for an assistant attorney position. So we're excited to hopefully bring on a third attorney now to just help us manage some of the legal load, contract reviews, municipal court, land use issues, all the above. So we're excited about that. Just want to make those two mentions for a couple of critical positions coming up.
Awesome.
That's slated as a full-time position for the additional assistant attorney.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah. Correct me if I got anything wrong.
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you.
So thanks. Sorry to interrupt, but want to make those mentions.
No problem. We will move to executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Geneva, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
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 Yes. Unanimously to go into executive session. Give everyone a minute or two.
Yeah, I just gotta make sure my daughter
The time is now 6:48 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Scott Robson, Ellen Levin, Jesse Ray Arguez, Geneva Shawnette, Ian Fee, Enright, and Teddy Erico. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion going to executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is.
Woohoo! Almost hours.
We are